John's chairing today's meeting.
Keep your day job. No, no comic relief for you, Dave.
You nearly gave me a heart attack. I'm glad you meant John Trudell and not me.
Good already. Yeah.
Oh.
Meg, should I wait for the meeting to start to announce that I did view last month's meeting and signed all the Mullen documentation? There are definitely a couple that are going to be coming up that I've been familiar with previously, and because of last month's meeting, I did sign the papers and watch the film.
I'm included all of that in the staff report, so you should be good to go.
Okay. And I have a couple of recusals, but I'll mention those, I guess, as we go. Great.
Is Barry joining us? Do we know anything different?
As far as I know, Barry's joining us. I know Leslie mentioned she might be just a couple minutes late. But I haven't heard that Barry is not attending. I'll shoot him a text.
All righty.
There he is before I could even hit send.
Gang's all here.
Mm-hmm.
Great. All right, welcome everyone to planning board meeting for September 11th. We're using Zoom for this meeting, which allows for the public to participate in the meeting as an attendee. The chair can request members of the public to provide their names for purposes of accurate minutes. As a preliminary matter, please permit me to confirm all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Joe Topham.
Aye.
John Trudell.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Barry Rector.
Aye.
And we have today two, I can't even get the word out. Two,
Begins with an A.
It begins with an A, but that's all I got.
Ends in an S.
Alternates, John Kitchener,
Aye.
Stephen Welch.
Here.
Great. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Megan Trudell.
Here.
Billy Sod.
Here.
Catherine Ansero.
Here.
And Leslie Snell.
Here.
All righty. This is the open meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board, been conducting remotely pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comment. For this meeting, the Planning Board is convening video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. We're now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover the ground rules of effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce the speaker on the agenda. After they conclude the remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide a comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called further. Please remember to mute your phone and computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait for the chair to yield the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair. For items of public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment to those members of the public who have joined the meeting via Zoom. Members of the public who wish to speak must state their names and be acknowledged and speak through the chair. Great. I'd like to take a moment here to just have a moment of silence for 9/11 and for the passing of John. Here goes my brain again. Nat.
McLaughlin.
There we go. God, I'm losing my mind. John McLaughlin, who many years of service he's given to the town. So if we could just have a moment of silence for 9/11 and for John, I think that would be appreciated. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
if I may, I thank the fire department for the service they put on today for 9/11. And I wanted to mention, John's daughter Colleen is setting up an event October 21st at the VFW.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Stephen. All righty, we have a pretty full agenda today, guys, so let's just try to keep stuff on pace. I'd entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Great, moved by Barry, seconded by Nat. Is that what I had?
Yes, sir.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. On to the minutes. Any changes or questions on the minutes?
Mhm.
So we're doing July 10th, August 14th, and August 21st, correct?
Mhm.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the minutes as submitted. Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Second dwellings, garage apartments, and tertiaries. Are there any recusals? I need to recuse. Oh, I'll do that next time around on the A&Rs. Okay. Entertain a motion?
Mr. Chairman, do you just
Yep.
want to read the list for the record since
Sure.
this is recorded?
Yep. So secondary
you.
dwellings, we got Rudy Valencia, 33 Daffodil Way. We've got MMD LLC, 39 Hooper Farm Road. We've got 7 White LLC at 7 White Street. We've got Joshua Adam Leffert, 22 Pleasant Street. 7 Loretta Lane LLC at 7 Loretta Lane. Act North Star Development LLC at 3 Brayburn Way. 11 Lincoln Avenue Trust, 32 Jefferson Ave. We've got Clay Street Development LLC, 44 Skyline Drive, and we have P&M Reese Trucking Inc. at 10 Green Meadows. Garage apartments, we have Dorothy O. David S. Bailey at 83 Sankaty Road. Tertiary dwellings, we have Harold and Ann Lindley at 14 Helens Way, and MMD LLC Scott Cobb at 39 Hooper Farm Road. Entertain
Mr.
a
Chairman,
motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the all of the secondary garage and tertiary dwellings as you've just read off.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. On to the A&Rs, I need to recuse from Fort Cree Lane, Kathleen Duncombe. So I'll read off the rest and then let Joe take off on that one, if that's fine.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
I
sir.
need to recuse from 7 Second Way, please.
Okay. Great. So we'll just pull those two out and do them separately. Is that what we should do? Yeah. Okay. So Red Cliff LLC at 38 and 40 Youngs Way, Kelly W. Jackson at 109 Old South Road, Nonantum 25 LLC at 25 Nonantum Road. It was 7 Second Way, right, John? Okay, so Johnson Property 02554 LLC at 15 North Water Street, and Cyrus J. Ross Jr., Judith L. J. Ross at 17 North Water Street, and Thomas Arena at 1 Tacoma Way. Yes, Barry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, on the one Tacoma Way, I'm just going to suggest a.
Oh,
remove
public
it
hearing.
now.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a
I agree.
public
Sorry
hearing.
about that. Yep, so pull that out.
But for the list you just read off at this point, I'm going to make a motion that we approve all of the A&Rs, and then we'll cover the other two separately.
Great.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. So let's do Second Way first, John. So if you want
Great.
Well,
Oh,
to disappear off.
You want to do it, the estate of Kathleen Duncombe, 4 Korea Lane, and estate of Marcy T. Eldridge at 7 Second Way together? Right, because you recuse and John recuse. So, and then can I get a
Sure,
motion?
that's fine. Yep.
Yeah.
I'll disappear.
So anyone have an issue with those two A&Rs?
No, because we only need 3
3.
required signatures on that, so that's fine. Otherwise, we'd have them vote separately. I'll make a motion that we approve both A&Rs as submitted.
Okay,
Or endorse of the A&Rs as submitted, I'm sorry.
I second that.
okay. On your vote, Barry,
Aye,
Nat,
Aye.
I'm an aye. Thank you, guys.
beautiful, thank you.
Just note that, Catherine. John and
Joe,
Dave are off.
you want to go the rest? Keep it running?
Training wheels, Dave, training wheels.
I still have mine, Joe.
Stuck on the beach saying a great point for the training wheels.
All right, so previous plans,
All right.
LMD Investments, 140, 144 Pleasant Street.
So I'll bring Leo over just in the event you have any questions, but essentially what they're requesting here is for a minor modification to the existing special permit so that they can convert a small portion of that walkway that's in between Bank of America and the post office to a bricks patio that'll be used for the exclusive use of the apartment above the post office. That I think is it. Get Leo over here.
Hi, Leo, welcome.
Hi, how you doing? Can you hear me well?
We
Mhm.
can.
Okay, the applicant, LMD Investments, is requiring that they try to make the apartments that have been approved upstairs a little more livable. And Nantucket Architectural Group went to the HDC to have an approval made of some landscaping, which hedges and fencing, along with addition of a brick patio. I guess living upstairs is a little difficult with the kind of activity that you see out there at the post office and at the bank. So it's just a question of removing a portion of the concrete walk and just adding a brick patio. I've checked all the ground cover, open space requirements. We're still fine. The permit allowed or required 26%. I know the bylaw now requires 20%, but we're still under we're still have enough ground cover under the original permit for this particular revision to the site. Other than that, it's straightforward. Do you have any questions? I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Great. Thank you, Leo. Board members?
I would,
Barry,
Did you want to do this, Nat, or?
no, go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, no, so I'm gonna make a motion at this point that we find this as a minor modification and we approve the plan as submitted.
I would second that.
great. Thank
With
you.
the finding, I believe.
The,
Barry,
with
you
the
have to say.
finding, number one, that the request does not materially affect the findings and conclusions upon the planning board's previous decision, therefore shall be allowed without a public hearing.
And I agree with that. Thank you, Nat.
Thank you, gentlemen. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, we're gonna move on to public hearing for special town meeting.
And Dave, I'm going to be consistent with the previous discussions that have been held because of my real estate position. So I'm going to recuse from these two discussions, but I'll be back after.
Thank you, John.
Thank
Great. Megan, do you wanna?
So we're gonna, before you go, Mr. Chair, we're gonna follow the staff report, or we following the actual agenda? Because I'm just making sure we're gonna go right to the short-term rental one now.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay,
And I would suggest too that to the extent necessary that you need to discuss Article 1 kind of as it relates to the zoning portion of this, you maybe take that out of order because Article 1 as it stands is listed at the end of the agenda under other business.
Yes, let's move that up and put it right where it belongs in here. Leslie or Megan, do you want to explain what's going on here? Or I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Article 2 of the special town meeting warrant is the zoning article that addresses short-term rentals. The article would add the definition of short-term rental to Section 2 of the zoning bylaw. And then in Section A, which is the use chart, it would insert the new term short-term rental, and it would allow it by right in all zoning districts except commercial industrial, where it would be prohibited. And I think it's really important for people to understand that even if it's allowed by right in the zoning, it's still subject to all of the regulations that are in Article 1 and that were already adopted by town meeting. I think that was last town meeting. So the zoning article does not by any stretch stand on its own. They're two separate regulations, zoning and general bylaw, but they have to be applied together in order for people to actually operate a short-term rental.
Thank you, Leslie. Well explained.
Yeah.
Thoughts, questions of the board? No comments.
We need to open these up to the public there, Mr. Chairman. Why don't-
No, I'd entertain a motion to open public hearing.
It doesn't,
I need a motion. I just open it.
don't need it.
just do it.
Any hands up, Megan?
Seeing none.
We've forgotten about this already. Leslie, that was a good explanation to this because it is, it's a confusing topic. No question about it. And explaining that is important, what you just said about this doesn't just usurp all the bylaws and all the regulations that have been either been adopted or potentially adopted.
No, exactly. It says yes in the zoning use chart, but you cannot have a short-term rental unless you abide by the general bylaw. And I think
So what that means, Dave, I don't mean to interrupt.
No.
But by having this, it allows for just renting. Like we've, you know, before we had short-term rental as a, you know, as defined by the state, we, this sort of separates the short-term from conventional renting, correct?
I'm sorry, Nat, can you repeat that?
This separates short-term from, well, we'll call it conventional renting, 30 days and 30.
What this really does is removes the ambiguity in our bylaw. First and foremost, it states that this use is a legal use as
Yeah.
long as you comply with the general bylaw. So yes, it codifies rentals, and that could be both ways, long-term and short-term rentals in our bylaw.
Okay,
And that will remove a lot of risk through litigation that people are suffering now.
okay.
Meg, do we still have no hands up?
So we have Linda Williams with a hand raised.
Okay, bring her on over.
Can you hear me?
We sure can. Linda, how are you?
My guy's mowing my grass. You may hear that wander past the window here. The question is this is pretty much what I had put in. Is that my understanding that is pretty much what I had already put in this past town meeting? It accomplishes the same thing without any other problems? Through you, Mr. Chairman, to Megan.
I think that could be better suited for perhaps Dave or Leslie to answer. I mean, that's kind of a,
I don't recall exactly what your warrant article does, but yes, this will remove the ambiguity and make it an accepted use or a legal use as long as you work within the general bylaws.
That's what is it, number 39 or whatever it was we passed, number 40 we passed last year that had some of the codification in it?
We didn't pass anything with codification, I don't believe.
No, not this year, but last year we did. We passed one of them that
Passed
had,
nuisance bylaws that
Yeah.
year, which was 39, I believe.
yeah, and that's the one that we would have to be subject to all the other things that you're talking about. We'd have to noise bylaw, that kind of stuff, registration, things like that. My other question is this a standalone or is this still tied to that other one that they put in? Which
So
most of us are not in favor of.
the select board has uncoupled them in that the general bylaws can pass without the zoning bylaws passing, but the zoning bylaws cannot pass without the general bylaw passing. That's accurate?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Can the zoning go through without that rigmarole in the other bylaw? Or
Nope,
is this
nope.
going to go down if that doesn't pass?
If zoning, well, we're gonna vote on are we, go ahead, Leslie.
Can you put up the actual article that's addressed at the very beginning of the article? It talks about the provisions of this chapter only taking effect if the general bylaw is
Yes,
passed.
yes. So
That,
zoning
I mean, that's,
passed.
if I could say that's, and that's the language in the warrant. But I suppose someone could amend that at town meeting, they could make a different motion.
They could
But
try.
Which would
that's
make
the
it-
motion that's presented.
Which would make it, would it be able to, I'd have to ask Sarah, obviously, which would make it able to be standalone, which is what it should have been if mine had passed, it was standalone based on, plus under the provisions from last year that passed. But right now, if we have to pass that other thing in order to get this clarified, then we are no better off than mine didn't go through and we're still subject to both of these being tied together. That's a problem for a lot of us. So I hope you give it a positive recommendation, but you don't really weigh in on the general bylaw, and the general bylaw is what all of us are having an issue with, not this. So I
Okay.
don't know how to uncouple them again.
Yeah, listen, I can tell you this, that the short-term rental work group by no means had any intention of letting the zoning pass without the general bylaws passing. So,
Well, then the whole thing's going to go down in flames, unfortunately, I think. That's unfortunate because we're right back where we started with, last year. Yikes.
yeah, maybe, we'll see. Time will tell. Hopefully not.
Hopefully it will, not fast. Okay, that's my opinion.
Thank you for your
Oh.
opinion, Linda. Anybody else? Meg?
No.
Oh. Any more discussion with the board?
Joanna Roach does have her hand raised. Hold on.
Welcome, Joanna.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
I just wanted to clarify that what you're doing is, are you making a motion to approve it as it's written, or are you looking to make a motion here to support this separated in the way, like, I'm confused about the presentation of this and how you guys are responding to it in two parts, in one part, which is the stronger strategy?
So Joanne, we only have purview over the zoning portion of this. And we may discuss the general bylaws, but we won't be giving a recommendation on those. We might have comments, but we won't
Okay.
be giving recommendations.
Okay, well, that's, I guess, where I was going with this, because I think that the comments would be important,
Agreed.
right? So I just wanted to make my support for that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Board members. Well, and we still have no hands up, Megan.
No.
I'd entertain a motion
I'll go to motion.
to close the public hearing.
Yeah, close the public hearing.
Perfect.
Second.
Great. Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Oh, there's no John, and I'm an aye as well. Great. The board's pleasure.
Make a motion at this point that we give it a positive recommendation to town meeting,
I'll second that.
or
Motion-
favorable recommendation, whatever.
Perfect. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Great. Now on to the zoning amendment, lug 3 to CI, Nantucket Airport Land, vicinity of Island Road, place property and tax assessors, currently LUG 3 into CI district. Meg?
So it's just to take this portion here
Mhm.
and bring it into conformance with CI. This is airport property. And it's my understanding that it will be used in connection with some of the other uses that they have going on here. So that, of course, may or may not, depending on what's going on, be subject to additional permitting. But the key piece is to convert this to the CI district.
And is this the piece of property they wanted to do employee housing on?
I don't, honestly, I think was it more involved with these conversations.
But this is not the parcel where they're proposing employee housing that's further down directly off Nobodier Farm Road. This is an area that they want to use to lease commercially.
Mhm.
So it would create more
Is housekeeping.
more commercially zoned for island members to lease.
Are these the RFPs they just released, or is that's for another property? I think it's another property.
That's another property.
Sorry, just reminding myself on the address. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Chair, question to Leslie through you.
Yes.
Leslie, is this, so the access to this property will obviously go through the parcel in front?
I believe that's the plan. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board members?
Mm-mm.
All right, let's open up to the public.
I'm not seeing anyone.
I'm not seeing anyone either.
Make a motion to close.
Second.
Second.
All right, I'll give that to John. The motion, Barry seconded. John,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and Nat.
Aye.
What
And I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Positive.
Positive
Have a
motion.
recommendation, yeah.
All right, great. So made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm as I as well. So let's circle back to the general bylaw portion for just a board discussion on thoughts and maybe some suggested comments. Is everyone familiar with it? Has everyone read it? I hope.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just jump in.
Yes,
Um,
please, Leslie.
So Article 1 is the general bylaw. Article 1 will be, I'm sure, thoroughly discussed by the Finance Committee. And they will be the one to make the recommendation for town meeting. But I thought it was important for you all to have an opportunity to maybe discuss it at a broader level to make a recommendation to the FinCom that they support the regulations or not. But they'll really get into, the details of, any changes that they may want to entertain for their motion. But if you have anything specific that you want to point out to them, I think now's the time to do that. And we can get a memo or a letter from the chair to the Finance Committee Chairwoman.
Great.
Mr. Chair, obviously, I'm going to be recusing with the short-term discussions.
Thank you, John. Board members?
Dave.
Joe?
Yeah, I read it, and I think the work group did a fantastic job putting this together. I do think there's going to be a little more ironing out of some stuff, but I think most of all, it's a really good start. Really solid. So thank you. John Kitchener as well.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Any other board members? So I have a concern about the way it's written, and mostly it was a change done by the select board, and I think they had their reasons. But that concern for me lays in H, which deals with the grandfathering provisions. And what the select board has done is, what they're basically saying is if you owned a house and you did not rent it, or if you owned a house and you have never rented it, if you can't prove that you'd rented it in the last 3 years in the third quarter, that you would not have the right to 9 weeks. Is everyone following me where I am here? So my concern with this method is that people have had that legal right to rent, whether they've exercised it or not. And the way that it's been changed by the select board is these people will lose their right if they've never rented.
Right.
And for me, I think that is, we're taking away people's rights, and John, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, please do, is that in the work group, one of our main tenets is to not do harm. And I feel that this change has taken away people's rights, and that it's going to create a situation where there's going to be a lot of litigation. And I would suggest that it should be changed to anyone that has owned a dwelling unit or received a CO before 1/7/2023 retains their right to 9 contracts in July and August. And I would like to send that, if the board supports that idea, I would like to send that as a comment to the FinCom.
I can't think of.
Great.
Everyone, what thoughts, questions?
No, I think you explained it very well.
Condensed version, but yeah, definitely.
John Kitchener.
Yeah, just to be clear, that it's not that they would not be able to rent at all. They would be able to rent for 4 changes of occupancy, the same as anyone else who just bought a new home or, on the island. So they go from 9 to 4 if we don't make the change you're suggesting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John, for straightening me out on that. I appreciate it. But yes, that's basically it. The way John described it is more accurate than how I described it. So, yes, Barry.
One thing that would be helpful is to kind of be able to isolate what new terminology or language was inserted by the select board versus what came out of the short-term rental work group. I'm going back through this and realizing some things that were inserted in there I don't think they were necessarily related to the outcomes of the short-term rental work group. Case in point, Megan, can you put that back up for a minute when you have a moment? There it is.
Particular page, Barry.
Yeah, I am looking for, hang on, I got to slide to my screens here at this point. There's a section in there. I'm sorry, hang on. Let me reduce this. I know it's lengthy and it's a little hard to pick up on. Exit full screen. Sorry, I'm not a little better prepared here. So it's 123-1, short-term rentals purpose and intent. And let's see here, what caused my attention? So section 5, which says reduce the neighborhood chum caused by the numerous turnovers of occupancy of short-term.
Churn.
Sure.
Pardon, churn, sorry.
Yeah.
Amazing how you read things, and I guess I'm gonna need near vision glasses now. And the second is limit the conversion, which has had a deleterious effect of removing residential units. I'm a little concerned with that level of language in there, and I don't think that came out of the short-term rental work group. I could be wrong here,
So,
but the language seems to be setting certain tones here, and I'm curious if that was consistent with the short term or whether that was new language inserted.
I honestly, John might have a better memory, but I can tell you what these paragraphs do, and you probably know it, Barry, is it sets the stage for reasoning why we are implementing these bylaws.
Okay, right.
And when challenged by a judge, challenged by someone, the judge can say, well, there's a rational nexus to a goal they're trying to achieve.
Mhm.
And there was much debate over this paragraph in the work group. I think John can, maybe John could add to that.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So on point number 5, Barry, that is as written, by the work group. That did
Okay,
not.
good. Thank you.
But number 6, actually, that is the way it was written by the work group, but it was discussed later when it was suggested that it be removed. When I
Mhm.
say later, I mean at one of the select board hearings.
Right.
It was suggested that that should be removed, but the majority of former work group members that were present at the select board meeting, the majority wanted to keep that in. So
Mhm.
it wasn't that the select board wanted it in. There was a suggestion that it might be removed, but the majority of the short-term rental work group wanted it to stay in.
Okay.
The select board did not change any of that. I just got some information from a.
Okay, that's
They didn't change any of this. This is all language created to buttress our position in case it was challenged.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarity that you're bringing to that, because that really is an important issue here. Especially in terms of the amount of time and energy that was spent by that work group in producing this. So thank you for clarifying that issue.
Yeah. Was there any other pieces that you had questions about, Barry?
No, thank you, gentlemen.
Awesome.
Mr. Chair, may I make one short comment?
Please.
When the sort of the phrase that the select board inserted things after we, the work group, passed our recommendations over, it wasn't. I would characterize that a little differently. I'd characterize it more that the select board suggested changes, which over the course of 3 meetings, which most of the short-term rental work group former members were there, and I can only really speak for myself, but I felt that it was a very value-added conversation that took place over those 3 meetings. And I certainly didn't leave them feeling that the select board in some way overrode us and inserted something we didn't like. I felt like they helped us think through this, and we ended up, in my opinion, with a better product.
If I could,
Mr. Chair?
Thank you, John. If I could add to that, I think that the select board really was thoughtful about what they did, and yes, they added some things that made it more restrictive, but I think in a very smart way, because we can't make it more restrictive on town floor, but we can make it less restrictive. And so I think that they gave the community an opportunity here to voice their opinion as to if someone moves to make it less restrictive on the meeting floor, then we'll see where the town stands. And I think that it gave us more options. And I think that most of the changes, or all the changes, were good. I don't feel like they butchered what we did in any. They improved it. It's value added, like John said, and opens up more options to the community on the floor of town meeting. So does anyone want to suggest other comments? Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think the comment you just made is an important distinction between the language as it arrived to the select board and the language that resulted as a product of their discussion and the work group's comments at the select board meeting. And the end result of that, I think, is important, would be to include in the planning board's comments that the change in the language allows, as you just said, for the restrictions or the regulations to be tightened up a little bit on the floor of town meeting. And that's what you're supporting, not necessarily the language as it's been provided. Because I think there's a distinction between the two, and it might be important for the finance committee, and if it shows up in the warrant, for that to be articulated, probably better than I did, but along those lines.
Thank you, Stephen. Anybody else? So do we add that into as a comment in some way, shape, or form, or just leave that be and just have the one comment about the concerns about the grandfathering? Barry?
So, Mr. Chairman, since the FinCom's going to be voting on this, I mean, we could authorize a letter to be drafted that would express and vocalize that concern, if the board so approves. And then it'll be up to the FinCom to, make that judgment call about what they all want to do with it.
Okay. Do I hear a motion, Barry?
Yeah, I'll make a motion at this point that we authorize the chair to draft a letter to the finance committee regarding the concerns that you had just vocalized.
Can we time out for a second? I'm sorry. Nat has a
Oh,
hand
then I'll
that I couldn't even see up. Nat,
I will.
What happened?
I'll retract that for now.
You have a hand up and I didn't realize it.
I did?
Oh, did you?
No.
Is that, oh, look, it's so funny. That's my cursor on you and it's a hand.
No.
Oh, yeah, that
Okay.
happens too at this point.
All right. Okay, cool. So Barry, do I have a
Are you-
second for Barry's motion?
I'll second it.
Great, thank you. Motion made by Barry, second by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. All righty. Thank you. We are on to
Hearings.
public hearings.
Yeah, baby.
Westchester, 105 Westchester, 109 Westchester, 10 Westmore Lane, request to withdraw without prejudice.
So, Mr. Chair.
So moved?
Yeah,
No.
without prejudice. Yep.
Second.
Barry, motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Welcome back, John. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. John Calnan, trustee, on the right one. John Calnan, trustee, John J. Calnan, 2015 trust, 21 Brewster Road, request to continue.
Mr. Chairman, through you to staff.
Yes.
Yeah, wouldn't that be better to have withdrawn it?
No,
No,
No.
okay, I was just confused by the verbiage here, but
the applicant is requesting that we continue this until the other application has been finalized, at which point they'll.
okay. Now I get the sequencing. Yeah, okay, thank you. That helps with clarification. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we continue this particular application at this juncture.
Second.
Great, thank you. Barry made the motion, Nat seconded. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank
On to
you.
Thomas Arena, 1 Tacoma Way. Representing,
So this is Linda Williams.
yep.
Linda,
Okay,
go over
Welcome,
right first.
Linda.
Put your camera on anyhow, so I hope that's all right.
huh?
Camera's going on, Linda.
No,
I
she
don't-
doesn't put her camera
No,
on.
I don't.
Got her
I don't put
over.
it on. I haven't in 3.5 years. I'm not gonna do it now.
She's in her PJs on her couch.
No, I wish. That'd be a highlight of my day. Pretty simple. It's a covenant lot. We continued it the last month because the ratio between the covenant lot and the main lot, as far as square footage, wasn't correct. It's been corrected. And because it's a long lot on Tacoma, you know, from the beginning of Tacoma and Fairgrounds, runs up quite a ways, and it's not very deep. They're side by side, and separate driveways are being asked for. The left-hand lot, the covenant lot, already has a dirt road going into it. You sort of see it. Back up to, if you want, back up to the site plan, the GIS at the top. Yeah, there we go. It's long and narrow. You can see where he brings his boat in from Tacoma, where the two vehicles are there on the right, and then his house is on the left. And so we've been able to carve out a covenant lot over there for a year-round restricted lot with two separate driveways.
Great. Thank you, Linda. Board? Barry.
Good.
No, go ahead. You can go to Nat first. I'll wait.
No, I'm
Matt didn't have
good.
his hand up. You did. And
You
Mike
did.
Costa wasn't there.
Stop.
by the way.
Stop cursoring Nat. It's bad. Anyways, through you to staff.
Yes.
The composition of those driveways, is there an asphalt pad in between or something? Because that's a pretty busy spot in Tacoma. One's going to be sand, another one's going to be gravel, and I'm just worried about those materials tracking directly into Tacoma right near the entrance to Fairgrounds. So please.
They
We're
will-
gonna have aprons on there for sure.
Megan, go ahead.
So
No, that's okay. I was gonna say the same thing because I guess, you know, Linda is now Megan. So yes, they'd be required to install aprons at a minimum depth of 10 feet.
10 feet asphalt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well-
Material, impervious surface. So, I mean, you can, or excuse me, yes, impervious surface would be required. So HDC actually has jurisdiction over material. We would require an apron to be installed.
That was just my main concern, given what was the composition was and where its location is in relation to things. So thank you.
Great. Any other questions from the board? Open this up to the public. Any hands, Megan?
Mm-mm.
Seeing anyone?
Motion to close.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Barry. John,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well, unanimous.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve with the two findings and the 5 conditions listed by staff.
Second.
Great, motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you for bailing me out on that, John.
And also, don't leave.
not going
I'd like
anywhere.
to make a motion to approve the A&R for 1 Tacoma Way.
Second.
Great, motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Thank you very much. I wish they were all this simple.
Thank you, Linda. You too.
Do we, Mr. Chairman, do we need to make a vote on the withdrawal of the Westmore one even though they have a new one? Do we have to vote for that on that
Didn't we vote?
staff?
Did we
I
vote?
don't think we did we?
You did at the beginning.
We did.
Did, okay, never mind. Thank you.
That was the first one.
All right. Very good.
Alrighty. So now we're on to Chris Yates Kane LLC, 8 Ruperts Way. Barry Thornwell representing.
I'm trying to bring Carrie over. Hold on. But Dan Malloy is here as well.
Okay.
I'll jump in and present it while Kara's coming on. So it's 8 Ruperts Way. First off, Dan Malloy, site design engineering for the applicant. So it's this application is 8 Ruperts Way, and it's almost identical to what the board's previously approved at 4 and 6 Ruperts Way. So the applicant is proposing to build a duplex dwelling. As part of that construction, they're asking the planning board to approve a special permit for a tertiary dwelling to be located in the basement space of the duplex. In order to do a tertiary in this format does require board relief. And as I was stating at the beginning, the board has approved 2 identical applications on the abutting lots in Ruperts Way, both at 4 and 6 Ruperts Way. That's really it. The tertiary dwelling itself meets the requirements of the zoning on the square footage. It's under the 650. We did review the application with staff, and we will be providing an updated plan showing a different parking configuration, but we will be able to provide the required zoning parking. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Dan. Board?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, John.
Dan? Dan, I'm assuming being that it's inside the building, it would have all the proper requirements as far as code, as for fire protection, 2-hour separation, since it's in the basement dwelling of that.
Yeah, the building will have to have code compliant construction. If it may have to have a sprinkler system as well. And it has multiple means of egress from the basement space.
Thank you.
Hi, I can answer that for sure, that Chris is planning sorry, can you hear me?
We can. Hi, Carrie.
Thank you. He is planning a sprinkler system for all 3 units.
Great.
Great. Thank you,
Thank you.
Carrie.
Carrie, is there anything you want to add that Dan may have left out, or are we good?
No, he got it. Thank you.
As usual.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Barry?
Just through you to Mr. Malloy, Dan, have you had an opportunity to work with staff about delineating the parking spaces per the I see Megan nodding a yes at this point, so that maybe doesn't even need an answer.
Yes, we have.
Sounds like it's worked out. That's great. Perfect. Thank you.
Great. Let's go ahead and open this up to the public. It looks like we have, Carrie, your hand. Can you pull your hand down, Carrie?
Oopsie, sorry.
All right, it's all good.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Yep. I'd entertain a motion.
Make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Great, thank you.
Don't go anywhere.
That's just public hearing. Don't leave us. Pleasure of the board.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chair, to approve with the 2 findings and also the, I'm sorry, how many?
Conditions.
1 finding and 2 conditions. And also with the staff delineation of parking spaces and also the vegetative screening along the parking area. And that's my motion.
Alert from calendar. NFD.
Oh, and that's in calendar.
Sorry.
John could have done that better, but I botched it. So staff is going to follow up with the parking and the screening, correct? Perfect. Did we have a second on that?
Second.
Great. Motion made by John, seconded by Nat. John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank
Um,
you.
On to 41 WMR Trust, 41 West Miacomet Road.
So let me bring Stephen over. I do want to point out that Abby was an alternate activated to vote on this application, and I'm not seeing her present. Stephen, I don't know offhand. I'd have to go back and look at the minutes to confirm your attendance at the prior hearings unless you knew offhand. Otherwise, we're looking at a 4-member board on this one.
Through Mr. Chair.
Yes, Stephen.
I believe I was, but I'm just checking the YouTube bids now.
He was,
He was present. Thanks,
Yeah.
Catherine.
at the last meeting.
Okay, so if you come to a vote, you can activate Stephen for the 5th board member on this.
Okay, great. Stephen?
Mr. Chairman, so I believe that the board is relatively familiar with this project, but I'll just do a very brief summary, which is that the project includes some changes to the existing house substantially in the, in the location it is now. The changes are mostly adding a basement and making some fenestration changes and actually reducing the amount of decking and patio that's there, moving it around, but a net reduction as well. There was originally a proposal for a pool, for a garage, for a shed rather, I'm sorry, with a garage attachment and a cabana. And we have made some significant reductions to that by eliminating the cabana structure, by shrinking the shed down to a traditional shed without, additions to it, and by putting a crawl space under the shed to account for the pool equipment, and to instead of having it be outside, and also shrinking the pool significantly by about 1/3 and pulling it closer to the house. And this project has a very unusual feature in the sense that most MMD applications either seek to do a small amount of new clearing or zero clearing, maintaining the existing clearing. This project proposes to do only a small amount of clearing of existing vegetation in order to create a bend in the driveway that would actually hide the house more from the public view and create some not only privacy but more screening. And again, if the board opposes that, we wouldn't do it, but we think it would have a net benefit. But this applicant unusually is proposing to do just under 10,000 square feet of revegetation of land that is otherwise already disturbed and ordinarily would be kept by most applicants as disturbed area. There's also a new septic system that would be put in that would be better and more compliance and better for the environment than the existing system. I think that covers the improvements that are proposed. My impression is that the commission, the board, seems to be relatively satisfied with the house and the shed. Was pleased with the removal of the cabana. Was pleased at least with the shrinkage of the pool, although has not come around to endorsing the pool. And there's been some back and forth on whether or not adding the bend to the driveway is a good idea. I will tell you, my intent is to ask for the public hearing to be closed and to get a vote from the board this evening. And I would expect that vote would either be to approve the entire project, or if the pool was a sticking point, to approve the rest of the project with a denial of the pool. I've discussed that with the building commissioner, and he was satisfied that second option was something that would be legal and viable for building permit purposes. And I've discussed that with the planning board staff, but I don't know how much of that has made it to you. I have also submitted what I would consider to be a highly persuasive legal memo as to why the board should be approving the pool, essentially whether you like it or not. And what I mean by that, and I'm obviously very hesitant to come in and try and shove things down your throat. I don't think it's a good strategy in most cases. And it's not what I would do here if we were getting a little more activity from the board on what might be approvable. But I think, frankly, there seems to be a significant misunderstanding of both what is and is not allowed in the MMD district, and also, frankly, what the board's authority is to control that. And so my memo tries to address that a bit as politely and respectfully as possible, of course. The board, as you know, has very broad authority, but not unlimited. And that authority is set out in a couple of things, and primarily in the zoning code itself, but also in the case law surrounding that. So if you'll humor me for a moment, I'll give you a very brief summary of my arguments. I'm not going to go through the several page memo that I submitted. But the basic idea is that a pool is an allowed use under the MMD bylaw in the zoning code, and it has been since the MMD district was adopted in 1984, and it has been included as an approvable use in every version of that that's been adopted, including when there was a major retool of all of the pool rules in 2022. It was something that could have been eliminated at any point, but especially the pool rules were just looked at in 22 and were approved, keeping pools as an allowed use. In contrast, second dwellings, commercial uses, and commercial pools are specifically prohibited in the MMD district. So there are things that are not allowed. Interestingly, there are a number of uses that are allowed in the MMD district that I think would surprise you, like municipal uses, daycare centers, recreational facilities, which I think are really what we call country clubs on Nantucket, and some other uses that people might find rather surprising, but are actually allowed under the bylaw. And what I think the board is struggling with is this idea that some people don't love the idea of a pool when you're so close to the ocean or the pond, or they don't love the idea of a pool in an area that is otherwise environmentally and scenically sensitive. And I get that, but the question is not whether or not you think it's in good taste to have a pool. The question is whether or not it's legal for you to approve the pool. And if it's not, and if you're going to deny it, what's the legal basis for you to deny it? And, I think the problem that we've been getting, that I've perceived from the board, is that there have been, sort of broad sweeping generalizations about what your purpose and intent is of the bylaw is and what your powers are. And I think that if you actually look at the bylaw, you might see that they're narrower than has been suggested. And what I mean by that is that there are several provisions of the bylaw that govern what's going on here. And so one of those is that you're supposed to maximize the protection of endangered plants and animals, which you repeatedly have noted. But the rest of that sentence is by siting structures so as to maximize the distance between structures and uses from known or suspected habitats of species. So in other words, the bylaw provides you with the tool that you're supposed to use to effectuate that purpose. The next thing you're supposed to do is to minimize the disturbance of endangered plants and animals, which you have said over and over. But that is also supposed to be by limiting construction to certain times of the year, which we are proposing to do here. So the next thing you're supposed to do is maximize the protection of scenic views, which you've, I think you take to heart. But the rest of that sentence is using the siting of structures, lowering of grades and elevations, and clustering those structures. So again, your tool for effectuating that is laid out in the bylaw, and it's not through denial, it's through that. The final interest that you're supposed to protect is maximizing the protection of moorlands and heathland vegetation. But again, if you look at the whole bylaw, it says by limiting physical disruptions to indigenous natural systems. So what I would suggest is that the planning board does not actually have the authority to deny a pool as an allowed special permit right use. What the planning board has the right to do is to use the tools that are in the bylaw to impose conditions on approvals that meet those guidelines. And in fact, my client has proposed both conditions and citing that effectuates all of those conditions. So it would be, I think, hard for the board to justify denial of the pool without using the tools in front of it to effectuate the interest that it's supposed to be protecting, which I think we all agree you should, emphatically protect. The other thing is that the board is not supposed to change its standards of review and authority. And I have, on more than one occasion, run through for you how you have approved, 4 pools in 5 years, and I'll skip going through all the details. of those approvals because it's in the public record. But what I note is that there essentially are no conditions in those approvals, but the board considered them. And the only conditions are the board's findings were that the pools met the performance standards based on the location of the pool, the grading of the lot, and the screening that was provided. There's no ongoing conditions. There's nothing remotely close to the level of conditions that my client is offering. And only one of the permits limits the amount of patio to a 4-foot, coping as opposed to like a big patio. And I think the case law is very, very clear that when a board establishes a practice history for how it's going to implement its rules, it can't then just change those for the next applicant because it has changed its mind without explaining how or why what has changed. So, I think I don't want to say that the board has to approve a pool because it's approved pools in the past, but I do want to say that the board has to approve a pool under the same standards that it has used in the past. And that, I think, is a significant distinction here. So the case law on this is also says that if the board is going to deny a pool or another use, that it has to do so based on specific reasoning, not sweeping generalizations, and not on speculation, and not on a parade of horribles that it purports as potentially being out there, but not actually based on anything. In other words, you can't just say, oh well, we want to protect the environment because pools could harm the environment, so therefore we're going to deny the pool. Like, you have to actually really show what is the concern and why can it be mitigated. Because the other thing is that the board is required to at least consider the tools it has and conditions proposed by the applicant to mitigate those concerns. You can't just propose that pools are bad because this is a protected area and they might harm it in some generalized way, but we are not going to consider how to mitigate that regardless of the fact that the applicant has proposed it. And frankly, I think that's what we're dealing with here, that all of the concerns that the boards have raised are very general, and no one has said, okay, this is a significant negative that can't be addressed by the conditions. And so I'm going to just run through the conditions that my client has proposed. First of all, we've clustered all of the structures very close to within the currently disturbed area, and proposed to reduce the disturbed area by nearly 10,000 square feet. We've pulled the pool closer to the house. We've offered substantial screening of the pool through structures and natural vegetation. We've reduced the size of the pool by about a third, and it is now smaller than any of the other pools that the board has recently approved. I'd note that 3 out of the 5 members of the board sat on those other hearings, and in fact, all of those other approvals were approved 5-0 unanimously. We have reduced the stone patio. We have eliminated the cabana. We've relocated the equipment to a below grade space. We provided for the use of low decibel pool equipment. We provided that the chemical treatments would stop 21 days prior to draining or discharge of the pool, and that the draining or discharge of the pool would be done through a professional company using a trucking to the wastewater treatment facility. We've eliminated most exterior lighting except for safety lighting. We've required an auto cover, which reduces eliminates the need for a fence. We've proposed requiring construction fencing or other physical demarcation to create a barrier during the work period. We proposed a construction prohibition for June 15th to September 15th, although that date is flexible. And based on Mr. Barada's, I think, smart suggestion, we've suggested that requiring using the topsoil and fill from excavation on the lot for other work on the lot instead of before bringing in any screen fill that would be from outside, that we would use that existing fill from the area. I think a lot of those conditions exactly address the concerns that are raised in the bylaw, and much more substantially so than any of the other permits. And frankly, I don't want to take credit for them. They're a great list because I stole them from the hard work that I think Leslie Snell actually did with Eleanor Antonetti when the zoning board put together its rules for permits in the VR district, in conjunction most likely with the Conservation Commission staff, who I assume was Jeff Carlson at the time. So, you know, the real professionals put that together, and I borrowed most of it. Not 100% of it, but most of it. I also would note that we have HDSC approval for all of these structures, and that we have a no-take letter from the MISA office at the Mass DEP, which I think you know is charged with protecting the very endangered species that we're talking about here. Now, Mass DEP only put one condition in its no-take letter, which is that we include the construction fence during or other demarcation during construction to protect the undisturbed areas from construction. It did not reject or oppose the driveway, and it didn't eject or oppose the pool or anything like that. So, you know, like the MISA office are the experts on protecting these plants and animals, and that was their single condition. And frankly, it's consistent with the conditions that the board has used in the past. So again, I don't want to say that you have to approve this pool because it's an allowed use. And I don't want to say you have to approve it because you've approved others in the past. But I do want to say that you have to apply the standards that are in the bylaw and the standards that you've used in the past. And that based on the proposal that we've done, I think that the board should be approving the pool with those conditions. So that is my request, that the application be proposed, you know, essentially as is, with the driveway or without the driveway. You know, we're more flexible, but I'd ask for the improvements and the pool be approved. So I think that is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Board members.
Mr. Chair, I guess I'll speak first. We've had hearings on this October 10th, 2023, June 12th, 2023, July 10th, 2023, now September 11th, 2023. There's a saying, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. That being said, I've stated in the past, for the three reasons to this area, and we have them listed here in the report. I can go over them all to maximize the protection of endangered plant and animal species, blah, blah, blah. Number two, maximize the protection of scenic views through sitting structures and low elevations, clustering structures, etc. Number three, to maximize protection of moorlands and health and the heath land vegetation landforms through the use of various measures, including but not limited to limitations on gradings, fencing, landscapings. All that being said, we're looking at, Stephen had said it, we approved 4 pools in the last 5 years. So if anything, what we're doing is we are limiting we're maximizing protection by limiting. And looking back, if I was a part of those approvals, I think I was wrong. And I don't want to make the same mistake twice. So by not approving the pool, and I'll be happy to take each of the revisions that Stephen wants to bring out on a 1-by-1 basis. But as far as the pool, it is a special permit, and we can voice our opinions on it. If it was a guarantee, it wouldn't be a special permit, and then you would automatically get an approval like an A&R. So I just want to reiterate for probably the 5th time where I stand on this, and I can't speak for the rest of the board. Stephen, you make a very good case, very eloquent, and I think you represent your clients extremely well. But I'm going to have to agree to disagree on this one, and I will take the other ones line items, but as far as the pool, I have a negative for that. But thank you.
Thank you, John. Board members? Matt?
Yeah,
Barry?
I mean, I've got the same comments I had before. And this pool's smaller now. They've done a lot of things to improve the imperfections of the original application. And the thing is, like, and I don't want to get into this too much, but VR, I was just at a house today, just happened to go there. Has nothing to do with anything. That's in VR in Nantucket, and they have a small, I don't know if you call it a large hot tub or a small pool, but it's a hot tub, but it's a big hot tub, I guess. But and it's approved, and the people next door are 15 feet from the pool equipment. I don't think there's too many people next door to this place that are going to hear any of that, and it's underground, as the applicants, as Steve said. This district is, I don't think, is like VR in the sense of how the applications are handled through the ZBA. I don't think it's the same. Because I think there's more consistency with the VR applications. As far as like your average application that's like somebody else's. That's my issue with this one, is we've approved others. I realized that one of them was already built, and I don't really count the one over by Bartlett's, whatever that name of that place is, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
Cudweed
And
and Waldo.
the Cudweed one. Yeah. That one was already in. There was a lot of confusion about that one, but we've approved others. We did deny that one, Steve, over by Wallbang, right? Last year, didn't we?
So just to, Mr.
Well,
Chairman,
not
through you,
deny, but we
eight
withdrew it.
Walbang withdrew the pool from the application. It wasn't a denial, but yes.
You're right. Yeah.
But they withdrew when they saw the direction the board was taking.
Yeah.
I
And
recall.
and this is where, again, they're allowed, but there's a lot of ambiguity here. So I'm gonna, I just don't like this zoning district. I think it makes you feel like you're voting for something that's illegal, but it isn't. It's just really complicated how you have to arrive at your final decision. Hopefully there'll be something that gets either rid of this or keeps it legal in a different way at town meeting at some point. So I'm going to I'm going to align myself with my other board members on this, because I don't want to be sitting out there the only vote. But at the same time, my feeling for this is that there's a flaw in the system with MMD and how it's like an applicant can do so much to make it work, as far as the visual issues, as far as all the other components to get it to be, fit that area, and then it's still not enough. But then there are some that are. So that's where I stand now.
Thank you, Nat. Any other board members? I'm going to weigh in here. I just, in this particular situation, I don't believe there's any way to make this pool in harmony with the zoning district. I just don't think that there's a way for us as a board to find a way to create a situation where it is in harmony and where it maximizes the protection. And with all due respect to Attorney Cohen, is that yes, we did approve them on different pieces of property in different locations where there was possibly a way to maximize that protection, where on this property, in this location, there is not a way to maximize that protection. So that's my personal feeling on this one, and I don't see that changing. Yes, there is a track to get a pool sometimes in the MMD. And even if we apply, and when we apply the same standards to this piece of property as the other properties had availability to have a pool while maximizing the protection. This property does not make that available to us, in my opinion. So I'm still a firm no on this. Anybody else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Joe.
I know I'm not sitting on it, but I just kind of, I believe I said it 2 meetings ago. You can see this house for miles. And I feel like when the pool is lit up at nighttime against that backdrop of the house, it's just going to be a beacon. And I just feel like all the wildlife and the natural habitat, nocturnal, wildlife is just going to be disrupted by this. I don't have a problem with the pool near wetlands. That's not the issue. I just feel in this area where it's so exposed, this is why I have a problem with it. I feel the other projects, as you said, you worked really hard with them, multiple meetings, and some realized that this wasn't going to get approved, so they withdrew it. And I feel this one really is going to be detrimental to this area. And I think that, if it the lighting is really going to be an issue against that backdrop of that house. And you will be able to see that for, as far as Bartlett Farm area, or Cisco. So I'm against this as well. I know I'm not voting on it, but that's kind of my major concern about this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so, I get the comments and the argument that's been made is why we have to rule a certain way or what our parameters are. But I want to revisit the Moreland Management District purpose, which is, basically addressing the moorlands on Nantucket, which are an extremely fragile and unique environment, a rare and endangered landform of North America. The intention of this district is to permit a type of and integrity of use which is consistent with the long-term integrity of these special ecological systems. I don't see a pool, certainly not this close to the pond, which I do believe would be a precedent, is consistent that with the intent and purpose of this particular aspect of the zoning bylaw, and that pool would have an adverse impact. That pool, in conjunction with other modifications on the site, as have been proposed, would have an adverse impact on the natural environment, inconsistent with the purpose of the MMND. So that's my position on it. Thank you.
Well said, Stephen. Thank you. Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This one has caused me a lot of internal debate about what I wanted to do with this. And I'm going to start by saying, do I think pools in the MMD is a good idea? Absolutely not. I know that I voted on the first one that went out there. And without going back through the conditions, I would like to think I just didn't raise my hand and say yes. That there were probably some damn good reasons as to why that happened, but that's the past. I think what has caught my attention though is with my hiatus from the board, more pools were brought online out in the MMD. And again, they were without conditions from what I can see. So we've established as a board a precedent here that's a little bit tough just to pull back on without some very good rationale and findings that have to be pretty solid. But you have to take those in light of what the board has done in the past. So I think the more prudent response that I'm going to offer here is a few things. One, I will tell you, I will be voting in favor of the pool. We've set a precedent, and I'm going to hold true to that precedent that we have set. As I said before, do I believe this is a really good idea? Absolutely not. But I believe in a court of law, we're not going to have any foundations here to uphold that ruling. It'd be nice if the applicant said, okay, we kind of agree with you fundamentally, but that's not the case. And that'll be the next stopping ground. And I think as a board, what I don't want to be part of is a determination that decision is based upon arbitrary and capricious behavior. What would be fair would be to develop a set of standards in the future as to why we don't think goals are a good idea in the MMD. And I think we can have a very solid foundation to lay that groundwork, hopefully in the very near future, having learned lessons from what's gone on. So like I said, this is what's before us at this point. Believe me, I'm still wrestling with it at this moment, but I feel as though that is the correct behavior from this one board member, and with a guarantee that we need to deal with this in the short term in a much more prudent and uniform fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Any other comments from the board before we go to the public?
Mr. Chairman, before they go to the public, if I could just note that if the board deems that pools are inappropriate for the MMD district, the board should put forward a warrant article changing the warrant, changing the zoning bylaw, which you do, once or twice a year, and easily could do. I think you would pass overwhelmingly. So I would suggest that if that's your goal, that you do that, but that until that's done, then my client should get a fair shake under the law. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. The other Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify, my concerns are about this particular pool. And that my concerns about this particular pool with respect to the planning board not being able to assert restrictions under 139.13D, numbers 1, 2, and 3, and 4, that would be appropriate. And I think that I'd like to have that please reflected in the minutes for the legal battle that's to ensue. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I mean, I think, listen, I think this board's shown that it is willing to approve a pool in an appropriate place that protects the MMD. And at least some of these members have shown that they don't feel the same with this application as they do the others, and don't have those ways of mitigating the protection of the MMD. So I think we've all put our stakes in the ground here. So we're going to move over to the public. I want to remind the public that everyone's going to be limited to 2 minutes. Cameras will be on, please. We'd like to see your face if we could. Is that right, Megan?
Well, it's sort of a convoluted process. I have to promote people to panelists so that they enable your camera. So I'm going to do that. Something new we're trying, response to some feedback that we have received. But I think on the user side of things, when I promote you to a panelist, you need to accept that in order for your camera to be functional through the duration of your public comment. So I'll start with Emily Molden, followed by Thomas Holland, followed by Thomas Barada, Linda Williams, then Whitney Gifford, if that's
great, Megan. And we're going to limit everyone to 2 minutes. We will let you have a second bite of the apple if it is not repeating yourself, and that will be limited to 1 minute. So are you starting in order, Megan? I'm sorry.
Yes, Emily.
Emily first. Okay, welcome, Emily.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here. Oops, sorry. Not used to starting my video. Emily Molden here for the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I did submit a letter to the file. I think it was dated July 31st, outlining some of our concerns, and I have spoken at prior public hearings, so I won't necessarily go into repeating any of those. Primarily, they do focus on the environmental impacts of the proposed pool and also the vegetation disturbance associated with realigning the driveway. just a couple of things that I did want to bring up that haven't necessarily been discussed this evening. While I don't believe that the prior approvals of pools necessarily require the board to authorize this pool, I do want to also remind the board about the provision under the Moorlands Management District in the bylaw that allows for up to 400 square feet in aggregate of decks, porches, accessory buildings, and other impervious surfaces. And I know it has been discussed at prior hearings on this matter that that is already maxed out, and that adding the pool and whatever the surround to the pool would be would push them even farther beyond what that maximum requirement is under the Moorlands Management District. So I think that that's another particular concern with this property and this proposal. And then the other thing that I really just wanted to remind the board is that, again, in your bylaw, in addition to ensuring that the project is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw, the board is authorized and granted the authority to approve, conditionally approve, or disapprove applications for special permits. So I just wanted to put those two things out there for this evening's discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Emily.
So we have Thomas Holland followed by Thomas Berida.
Great. Welcome, Thomas Holland. I think you're muted, Tom. Tom, are you there? Maybe I'm gonna go over to Thomas Berida and come back to you, Tom. So if Thomas Holland, so if maybe you can figure out your problems with the technology here. Thomas Berida. Everyone done froze up here? Up there.
All
we go.
right.
Hi, Tom. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. I'm just reaching out. I'm just reiterating in regard to the Moorland Management 139-13, Section D that you spoke of. Under your purview of approvals is listed as landscaping and driveway and parking facilities. I'm going to reiterate this once again. The location of where they're putting the parking is in the front of the house at the highest point of the property. You'll be able to see it, as Joe Topham said, you can see this house a mile away. You can literally see it from across the pond and from the sewer beds all the way down to Miles Reese's house at the end of the pond, across the road over at the old, all the way down that road. So when you come out West Miacomet or even Miacomet Road, you're going to see all the parking. All the other houses along the pond have the parking in the back of the road of the properties. They've all been that way. Laughlin, our neighbors at 37, at 39 is in the back. The neighbor on the other side has the parking garage in the back where it was designed for the parking. So I'm really concerned that the scenic views are going to be destroyed by this. You're dealing with the pool. I agree with Joe Topham. I've been to houses at night where the back of the house is completely lit up with multicolored LEDs, just shining all night. So that's a huge concern as well in regard to the pool. So if there's an ability to move the shed back, be able to put the parking on the side, that'd be great. They've got the side access to the basement right there, so it could all be contiguous to that area. And in regard to doing the screening of moving the driveway in the front, there is a deed restriction of 5 feet for vegetation. So any vegetation that's to be grown can't be that tall because there's a deed restriction for site easements for the neighbors. So wanted to reiterate that as well. So even though they want to move the driveway to put the bend in, they can't do any screening in the front there because of the site restriction. So figured I'd relay that information as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thomas Holland, can you unmute and speak to us? All right, let's move on to the next two in line and we'll come back to Thomas before it's over. Hi, Linda, welcome. 2 minutes.
Hey, just a couple of things. I do a lot of pools in Nantucket, and the list that Steve did reiterate does come from the ZBA applications, and it does mitigate any runoff, any draining, any of that stuff, any lights. It deals with all of that stuff because I do these decisions all the time out there. But I just wanted to point out that way back when, I can't remember if it was the 80s or not, I was the chairman of the ZBA, and we had an issue out there. And it went to arbitration, it went to court, yada, yada. We had to settle because if we had pushed a court case in the MMD, because of the way it was formed, I have to go back through my notes from like 30 years ago to find out what the issue was. If we had gone to court, there was a good chance that the whole MMD would be kicked out as excessive, because at the same time, there was another case on the vineyard where they were trying to get excessive amounts of acreage and all kinds of restrictions, and the court beat it up and threw it back out again, saying it was excessive. This was going down the same road, and town council at the time suggested that we settle and not go into court because there was a good possibility, because of the way we adopted the 10-acre zoning in MMD, it wasn't done precisely correctly to make it stand up in court, that the whole MMD might get thrown out, which is why there hasn't been a lot of activity with legal things out in the MMD for quite a while. And I'm worried because I also have a pool coming in. I'm worried, but in a different situation than this one. I'm worried that if we arbitrarily decide that we don't like pools, and a lot of people don't like pools, and we don't go with what Steve has put forth, and I've read what he had, then we run the risk of going to court and jeopardizing the entire MMD, which really should be reviewed these days. But I'm also concerned that from a Concom point of view, which I'm on, that the endangered species, et cetera, has been reviewed by the state, reviewed by MIPA standards, and that they have not said that this pool was in violation of the endangered species, wetlands, moorlands management areas that are still not cut, that we're going to run a risk here going to court, having your negative decision overturned and jeopardizing the entire MMD potentially, if the standards are still the same as what they were back in the 80s, when I had to mediate a settlement with the people, as well as the ZBA at the time, which had jurisdiction, not the planning board. So I think we need to be very careful about not putting restrictions and conditions on this to make it palatable. That's lighting and everything else. So I just wanted to throw that on the table here, that I think there'd be some jeopardy.
Thank you, Linda.
Bird?
Whitney Gifford, yes, please.
I don't know why it's not working. Oh, hold on. That's not Whitney Gifford. Sorry, Art. Not allowing me to bring them over.
Well, then I guess we'll just do without video.
It's not allowing with or without. It's just, which is strange. But Thomas Barada has his hand raised again.
Okay, why don't we go back to Thomas and hopefully we can get Whitney squared away. Welcome back, Tom. What?
All right. Yes, sir.
Second bite, my friend.
No problem. Yeah, the whole court case thing with MMD. I mean, it's one of those things where if you that's a can of worms in regard. Barry had mentioned in the previous meeting that he wanted to speak with the town lawyers in regard to all this, in regard to figuring out avenue of how to proceed on this. Was there any question to you, Chairman? Was there any discussion with the town lawyer in regard to the whole MMD zoning and in regard to any issues that they would have in regard to that? The other thing that I wanted to raise also was that when 37 was built and 36 were built. Both of those didn't have any construction during the summer, regardless of inside. Between June 15th and September 15th, there was no construction at all because of the noise travel that's in the area with the they agreed to it for the wildlife and all that. So I just wanted to bring that back around because that was also part of those decisions on the last meeting, and also for the downward lighting. I know that there's a provision going through for the town bylaw and all that, but all the houses out there had that also listed as a restriction of lighting issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. As to the question about town council, I'm going to refer to Leslie, but I'm pretty positive that he didn't indicate that anything that Linda represented was a concern. Is that accurate, Leslie?
That is accurate. Right. If this decision was appealed, it would be about this decision, not the MMD in general.
Exactly. Thank you. Should we try Whitney again?
I'm trying and it's just not working.
Whitney, can you try leaving the meeting and coming back to it and seeing if we can get to you, please? If you can hear me.
I sent him an email as well. He keeps declining to be promoted to a panelist. So I don't.
Whitney, if you can hear us, don't decline the panelist position because that is the way we can have you in the meeting and hear your point of view on this. You want to try one more time? And
Not working.
all right, let's go to Linda. Linda, 1 minute on your second bite, please.
Okay, as far as town council opining on this particular issue with the dangers to having the moorlands management thrown out, when this transpired back in the day, we're going back 30 years probably, the moorlands management district had just been established. So it was only a couple of years old, I think, at the time. And so our town council at the time was very familiar how it got instituted and how the jeopardy might have occurred. Current town council probably has no clue when and how moorlands management was established and what the threat was to it at the time. So that's why just a cautionary comment about town council at the moment probably hasn't delved into it the way we had to back then in order to settle the lawsuit, and in light of the fact that the one on the vineyard had been thrown out of court as too excessive as well at the same time. And I think that was only 5 acres. So I just cautionary tale here.
Okay, thank you, Linda.
Mr. Chair, if I may, for a minute.
Please, John.
Just in reference to the fear of losing the zoning that Linda's talking about, I think by not exercising our right for the special permit, what we do is open the floodgates for everybody to just file for a pull, knowing that the threat of losing that moorlands management area, if you fight us, we're going to get it, and you might lose that entire designation. And I think from a real estate perspective, we probably have about 24 applications tomorrow. So by giving us that right to review each applicant for its own merit, and Dave, you stated this, Joe, you've stated this, on this particular parcel, it's not applicable where it would protect and maximize the limitations to the moorlands management district. So I don't think we should lay down to a threat that the entire area is going to be rezoned. I think it's detrimental to actually take that threat, approve it, and then have a burst of people coming through the door with applications for pulls. Thank you.
100% agree, John. Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, I just want to emphasize what John said. And let's not forget that this zoning bylaw was approved by the Attorney General at the time. And if anything, land use has become in ecologically sensitive areas has become more restrictive. So I just like to suggest we move discussion past what the case law is. We've apparently spoken with town council. We have a firm grasp or a reasonably firm grasp. And it seems like we've had a bunch of discussion on that, if I may say so. Thank you.
I agree. I'd like to open up discussion on the driveway changes and some other things right now. Give an opportunity for the attendee to get back on and hopefully we can hear his concerns. So how does the board feel about the driveway changes? Everyone's comfortable? Nat?
No, that was just me putting my voice back. I wasn't saying I wanted to talk yet.
Oh, I don't know, Tom. Three?
Just getting ready, that's all.
Okay. I see Tom had his hands up and took it back down. Tom, we will bring you back up, but please make this short.
You're speaking in regard to driveway changes. From the moment from the moment this application came in, there has not been a change on the driveway. You had requested that Cohen speak and client speak with the neighbors to try to come up with something to change the driveway. Those changes were never made. It was never changed at all from the beginning of this. So this is still the original plan of the original. So I just wanted to make sure that we all know that there wasn't a change.
Yes.
That's not true. That's not true. The angle and layout was changed to accommodate Mr. Barada's concerns about light shining in various locations. That is entirely false. Thank you.
Okay.
The parking area is relatively the same area then. I apologize, the parking area.
Okay. Thank you, Thomas, and thank you, Stephen, for clearing that up. All right, well, I guess who was that was waiting? He's not going to make it back on the meeting, it doesn't seem. No more hands up. What's the board's pleasure? I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make the motion. We close the public hearing because I'm not hearing anything further from the board regarding any additional testimony or discussion.
Okay. A second?
I'll second it.
Are you sitting on this?
No, I'm not even sitting, but I'm like, come on, let's go, you guys.
Stephen is sitting, correct? Let's get this straight.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
So it's Barry, myself, John, Matt, and Stephen, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, could we just check to see if there was anyone else that was?
I'm looking at it. There's nobody else that has their hand up.
Okay, I know that there was someone trying to get on, but okay.
No,
if
we've
that's
given them a lot of time to get back on. And
all right, then I will second Barry's motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Motion. Oh, Whitney's here. Let's put that on hold. Hey, buddy.
Hold that motion,
Hold
please.
that thought.
Hold that second.
You're muted, Whitney. You're muted. There you go. You came out of nowhere.
Well, I did what I thought I was supposed to do, which was start as a participant, and I was in the penalty box. I apologize. The last I heard was Emily talking about this. I did want to make two quick points. One was to remind the board that the MMD side closest to Cudweed and Wahlberg are very differently developed in terms of density, in terms of screening ability, et cetera, and therefore there is a clear and distinct distinction between the previous decisions and the one under consideration. Also wanted to point out that the pool lights this close to a house would be reflecting, and that clearly is in the bailiwick and within your jurisdiction to deny this application under the landscaping section. And you probably have already heard all of this, so I'm going to quietly sit here and let you get back to your vote.
Great. Whitney, thank you. Thanks for the effort to get back to us. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
So we have a motion on the floor, but Stephen's got his hands up here, so. Well,
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I can hold, I did want to speak to the driveway and some other.
okay, great. So let's continue with Barry's motion. John seconded.
Second. Oh, go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think respectfully, I'd like to wait at this point because if Steve's got some additional thoughts here, he can always influence the board into other directions. And I think
Stephen Welch?
Yeah. Yes, didn't you?
Stephen Welch is sitting on this with us.
Right, but didn't I hear someone on our board just say they've got some additional things for us?
Well, we were just closing the public hearing, but we don't have.
I'm okay. So if we've got additional things, respectfully, I'd like to hear those out instead of closing the public hearing.
Okay, so we're going to put that motion on hold and let's continue the discussion about this application. I have concerns about the driveway in that even though they're going to change it, which and I'm not clear, Stephen, will that be more disturbance or not by changing the driveway?
There would be 950 square feet of area disturbed, and that area would equivalently be revegetated in the relocations. It'd be a 1-to-1 there. Yes.
So my concern there is that revegetation isn't protecting what exists there, and in fact, even though we're revegetating, we are damaging undisturbed area, and it could take decades for a reestablished area to actually become the same as the undisturbed area. So I do have concerns surrounding the driveway. And that's just my thoughts. Thanks. Any other board members?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Stephen.
Yeah, my comments were going to track yours largely. I want to refer back to staff comments of July 10th, 23 in the report. Staff recommendation, my notes were staff recommendation tracks the broad concern of the board, which is quote unquote, generally not supportive of the creation of any new and or increased disturbances to the site. I think that we should be looking at bare minimum changes here, changes that are essential to the use of the property, basic use of the property. I agree with your comment about the disruption. I think replanting does not rise to the level of addressing the disruption. We want to minimize that as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other board members? Public on the driveway? Stephen.
Just one general comment, Mr. Chairman, that if there are any conditions, any concerns of the board, I consider any conditions to mitigate or ameliorate those concerns. I again find it uncommon that this board is refusing to consider mitigation of the conditions that it suggested as concerns about. Thank you.
Board members? Public. Barry?
So, Mr. Chairman, if there are concerns about the driveway, is there any discussion to be had about what the alternative would be, or just are you suggesting deny the application? I'm a little confused about what the next. We've vocalized concern about it, but now
I get you 100%, and I think that Stephen has set us in a situation, and he's okay with that, where he's almost said, take it line for line, and let's see where it goes. So I think, and maybe the board could, the staff, Megan, could help us with this. We can deny the pool if that's the way the board chooses.
Mhm.
Can we also deny the changing of the driveway yet accept the house changes?
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Oh,
I think it's important you take a look at each of the asks individually and compare those asks and reflect on whether or not they are in conformance with the performance standards. So you'll have to make that finding. Either it does comply or it doesn't comply based on what your decisioning is, but it has to be that rationale that's applied for either approving or denying. And I would suggest that you'd go through and take it line by line and have your discussion and decision kind of based in that order.
okay, great. Thank you. I'm trying to find that in the packet. Emily. Can you bring Emily over, Megan, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Welcome, Emily.
Sorry, it takes a minute to pop over here. I was just briefly going to support the concerns that the board members had raised about the driveway realignment. I think that, again, when you're looking at the specific provisions of the Moorlands Management District, as Megan just stated, those performance standards really need to be looked at for each element. And I think that the authority that is vested in the board to manage landscaping on these properties and again is really it's really focused on minimizing disturbance to this vegetation, not looking at how disturbance could then be mitigated, but really minimizing disturbance to begin with. And I also provided some additional supporting comments to that in my letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr. Gifford, yes, please.
I believe that the existing parking area on the site is in the approximate location of the proposed pool. If the pool is going to disappear, perhaps the parking could be tucked back behind the house again, and that would correct the need for a redirection of the driveway.
I don't think the parking was the pool was directly behind the house. Is that correct, Stephen? And the
Yeah,
parking is to the
The
side.
pool's next to the house, not where the parking was. That
Yeah.
what Mr. Gifford said is not accurate.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's right behind the house and the parking is next to the house.
So,
Right.
Mr. Chairman, just for logistics, if I could, I'd be looking for, if the board is so inclined to give an approval, to get a clean decision on on sort of everything, and then a separate decision on the pool. And if that included a denial of the driveway change, I would request that the board do that through an affirmation instead of a denial. In other words, that you approve, if you're inclined to grant the other changes, to say those changes conditioned on not making the change to the existing driveway. In other words, make that a condition of an approval as opposed to a denial. And then associated with that would be the submission of a updated site plan to the staff.
I think that that's a good way of doing it.
Yeah, if that what is the board is inclined to do. Thank you.
Megan, does that work to make one of the conditions that if we so choose that the driveway does not change?
Yes, we can add that as a condition.
Okay. All righty. Anyone else in the public? So let me just kind of do a scorecard here. We've discussed the pool, we've discussed the driveway. The rest of the changes are to the structure itself and the foundation, correct, Stephen?
Yeah, and the shed.
And the shed, which you're making larger, correct?
Yes, it's being replaced with a new structure. Yes.
Okay.
And then, like I said, there's associated changes to the decking and patio at the existing house with a reduction in the overall volume.
The reduction, correct. Barry,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if you want to pick up on what staff had recommended earlier, which was to maybe just look at the request from the applicant and just line item by line item, have the board do a yay or a nay on it. Megan, I think it's on page 68 where all the requests are located. I could be wrong here.
I was looking for it, so if you found
Yeah, I
it-
was just scrolling through and I think that's where it is. I just want to make sure that's the most recent iteration.
Yep.
But it's the note from Mr. Cohen there.
It's down farther. Oh, wait. No, it's down farther.
It's down further.
It says applicant proposes to the following.
Yeah. I maybe that'll just help to move some of the issues along here.
Oh,
Here's
I
some-
thought it was 68.
68 is what I'm on.
Yeah.
That's what I'm on in the PDF.
Proposes to
file.
do the following.
Yep.
I think that's it.
This is the most recent email, so that,
It's actually in
There
the
it is.
entire packet that you sent us, Megan.
so I don't, in the whole packet, like
Mm.
as everything merged together for all.
Like the 106 pages worth
Okay, hold on.
from the website. Sorry.
And I'll read it real quick and let me just make sure this is right. And Stephen, you can weigh in, please. To add 430 square feet to the second story area of the house in 3 locations within the existing footprint. This proposal will not add ground cover or any new impervious surfaces and has been approved by the HTC. That's number 1.
That sounds right.
Number 2, add a basement to the existing structure within the existing footprint. This proposal will not add ground cover or new impervious surface and has been approved by the Historic District Commission.
Yep,
Number 2.
that's correct.
Number 3, change the fenestration and decking. This proposal will not add ground cover to the new impervious surface and has been approved by Historic District Commission.
Correct.
For all the decks and stoops around the house, alter the decks and stoops around the house. This does not impact ground cover, but the impervious surface will be reduced by 20% to 1,341 square feet, a 313 square foot reduction. This has been approved by the HDC.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Number 5, add a 19 by 10 6-inch shed, 200 square feet, proposed to be not greater than 13 by 2 high at the ridge, and also an open shade pavilion, rear wall only, with a 16 by 14 off-roofed area of 224 square feet and a 16 by 8 pagoda, proposed to be not more than 14 feet 1.5 inches high at the ridge with a dry laid bluestone patio floor. The pool equipment will be. So I guess the question is here, right? Is
The
if,
cabana is out. The pergola cabana structure is out.
okay, so that we can cross off. Add, okay, then the pool is add a 13 by 36 pool, 648 square feet and dry laid bluestone patio of 200 square feet. This proposal will not add ground cover, but it will add new impervious surface. Both have been approved by the Historic District Commission. That's number 6. Number 7, alter the driveway and parking to change the driveway surface to shell, bend it, and add a shell walkway to the house. Adjust the natural disturbed area to add 4,087 square feet, but also revegetate with native species and eliminate 8,968 square feet of existing disturbed area, about 2-to-1 net benefit in reducing disturbed area. This proposal will not add ground cover or new impervious surface. Has been approved by Historic District Commission.
So I 2 things sounded off there to me. That sounded like the larger version of the pool, and that we've since reduced it.
Okay.
And we've actually increased, added additional revegetation area, which is in the file.
Okay.
Is that, I saw Megan nodding. Is that, you concur with that?
So the new pool dimensions are
So the June 30th submission
14 by 30.
up here, this is the most revised.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay,
Okay, so that would include these 7 points here. So that's how it's evolved through the months, and this is the most recent request.
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that, Mr. Chairman, you were reading a prior version.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
agree with Megan that what she's highlighted is the most current version.
Okay.
And then there's a site plan that reflects that too, that I think she
Okay.
put up previously.
Great. So everyone can see that. I don't have to read it. You don't have to listen to me anymore. So Megan, should we go line by line on this? And just have a straw vote?
Mhm.
Barry, is that what you're suggesting?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I'm suggesting. That way you'll know.
I'm not
what's
opposed
gonna-
to that. Yep.
Yeah, that way you'll know what's going to pass muster with the board and where your problem areas are. I think we've identified them, but I've done this in the past and it just seems to help maybe gel things a bit if you're so inclined.
Okay. So let's start with number 1, the alterations to the house. Why don't we just take a show of hands for people that are unopposed to this? Oh, all righty. Oh, thank you. But now I've lost my list. Hold on.
I'll bring it back up when we get to
Now,
the
what
next,
page is it on? I can do it.
Yeah.
So,
towards the top.
all right.
An email
It
dated
is,
this.
it's 15, I think,
15.
Dave.
Okay.
Yep. $15.
My computer is fighting with me. Okay.
Yeah, 15.
Okay, the second one is applicant proposes to replace a prior 120 square foot shed with a 200 square foot shed with a new location to provide more screening. So let's show a hand count with people that are not opposed to this.
Point of order, is this what we were talking about with the shed and the pergola and the open
Nope,
part of the
nope.
shed being, okay, this is,
That just a shed,
okay,
correct,
Correct.
Stephen?
I'm okay,
Yeah. The shade pavilion, the pergola, all that stuff is gone. It's just a shed.
okay, I'm okay.
1, 2.
4, 5, so everyone, okay, yeah. All right. Okay, so number 3 is no longer proposes the cabana or the pavilion, so we don't need to vote on that. Applicant proposes a smaller pool, 14 by 30, 228 square feet smaller than the pool previously approved by board, pools previously approved by the board, and is tucked in close to the house with less stone surround and an auto cover. So show hands of people that are not opposed to this.
I would suggest putting 5 in with X. It has to do with pool equipment.
Huh?
Number 5 has to do with the pool.
Okay, and we'll put number 5 in there too. So we're a show of hands for 4 and 5 that are not opposed to this. Okay, great, thank you. Applicant proposed to replace leaching pit with a modern septic system within the current disturbed area. People that are not opposed to that, please show your hands. All right. And finally, the applicant proposes to revegetate 9,471 square feet of now disturbed area and only a nominal new disturbance of 950 square feet. The area of proposed disturbance is not environmentally fragile or endangered, and a small bend that it would add to the driveway will reduce visibility of structures from the road. All construction will be in current disturbed areas, and revegetation is nearly 10-to-1 ratio is unprecedented. You have a way with words, Stephen. can I see a show of hands of people that are not opposed to this, please?
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just a question on that. It seems that if, for instance, the pool is not approved, then the square footage number, or the driveway rather, is retracted from the application, that square footage number would change. So I believe your question is whether we're supportive of
the
the
drive.
rehab work subject to any underlying changes to the application.
Yes, let's not take percentage of disturbed areas into account.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's, yes. So a show of hands of people that are not opposed to this. Okay. There we go, Barry. Does that give you some clarity?
I think it does, because now you're down to two sticking points here by the looks of it. Three
Yeah.
out of five on that very last point are amenable to it, and the pool, only one is amenable to it.
Yeah.
The rest of this is pretty well, the board seems to feel pretty well as the majority about the rest of the points. So I think I think we're there, but now you officially kind of know where we're at.
Yep.
So hopefully that exercise helped.
Yep. So do we have anyone else in the public with a hand up, Meg?
Yes, Thomas Holland. Well, he didn't get to speak last time, so I'm gonna try just allowing talk instead of promoting him to panelist.
Yeah, perfect.
Your time.
Welcome, Tom. Hopefully we can hear you. You are muted at the moment. I don't think so. Wow.
Working. Thomas, if you can hear us, you have to unmute.
Oh, no. Oh, his hand went down.
Well, I'm trying to promote him to panelist again since
Oh, and he was unmuted for a second. Can you unmute him, Megan, or no?
I can't. I can only say ask to unmute.
Thomas, you were unmuted for a second. If you can do that again and speak to us. Well, we can't say we didn't try. So the board's pleasure.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, just to summarize quickly with just a couple of what we had just exercised. Number one was the alterations of the house. It looked like it was unanimous. Nobody was adversely or unopposed to that. Number two, the shed cabana, nobody was opposed to that. Number three, I'm sorry, the shed.
Stephen was
the shed.
I thought we were differentiating between the shed and the cabana. Pergola.
We are. I'm getting to that. Sorry. Number three was the cabana, and that was no. We were all opposed to that. Number 4 and 5 was the pool and the pool equipment. We grouped together. There was one that was not opposed to that, and then the number 6, the septic. There was nobody opposed to that. And number 7, the alteration and the revegetation of the driveway, 3 were not opposed to that. Does everyone concur?
Yes.
Can I get a clarification through you, Mr. Chair?
Please, Stephen.
I also understood, and perhaps I misheard, the applicant's agent say that they would retract certain elements of the application as opposed to being included in a denial. And if that was the case, that was which elements? The driveway and the cabana pergola?
Mr. Chair, through you, the retraction or the elimination was of the pergola cabana structure, which does not show up in the currently proposed site plan, and it is not part of the final proposal. So that you don't need to deny it because it's not part of the current proposal.
Right.
All right, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, but I think we need to close the public
Close.
hearing first, Steve.
Yep. I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
And I'll second it.
Great. Motion made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Even,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Okay, Stephen, you're up.
All right, this is going to be a little lengthy. Obviously, I'll provide the written documentation of it for staff because who the heck wants to listen to me talk and transcribe this? I'm going to just give it to you all as opposed to paraphrasing because it'll just make it confusing. So the motion would be to approve the house alterations as submitted, approve the shed alterations as submitted, that the applicant would retract the cabana pergola portion of the application, that with respect to the pool equipment, pool accessories, and driveway alterations, this is the lengthy part. One, to maximize protection of moorlands and heathland vegetation and landforms through limitations on physical disruptions to indigenous natural systems. Two, to maximize the protection of endangered plant and animal species through the siting of structures and uses a maximum distance away from known or suspected habitats of such species, even when such habitats are located off-site. And three, due to the adverse relationship of the proposed pool equipment, pool accessories, and driveway alterations to the proceedings 1 and 2, application for the pool equipment, pool accessories, and the driveway alterations is denied. Lastly, restorative work should be limited to disturbances occurring as a result of modifications approved, which disturbances shall, to the greatest extent possible, be minimized to those only reasonably necessary. That's the motion.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a technical request?
Yes, sir.
So I don't want to. I did notice that Mr. Welch has the driveway in the denial, and I'll let the board decide whether they want to leave it there or not. But just from a technical point of view, could I request that he split his motion as a motion to approve X and a motion to deny Y? I think without commenting on the language, I think he has a pretty clean place to make that cut. So it would be I'd ask that you approve what he wants to approve and deny what he wants to deny instead of having it in one motion, if you don't mind.
Stephen, it's your motion. What's your?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't really see a purpose for that consistent with what we're doing. I'm fine with it as it is.
So just from a technical point of view, the purpose is to be able to get a building permit to build a house that's not in an appealed building permit.
Well, that's up to the applicant and the applicant's agent. I understand what's through Mr. Chair. I understand what the applicant's agent is trying to accomplish, which is to, at this point, after having gone through this lengthy process with the pool and the driveway perhaps being denied, separating them so that they can move forward with the house. And I don't mean to be punitive in any way, but after this lengthy process, the fact that these all came in under one application, I feel more comfortable simply having one motion and we move from there. And if the applicant wants to appeal the pool and the driveway, then they can do so, but that puts their own jeopardy, that puts their timeline in their own hands, as opposed to the planning board separating it out so that they can pursue the house construction changes immediately or immediately upon issuance of an approval letter. So the long way of saying is I'm good with the way it is. You all may not be, but I think there's certainly a rationale to how I'm approaching it, and I think it's valid. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Barry.
Yeah, and through you to staff at this point, I see Megan already nodding her head, and through Leslie as well too, but I can't think where this board has ever rendered split decisions on certain things, that it's usually an all-in on principle here, where pieces are accepted and pieces are denied. And then it tracks through from there. So I'm not keen, like Stephen said, I'm really not keen upon separating this into its separate components here for yays and nays. You've got the information from the board. I think that's more than adequately sufficient. We've vetted the discussion, and now the entire case will lay upon what all of those decisions weigh in together.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
John.
And through you, Mr. Chair, I agree. However, I think we didn't include number 6 for the septic improvements. I just wanted to make sure if we review that motion that was in there as well.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, thanks, Stephen.
Do we have a
Thank
second?
you for pointing it out, John. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to leave that out.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, motion made by Stephen, seconded by John. Stephen,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry?
And I'm really unclear what the hell, are we voting on the whole proposal now? Or just that one
Yes.
piece?
Voting on the whole proposal in the motion. Would you like the motion repeated?
No, that's okay. I just wasn't clear based upon just the conversation you had 1 minute ago. This is for the whole proposal now. I'm opposed.
Okay, and I'm a yay. Yes.
So glad I took my blood pressure pill before the meeting.
Sorry, Nat.
You look very relaxed, Nat.
I'm just,
So that's 4-1, correct, Meg? Okay.
someday this will get fixed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I appreciate your consideration, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen.
All right. Thank you, board, for being patient
Thank you.
on that. That was a tough one. Next is Costas. Oh, nope, I'm sorry. On to another good one. Mid Island LLC and AC Offices LLC 1818A 20, 22, 24, and 26 Sparks Avenue.
Thought we were on 33 Old South first.
Are
Yeah.
we? Did I skip over one?
Okay, just jump
I
on.
mean, if we're going by the staff
Oh,
report.
yep, I apologize. You're right. So Nantucket Old South Road LLC, 33 Old South Road. I apologize.
All right, Dave.
Rick, is there anyone else to bring over besides yourself and Art?
You know, do you see Cliff Shore there anywhere? He said he might be able to jump up, sure.
Yeah. Oh.
I see Cliff there. Are we ready? Oh, okay, was everybody just waiting for me?
Yes.
You were.
My apologies. I could have sat there forever, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Rick Bodett, for the applicant. I'm here with Art Gasparo and Cliff Shore, the owner of the property. Which I think all of you know is part of what was 33 Old South Road. We've been in front of you for a couple of meetings. We did continue the August meeting because Mr. Trudell was not available. So we're hopeful that we can hopefully get a decision today. Just to refresh everyone's recollection here. This is a definitive subdivision plan. It's a request for 12 buildable lots, 1 roadway lot in the R5 zoning district, requires 5,000 square foot of lot area and 50 feet of frontage. The roadway is proposed, you might remember, as a one-way roadway. It's been changed from 20 to 22 feet layout. You might remember it is an 11-foot traveled way, a 1-foot shoulder, 10 feet dedicated to parallel parking. And we did increase the multi-use path to 5 feet, and that's within an easement on the lots. What the biggest change that we've made since the last hearing is what's before you is we did reverse the direction of the roadway. We did that due to some staff concerns, a couple of board members. The board, I think, was split on which direction it should go. But in addition, a number of the neighbors' comments were centered around the direction of the roadway. So we did change the direction of the roadway to come from Old South Road and end on Tacoma. So we will likely, it's not the way we wanted it to go, but we will likely just add some deterrents for people to try not to cut through this roadway, some signage and perhaps some bumps, something along those lines. We did add shared driveways to the plan, you'll notice. We also, you'll notice, show the multi-use path extending around the CN part of the property that is on Old South Road. And we did previously agree to widen Young's Way at the intersection of Old South Road to 22 feet. The one thing we did see in the staff report that we respectfully disagree with is the need for a turning lane on Young's Way, a left turning lane that would require us to widen the end of Young's Way, at least the entire layout. And given that we all really haven't spoken much about that, and the change in direction, we'd like to keep it at the 22 feet that we already agreed to widen it to. And that's about it. If Art has anything to add, I'll turn it over to him, but otherwise we're certainly happy to hear your comments and take any questions you guys have.
No, I think you covered it, Rick.
Thank you, Rick. Board members. No questions or comments? Anybody in the public, Peg?
Yes, Arthur Reed
Okay.
and Michael O'Mara. So I'll both over as panelists. We'll try this again for this hearing.
Hey, Michael, welcome. You're muted, Michael.
I think Arthur was up. Arthur was up first.
Was he? Oh, okay. Hey, Arthur,
Okay,
welcome.
Thank you very much. Very glad to be promoted to a panelist. I just wanted to raise the point that we really appreciate the fact that the applicant in this case has agreed to move the direction of the travel so that it will come from Old South Road toward the rear rather than emptying any more traffic out from Young's Way into Old South Road. With that change, I no longer have any objection to the application and hope that you will approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Back to you, Michael. Oh, there we are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
I won't waste your time. I never like to follow Mr. Reed. And I agree with everything he said. I think it was a very constructive change. And I would just want to remind the applicant, not the board, that when they're deciding what they want to do with the piece of property up front that they're going to use commercially, I wish they would give strong consideration to having less impact on Young's Way.
Great.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. Anyone else in the public, Meg?
No, but I'm gonna see if Mike Burns, I see him on the Zoom, may be available to further provide some further context to the suggested turning lane. And what I can say from the staff level perspective, why we're asking for this now and not in connection with a future commercial use permit for the property abutting Old South Road, is because the planning board only can exercise the authority of roadway improvements during the subdivision process, not during special permit process. So that's why it's critical to capture this at this stage and not at a future stage.
Great. Thank you, Megan. Welcome, Mike.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I really didn't have too much to add. I think everything's been said, but thank you for taking comments.
Sure. Reasoning behind the turning lane now, could you help us with that a little bit?
Honestly, I'm not sure where the turning lane recommendation, the genesis of that was. I think we had talked about it, but that's something that I think we would be okay with not requiring.
Okay, thank you. Arthur.
Thank you. I would just like to sort of on the turning lane, one issue to just add some context. If you were going to have that turn in lane, from Young's Way, concerns that it's not at a four-way intersection. And I would have some concerns that, if you made that 3 lanes wide, it could create some confusion as well as some potential challenges for vehicles that are in a right-hand turning lane and then a left-hand turning lane in the middle, and then the entry lane on essentially the west side. Vehicles that would be in the easterly most right-hand turning lane would have possibly the vehicles that are in the middle in the left-hand turning lane as an obstruction to the eastbound vehicles on Old South Road. So I'm not so sure from, I think, an engineering and a traffic perspective that would be the best configuration there. And I with the change of the traffic flow and the vehicle counts that would be anticipated there, I'm not so sure that it would really be warranted either. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context of why I don't think that would be the best layout.
Thank you, Arthur. I mean, yeah, thank you. Got too many Arthurs here. Or Art. Arthur Reed.
Okay, Art and I have a arrangement that we worked out a long time ago. I'm always Arthur and he's always Art. I think that facilitates keeping things straight, and we won't change that. On the point of the width of Young's Way, I certainly don't think there would be any reason to widen it out to 3 lanes or anything like that. I do think that particularly if there is going to be some further commercial development, as obviously there will, on the part of the property adjacent to Old South Road, that some careful attention is going to need to be given to how that will be laid out. And I do expect that if Young's Way is being used as the access for that commercial activity, that there will be some need for some widening, not 3 lanes certainly, but something that would give a little bit more room for the vehicles that are turning in and out from Young's Way into Old South Road. Again, that will come up later on when the commercial application comes, but I think it's something that, since we're talking about it, should be kept in mind. Thanks.
Thank you, Arthur. Barry,
Thank you. I want to be supportive of staff here with this. I think that additional turning lane is necessary. Maybe not at this moment, and maybe not with the subdivision that's going to go on, but you've also got that commercial property that the board needs to very carefully consider what's going to happen there, and in terms of traffic generation and how that traffic is going to wind up flowing. I think this is the time that the board gets serious about this and makes a determination, as opposed to looking at it later on. We can decide that we can put an implementation date to it, whatever the case may be, but to just let it go off the radar at the moment, I think is not a wise decision by this board. So I do want to support staff in that decision. The other question I have is, at the other end of the property by Tacoma, it seems as though that the way to get into the property goes into the right of way of Tacoma. I'm not sure why it's developed that way. I'm surprised it doesn't, the turn doesn't really start until, yeah, go down. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So I know Tacoma's variable width and all that, but I'm just a little perplexed why it extends out that far into Tacoma, as opposed to not being at the very intersect of the property lines. There may be a rationale for it, but I'm just.
It must be the layout of Tacoma. Must be really wide or something.
I don't know, but you're into, again, you're into a right of way here. And I just don't know why that took place.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, thank you. I just, some clarity would be helpful here.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, we're tying into the existing asphalt road.
Okay.
So the layout for the lot, the rounding to the north, the property is divided, north of the road layout. But we're connecting to that asphalt road that exists. And I could have probably labeled that with a little more clarity.
I think that would be helpful just for the future, just to label that out. I didn't realize Tacoma there was deviating far enough off its tracks to warrant that change. But if that seems to be an okay thing with staff, in terms of doing that, I see Megan nodding her head. Yeah, okay, so I'm good with that. That's fine. But I think a notation on the plan would be helpful, just so that if anyone asks that question in the future, we've at least denoted it.
It's actually, through you, Mr. Chairman, it's actually there. It says asphalt
okay.
roadway. It's just off to the side just a little bit.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. But maybe just a brief narrative or something, just to kind of solidify that a bit would be really helpful somewhere. All right, thanks. No, I appreciate that. That's great.
thank you, Barry. Rick,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to respond to a couple things about the turning lane. Again, I just want to reiterate that with this particular application, we're putting no cars on Young's Way going out that direction. And that was the biggest impetus for sort of pushing back against the staff's concerns. I certainly can appreciate the staff concerns about addressing it now and the board's authority. However, I mean, you guys have known me for a long time, known Art for a long time, you know Cliff actually for a long time as well. So I think you all know we're going to accept any reasonable conditions in a new application before you. And we're going to, as Michael O'Mara said last hearing, Cliff is going to do what he says he's going to do. We're not certain, we've never discussed this, and we're not prepared to analyze it at this point. We've kind of come a long way on this application. And it's certainly something, again, that there will be another application at some point. I don't know when that is. But we don't want to tie this application to it. And so that's why, we obviously wanted to respect the neighbors and the board's concerns about widening Young's a little bit. But I think adding a third lane there might be premature. That's all. And it may be that, you know, it may be that that's the best thing to do there at some point, but we just don't know at this point. So.
Rick, I think the problem is that this is our opportunity to do it. And then farther down the road, we lose that opportunity. And so I think that's the concern. And I'm not sure that I'm in favor of it yet either, but I think that we cannot push it off. So if anything, if the board chooses, it might be wiser, and I hate to say it, but to really kind of suss this out with Mike some more, and then just put this off till the next meeting. I hate to say it because we are there. Like, I get it. Like, you guys are anxious. I feel like this application is there, but I don't think we can just pass this by and say we're going to address it later, because we don't have that available to us later if we approve it tonight. And that's the concern here, I think. Does the board agree with that?
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That I don't think we're gonna need the third lane. I think we'll probably widen the road when the next application comes in. But I do think we need to hold on to this and put it in our toolbox at a later date if we have to do that. But I don't think it's necessary. But I think it's important to honor the staff's suggestion.
And
the other thing is to just circle back on Barry's point about Tacoma Way, is that road at that end is narrow, and that's not till you get to the Artists Association. Does Tacoma widen out? So I don't know if that could be widened a little bit, or vegetation taken back. I just, coming from Young's Way, going by there, whether I'm going to Reed Shop or cycling studio or wherever, or Arthur's office, I feel like when I turn that corner, it's kind of narrow at that area. So with the added houses there, I think that needs to be widened somewhat. So.
And Meg, there's really no way that we can. I'm not comfortable with like figuring a way to readdress this after we approve. It just doesn't. Right, this needs to be done in conjunction with the approval of this subdivision.
Yes, whether it be expansion for a turning lane or getting rid of the turning lane, or expansion of Young's Way, widening that within the layout, whatever your roadway improvements are going to be on those roadways need to be fleshed out now.
Yeah, so I guess it's what's the board's pleasure on this? Do we feel strongly that we really need to flush this out properly through a longer discussion with Mike? Or do we just move forward? So I guess that it's the board's pleasure. Arthur?
I don't want to belabor the point, but I think that the Young's Way improvements really are, what I heard is from most of the board members, and that, doesn't seem to be, as well as from the abutters, there doesn't seem to be a real call for that third travel lane, as well as from Mr. Burns. So the improvements to Young's Way would be related to the width, which the applicant agrees to increase that width by a couple of feet to 22 feet wide. That's 2 11-foot travel lanes. I don't think you'd really want to go or it would be atypical to really be any wider than that. So I'm not sure what other improvements, if you're not going to go to the travel lane, which I think we could discuss further, but even with a commercial operation at on the other lot, I still would have some concern, I think, and the board, we could talk about it further if you want, but that a turning lane onto Old South, not at a sort of 4-way intersection, would really be something that would be desirable. It's not something you really would see anywhere else on the island. I mean, the turning lane I can think of that is working pretty well is at Airport Road, but it's very different. You're not, you don't have approaching, traffic at that kind of a speed that you have as eastbound traffic on Old South Road coming out of Macy's Lane. So again, I just think that you know, if we're going to take the turning lane off the table, and we've already offered to increase the pavement width by a couple of feet to that 22-foot wide to improve that's tied to this subdivision. I don't know what else really would be further to discuss. I'm open to it, but that's all we really, I think, have.
Thank you, Art.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is, okay, I agree with what Art just said. And I want to go back to some of the things that was said at the previous meeting. We talked about the improvements that are eventually coming on Old South as far as a sidewalk up to Young's. I mean, that was discussed a long time ago, Mike. I just don't remember where that ever ended up, but I know that at some point in time, that's going to be likely constructed. The biggest issue when you pull out of Young's onto Old South is sort of getting out there quick. You're on a kind of an incline, and looking to your left is difficult. It's not a good sight line there, but I'm assuming that that's going to also improve. But the way this neighborhood is going to function now is going to keep vehicles spread out. And having this one way is going to create where there's going to be different ways that people leave their house. Well, they're all going to leave towards Tacoma. That's why it's set up that way. But how they get to their houses is going to vary, depends on where they're coming from. They're going to come down Tacoma, take a left on Young's, and loop around. Or they're going to come Old South. It just depends. I think that the widening of the interior roads, you know, the existing Young's Way turn there is a good idea. I just don't see the turning lane being like a huge improvement for what's going to take place here, because we kind of, if Tacoma Way was like it was 15 years ago, we'd be having a different conversation. But there's more connector roads, there's more ways that people are going to get to and from their houses. So I think it's going to function as good as it can in its current design. I think that down the road, there might be some changes just that would happen on their own, not necessarily because of this. So that's how I kind of see it. I don't see this as a major, you know, problematic plan that we have now. I think it's about as good as it can be. The on-street parking on the new road is more important than the direction being two-way. I think we kind of flushed that out last meeting. I mean, you need to have that on street for those people. So I'm good with what you've got here myself. I do think that spot at Young's, as Joe said, is true. It's a little tight there, kind of, and that needs to get kind of fixed. It's a little bit like Teasdale, kind of. Okay, so that's how I kind of see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I kind of agree with Nat. I don't think we're going to, it's immediate concern for the turning ratio. I do follow what staff is saying. If we don't get it now, then we might not get it later. But I think with the change of directions, you know, the natural inclination is to go when you exit off of this road. Now you're going to make a right on Tacoma and you're going to go to Fairgrounds. So you're probably not going to go down there and then make a total U-turn, come back Young's Way and go to that area just to make a left. It's just that natural way that you're going to go down Tacoma. I think we also have to we have to put things into perspective. It's a fairly decent sized subdivision, obviously, but it's not the 107 units from Richmond, single family, and the 225 apartments that we had a turning lane over there. I can see that. Because if we have to issue a turning lane for everything, we're going to have one that we discussed about over at Amelia, and then we'll have one here on Young's. We'll have one past Amelia, maybe where we eventually have a road that exits out there as well. So I don't want to get too crazy, but from a legality standpoint, I see the rationale with staff. If that's something that we have to do, maybe there's a provision that we could say, we're not going to require it now. I'm not sure from the legality standpoint, but I agree with Nat. I don't think it's really a necessity right now. But from staff, I'm not sure if we absolutely have to have it now.
Thank you, John. Barry?
I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. I think it's important that we kind of stay in step here with what staff wants to do, but through you to Mike. Mike, is there an opportunity here? Is there a certain trigger point where we should be saying, all right, maybe not today, but there is a trigger that's going to sit there that says, all right, by this juncture in time, we need to do this. So I don't know if you've given that any thought or not, or is it just we should be doing this today? End of conversation.
Thank you, and Mr. Chair. I'd say I'm bringing up the volumes along Old South Road and all the different intersections and the ancillary roadways to Old South Roadway. I mean, the volumes are pretty similar to Amelia and Lovers Lane. There's, no control at Amelia Drive, and Lovers Lane has been the focus of other traffic studies with similar flows. And it is, Young's Way isn't a passing intersection. There is significant delay to get out of Young's Way, but I think what John Trudell mentioned about with the subdivision development and the flow of the added traffic, they're be using Tacoma. I think it comes down to just what the I guess what's tolerable for the people in that area, if they actually, if that's something they're willing to tolerate. Like I said, it's the same condition along Amelia and Lovers Lane, which are just right in the same vicinity. They have very similar volumes. So, you asked about a trigger. I would say it's there because it's a failing intersection for the Young's Way approach, but it's failing at Lovers Lane and it's failing at Amelia as well.
Mike,
and that seems to be tolerated. So,
Mike,
yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chair.
In your opinion, would a turning lane help mitigate that failing intersection?
Sure, a marginal improvement. Those taking left-hand turns are still going to have that issue, but again, it's just I don't think I need to explain the benefits of a right-hand turn lane, but yeah, there'd be some marginal improvement.
Okay, Barry.
Just to follow up too, one thing to remember is that up near Old South Road, you also have a number of pre-existing businesses that are there that aren't always all tracking to the right. So I think this is, I have to agree with Mike, and I appreciate his comment about looking down the future pathway here. I think you need to really seriously think about those pre-existing businesses that are there and realize they'll still continue with traffic generation. And then you're going to have to think about what will that commercial property lend itself toward in the future. So I, for one, think the time is now under which to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Joe?
Thank you. I kind of feel like the failure of the street is the width, but the other part of it is if you take Amelia, they are those turning corners at the intersection. And I feel when someone comes on the Lovers Lane, there is that crossing over the other lane, if someone going towards Old South Road. So I think that when this is improved by widening it, when adding, rounded corners at the intersection, I think that will really help out a lot of the flow and get rid of some of this dysfunction that's going on right now. But yeah, I think that there definitely should be something captured within this. And Rick and Art have mentioned that they would, make this a better intersection at as needed. And I just want to make sure that that's there. So, but I think Amelia works well because you're able to come off Old South Road not come to a stop like you do coming to Young's Way. And that's what I think may cause problems. I'm sure people are getting rear-ended or whatever, some accidents are happening there. So I just think that that should be
It's
something that should be
7 o'clock.
brought up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right. What is the board's pleasure here? Barry? You're muted, Barry.
Sorry, Megan, get someone to the public.
Oh, do it.
That's what I was just gonna say.
All right.
Thank you.
Malcolm McNabb. Oh, did he disappear?
It just takes a
Okay.
time when you get promoted to a panelist.
Hi, Malcolm. Welcome. You're muted.
I pushed the wrong button.
We can hear you now.
I'm sorry. I'm waiting for another agenda item farther along.
Okay, great. No problem. Thank you, Malcolm.
My apologies.
Not a problem. Anyone else, Meg? Doesn't look that way.
Not seeing anyone, no.
All right. All right. How would the board like to proceed here?
I don't want to hold them up personally.
Yeah.
Over this. You know, Mike, we've got I just want to get back on something real quick while he's still on. We've got the Old South Corridor study stuff. We had a lot of information prior to COVID that's come back to the forefront thanks to the Carl Jellamy petition for the roundabout that was brought up during that beta review, BETA people. What was that, 2018? And I know that this spot wasn't hot then because it wasn't even at all talked about. It was Amelia, it was the other intersections, and now this has all of a sudden come up because of this land becoming, you know, exposed to build, you know, to what it was. Just no one ever talked about this. So I think that there's going to be opportunities in the future to, this isn't like we're building Amelia Drive wrong in 2023. If that makes sense to everyone, you know, Amelia's 23 feet wide. Now, and the trees are all grown, and now you can't really fix it the way it would have been done if we had built it today. That would have been 28 feet wide with one side parking. So this particular road, we're not looking for on-street parking on Young's Way. We're not trying to do those things. And I just don't see that this is not the same type of situation. We're not creating the next Amelia Drive. I don't see it. Barry, I know, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I just don't see that that's what we're creating. It's the cars are circulating around these roads. People are finding new ways, like Waite Drive now, banging a right, banging a left there. I mean, I've taken it half a dozen times now. I didn't even realize I could do it sometimes still. But I just don't see this as a huge problem that's just going to automatically happen as a result of this development, the way we have the vehicles moving towards Tacoma. Now I'll probably have to eat my words in probably 7 years, roughly, but hopefully not.
You're muted, Dave.
I'm going to go to you, John, and then Rick. Oh, Rick's hand came down, so I don't know. John.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just trying to think about this, but this turning, it's not like we can't do it later on. To me, it just boils down to if we require it right now, the developers are going to have some financial impact and pay for it. But if we don't require it and it's not needed, nobody's really affected until later on, maybe 5, 10, 20 years, and we decide we need it, then it becomes a town issue that we can always do it. So to me, I mean, I don't want to penalize anyone right now for something that might not happen for 20 years. And that's contrary to what I usually think. I want to be proactive and long-term plan. But I think in this particular case, it's, you know, where we're talking about entering and exiting, and that change of directions really kind of changed it for me. If it was going the other way, I probably would have been more in favor of that turning ratio, but our turning lane. So I think it really just comes down to money and responsibility. But right now, I don't think it's needed. And it may be when we develop future for industrial areas down or the commercial properties down the street, or, you know, we're still working on Amelia to change that and fix that. And that might play a part in it, but right now I don't think it's necessary, and I don't want to hold up the application as Nat was saying as well.
Thank you, John. Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, part of my frustration with this is that it sort of came out of nowhere. I mean, we all trust staff and because they do a great job, and but you know, this has never come up until now, and we've kind of been waiting a couple months to present this new plan to make everyone happy. That's the first thing that's a little concerning. And the second thing is, you know, Amelia Drive is completely commercial, almost entirely commercial. And the town is trying to fix that. They've taken portions of it. I mean, is there going to be a turning lane there as well? And that's just commercial. I mean, I think it's just unprecedented of you to require a turning lane, even if we talk about the commercial property, the CN property on the front, for such a small development to require some kind of turning lane on a side street or anywhere. I do get it. I you know, even though people were resistant about it on Old South for Richmond, it helps, and I do get it. But that's a massive subdivision. It's 100 lots. You know, it's a couple hundred apartments. Puts a lot of pressure on the roadway, and I know that this is not the same animal. And you know, the third thing that's a little bit frustrating is just, you know, that whether you have the authority or not, you request road improvements all the time, and people give it to you all the time on MCDs, on special permits. You ask for road widening on second dwellings. So, you know, why would we think someone wouldn't give it to you if you were asking for it, holding a MCD over their head? So I think it can be addressed later. I think if necessary, it will be addressed later. And so that's all. I just wanted to kind of reiterate all that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rick. I think we've talked enough on this. Let's do we have anybody in the public that needs to have their voice heard? It does not appear that way.
I'm not seeing anyone.
No, so I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Joe, seconded by Nat. Nat.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
And I'm an aye as well. Entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve with the one finding and the 10 conditions made by staff. I don't believe anything was mentioned in the turning ratio with those findings and conditions, and I'm not going to add that in for my motion.
Thank you, John. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John.
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
No.
and I'm an I as well. So that passes 4-1.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh,
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
sorry, just a point of order. I thought the conditions referenced the turning
I don't
radius,
think they do.
the turning lane. I think they did.
I don't believe they do.
I read through them, Rick. I didn't see them in the conditions that I have printed out.
No, it's not.
Oh.
Get it.
No.
Meg?
Conditions I have.
It's in condition number 3. So I just need for
Well,
you.
I did make a verbal message, note that it was not going to be required,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
I don't.
intersection improvement.
So is there any intersection improvement that's going to be required at all in connection with this subdivision? Or are we striking that like?
Well,
No, the intersection improvement is the widening of the intersection.
Yeah. I knew if you're gonna do anything.
We need to be clear on that in the decision. Are we widening to 22 feet? Are we striking it all? Are we just axing the turning lane? What's happening with that?
The wrong one.
All right.
I'm sorry.
What is,
Looking at the wrong conditions. I apologize.
yeah. What is the layout? All right, I don't mean to put you on the spot. What's the layout over there? On that end
for
of the
Mr.
other-
Lowell, through you, Mr. Chairman, it's 30 feet.
Is 30?
Yeah. And we offered to go to 22, so on the pavement. So if that helps you.
Yes. Yeah, and we discussed that in more than one spot, but we were focusing on the part that turns into, where Young's turns at, towards the Tacoma direction. But yeah, I'm definitely in favor of widening the entrance, down to a certain length. I'm not sure exactly how far to go, but it definitely should be widened.
I mean, it should. I'm sorry, but we agreed to widen that and you guys accepted that,
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
correct? So by my reading, that is the intersection improvements.
Right.
And John verbalized not to include the turning lane.
Yeah.
So
Agreed.
Barry's shaking his head. Barry, speak, please.
Yeah, I'm now thoroughly confused because I understood condition 3 was removed in its entirety. So, and the
Well,
board's
excuse me.
voting.
We never.
Could I just
Wait,
read?
time out.
Yeah, I made the motion. I
Let me
made the motion
finish.
with the finding
Let me
and the
finish.
conditions.
Barry, okay, wait, hold
In
on.
the-
Time out, guys. Time out. John, let
Thank you.
Barry finish. I'm sorry. Let's let
I-
Barry finish and then it's back to
All
you.
right, so now the board has voted and now you're modifying the decision at this point?
Not at all.
No,
I
don't
think
we
you,
are.
I think respectfully you are, and this is where I'm starting to have a problem with what direction is this board now taking?
Okay, time
All
out.
right,
Barry.
so,
We
thank
never
you.
removed 3 in the motion.
Absolutely not.
And it was verbalized that it was not to include the turning lane. The verbiage in 3 does not mention a turning lane. It mentions intersection
Improvements.
improvement,
Correct.
which is the widening that we have all agreed upon.
That was
Does
my,
anyone have an issue with that statement?
Not at all. That was my motion.
Okay.
that was my
I
understanding.
think that motion stands and the vote stands. Megan?
So we're clear the intersection improvements includes widening to 22 feet, and I'll just change the verbiage in that condition to reflect that.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse everyone at the end there.
No, I
Appreciate
mean, rightful confusion, but
Oh, no, yeah, better to clarify now.
okay.
Right,
Thank you,
thanks so much.
guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Now we are on to Ack Island LLC, Ack Offices LLC, 1818A 2022 2426 Sparks Avenue.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind board, I did mull in and watch the video. even though I missed the meeting on August, but I am back on and I did sign them all in papers and documents.
Great. Thank you, John. How are you, Dan?
Good evening again.
Good evening.
So Dan Malloy for the applicant, I believe, Steve Cohen may be joining us, as well as the applicant, Mr. Fiamara is also online if there's any specific questions. So at the last meeting, I think we're close to wrapping this up. So at the last meeting, we talked about a landscaping lighting plan that has been filed with the board. That was really the only remaining additional information or revision that we were looking for. There's some other things that we've talked about in terms of conditions, if we get to the point where we're looking at an approval. And obviously the board's aware, I think we mentioned last time, that we do have the easements in place with the house for the side of the property. So all that common driveway and everything is now in place. So there really isn't anything new to present to you. I can go through where we stand on, where we left everything. Obviously with the one-way entrance on the Cumberland side and the shared entrance on the house fitter side. Aside from that, the plan is exactly the same as what you saw at the last meeting. So like I said, I can go into more detail if you have specific questions, but I don't think we have anything new to really present it. I think we're done.
Thank you, Dan. I agree mostly, but I think early in the process, we asked for you guys to use a more recent rainfall calculations in your drainage plan, and that you guys agreed to do that, and also agreed to maybe address nitrogen by putting swales in and adjusting your drainage plan. And I'm not sure that happened.
Well, that was a detail we were expecting to capture with Ed Pesci.
Okay.
I know Ed has reviewed everything to date. We did review the rainfall data quantities you're talking about. That was a question I think that came up with the land bank. And all of the data we're using is exactly in line with everything that's been used both by us and all the other consultants on the island.
Okay.
So we're not, and I've certainly talked to Ed about this as well. We have not come up with any variable data that was suddenly doing it differently.
Okay.
So that is in place. And in terms of the nitrogen, that's something we planned on making some modifications to the drainage system, which again, Ed would be involved in reviewing, which on the face of the plan, without getting into real detail, I'm not sure that anyone would be able to notice what we actually changed to make that happen besides possibly Ed.
That could be true. I'm just checking it off the list and making sure it's been addressed. So,
and I know I do know Tucker Holland is on as well. So I do know he would like to speak about the affordable housing aspect of this. But I guess we're here to answer questions, but would like to move towards closing the public hearing unless there's after everybody speaks, unless there's some other open items.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dan. John.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just when I was reviewing and looking at the discussions, the new parking area with the roundabout kind of thing in the corner there. If I'm not mistaken, by doing that and not having the easements with Cumberland Farms, it reduced the parking, if I'm not mistaken, by 10. Was that correct?
That's correct. We had 90 spaces before, now we have 80, which even though we've lost 10 spaces, we're actually still providing the zoning required parking on the property.
For all the residential and commercial applications there?
Yeah, so the zoning bylaw, when you're having, in this case, the bylaw for the MyPod in this district specifically requires that when we do the parking calculation, we take into account the available on-street parking. We also take into account the availability of shared parking in our interconnections with abutters. We've met all that criteria. So by the definition of the bylaw, we actually only need 78 spaces. We're providing 80.
So I guess to follow up, Dan, with that one is, aside from the shared parking, are there designated parking places for the tenants?
We haven't got into specific designations. We've talked about it back and forth. I think at some point we will likely produce some type of designated plan. But we just haven't gotten that level of detail.
Yeah, and that's a concern only because obviously when we look at the broad picture and developing that out of town, downtown area, parking is obviously going to be paramount. How many people that we put in there, it's kind of a catch-22 because we want to have affordable housing there. It is in the public transportation area. There's a lot of things that are a benefit to that as far as the stores and but if we don't have designated spots, we're going to have shared spots with the Stop and Shop, obviously Cumberland Farms, House Fitters, and I worry that, you know, as we get into the summer season, anybody out there, they were parking across the street at the post office just to go grocery shopping, and that's kind of the whole point of shared parking. But for tenants, if they don't have a place to park and they're living there, that could be a problem. If you're just driving around waiting to pull in, park, grab something for the grocery store, whether it's your, you know, weekly shopping or you're just picking up some things at Cumberland Farms, you know, you can take a little time to find that spot, run in and run out. But if you're living there and you don't have a place to park, that could be a problem.
I think on that front, we can certainly provide a plan to the staff. I mean, looking at the general parking layout, if we're going to make designated parking for residents, I would assume, looking at it, the likely place would be across the back where we have the 33 spaces immediately across the back of the parking lot. That the interior configuration is still a little bit in works as we're working through the HTC process in terms of door placements. But right now it's looking like the majority of the commercialized, say the first floor aspect of entrance is going to be on the sides and the front, with the majority of the residential loading in the back. So some of that's going to move around depending on how we land with HTC.
Yeah, and one thing I want to add on to that a little bit, John. So to your question, to your point, we're going to have a lot of public transportation there as well too. A lot of these tenants, I don't think will have a parking car, won't have the need for it, and we don't want to give away a spot that's a unit, for example, that doesn't need a part and sitting there vacant as well. So it's kind of like a touch and go kind of situation there with the parking. If we only need, I don't know, 22 spots for tenants, when we have, you know, if we have 32 apartments, you know, we're not gonna waste sitting there. So we have to kind of like feel it out and see how we're gonna do it. But to answer your question, they will have assigned parking spots.
Yeah. There is a way to work around that, as we do on Main Street for loading. If you travel up Main Street on the left-hand side, right there, or the well, there's parking that is designated for loading zones from a certain hour, and then after that, you know, I think it's 11 o'clock, then you can park there. Similar to residential in that commercial area, you can make designated spots after, let's say, 7 o'clock, and then at least those designated spots will be available for the residents that have a pass or sticker or something like that. But during the day, they'll be open to you know, customers or you know, people, shoppers.
They will just so we're clear, they will.
Mr. Fudemara,
Tenants will have.
Please go through
designated
the
spots.
chair. Mr. Fudemara, please go through the chair.
Okay.
Thank you. John, were you finished?
Yeah, that's it, Dave. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Fudemara, if you've got a response.
I will say that tenants will have designated parking spots.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members with questions? I can say this about the parking. I understand it. I understand the waivers. I think they're all legitimate. I question the effectiveness of this parking bylaw, but that's another story. But I've spent some time looking at it, and they're not taking anything that they haven't earned here, so or isn't available for them through the Mid-Island Overlay District and the parking bylaws. So anybody else? Stephen.
Sorry, just procedurally, Mr. Chair. Questions or comments at this point?
All of the above.
Okay. I guess I do have some comments, if I may.
Yep.
I'm concerned about the circulation and safety. Number one, site access, including the lack of cross connection with the Cumberland Farms. We do try and encourage these open connections, traffic flow, parking sharing. I think in that area, which is becoming more developed as per the master plan for that area, cross connections are essential. Also, the parking management plan, some 60+ bedrooms. Typically you're out here on Nantucket, that could equate to as many vehicles as bedrooms. And I understand the requirement under zoning for cars, but we're also looking at the need. We've got 2 restaurants and a bowling alley. And if there's, it just does not seem as though the parking is going to be sufficient. So that's another reason for my concern with circulation and safety. Also, management of the designated parking spaces. Is this something that's going to be posted as no parking? And then since it's posted, you get involved with towing and calls to the police department. And is that going to become a burden or an issue? I can see where certainly during the summertime where people are here for reckless abandon vacationing in their short-term rental, that parking signs are not going to be the thing that's focused on so much as other things. Lastly, at this point, I'm concerned about the lack of or the very limited amount of impervious surface. And I understand Ed, who always does a wonderful job for the town, is on top of drainage, stormwater runoff, and so on and so forth. But this just seems to me like there's not a lot of impervious space, and there's really no room to speak of for vegetative buffering between this highly dense commercial structure and neighboring residents to the rear. I think it would be primarily the south. So those are my comments for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Any other board members before we move on to the public?
Yeah, just real quick, Mr. Chair. I mean, I got so many things to say, so I'm just going to try to condense it for now because I'll have another opportunity. So today I got my tape measure out. I went over to Cumbies, backed up in the corner there by the pedestrian path that we required when that application came in, which, by the way, was not for a Cumberland farm. It was for something commercial, but it wasn't Cumbies. Okay, just so everyone knows, I say that every meeting on this topic, on this application, just to remind people of that. It was a use we permitted. It wasn't Cumbies. Okay. The exit only at Cumbies is 22.5 feet wide. That's 2 feet wider than Sconset Road. Just so you know, the inside of that's how wide the boulevard is. And it's only an exit. There's a lot of room to improve the flow of these 2 projects, Cumberland's and this project, to make it work really, really well. The delivery truck currently, Tuesdays and Fridays, same reservations they've had for 15 years or more. That truck comes in at the gas station exit, jiggles its way like a giant caterpillar through that property, across the back, and aims out the exit and kind of sort of parks on the left side of that exit, because there's plenty of room for vehicles to get by the truck, which is good because it's really, really wide. If that exit was 14 or 15 feet wide and really only had room for 1 vehicle, that wouldn't work. So it's very unfortunate that this can't get solved the way we solved Dan's Pharmacy's mess when Cape Cod 5 finally broke ground. It's too bad that we can't solve this like we did at Bank of America when there was no signature for the exit where it currently is at the post office. People don't remember these things, so I like to kind of roll back a few years just to kind of explain things. And just so you know, when we approved the Craig property for the DJ McKinnon project, which included a bowling alley and all kinds of stuff. I don't know if actually it wasn't a bowling alley, it was some kind of recreation thing underneath, wasn't it, Barry? Or was there an actual bowling alley there? I think there was. There was an awful lot of stuff that got approved there. And one of the things was, because it came later down the road when the gas station got approved, for that truck to be able to drive through Sanford Road, which is a private road, and they were supposed to widen Sanford Road a little bit. So we were getting them to do something to help facilitate the gas station that you see today next to Cumberland Farms. So there are all kinds of examples of abutters working with the next applicant to reconstruct the next property in the Mid-Island, one parcel at a time. And if this project was 3 separate projects, let's say the fees sold to somebody else. Now let's say the Waterhouse is sold to somebody else. And let's say the Canes or the Rhinamo sold to somebody else. What would you have here? You'd have 3 different applications with all sorts of confusion. We're lucky to have one parcel, but we're never going to be, the whole Mid-Island isn't one parcel as far as an application. That's the problem we face as planning board members. We shift traffic around. We go from one side to the other. We complain about this, we complain about that. But at the end of the day, the vehicles and all the uses and all the people using these businesses as they come and go, like West Creek Road, how many times have those businesses changed over the last 25 years? This is the kind of stuff that you have to use historic decisions to make decisions now. Okay. So I want to, as far as this is how I stand, I want to use every bit of leverage we have to plan for that Cumbies exit to become 2-way in America. So you're driving on the right instead of the left when you come in, and which will help alleviate the current confusion that exists there now with the gas station exit, and will help the whole thing flow as if it was one project. That's all I have right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Good points. Mike Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think Matt mentioned some things that I was going to mention about the loading zone. But I just wanted to note that in the peer review that was completed by a beta group on this, that there were some recommendations that were made to the site plan. So I just wanted to not lose those. And I think the applicant had mentioned that they're having some detail added in the future about the parking space designations. A couple of things that came up during the peer review was electric vehicle charging station spaces, and the just showing where the bicycle parking. The applicant mentioned that not a lot of the other residents of the apartments would have vehicles. I'm very sure there'd be a lot of bicycles at this location. I just don't know where those are going on this, and it's probably good to think about details like sheltering the bicycle parking spaces if there's residents living there, just so they're out of the elements. So I would just echo those 2 things. And then something that's not in the peer review letter, Mr. Chairman, I'm just looking at the lighting plan, and it did seem like the fixtures along Sparks Avenue were set in the middle of the sidewalk. I was just an ask to locate those within what's being designated as landscaping so that they're out of the way. As you may know, that Surfside Road, that we wanted to widen out that sidewalk there to have it function as a quasi side path for bicycle usage. Having an ornamental light fixture in the middle of the sidewalk might be uncomfortable for some cyclists. So
Only if they hit it.
Only if they hit it correct.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Was that it? I guess so.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, great. Any other board members before we go to the public? Tucker, do you want to step in before we go to the public and explain what's going on with housing and affordable housing with this project?
Sure, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. Obviously there are many factors that you all are dealing with in considering this development. I'm here strictly on the housing front. Obviously, if this project is going to be built, I think it could do a lot of good for the year-round community. I have had discussion with Mr. Fumara ongoing for a while, but particularly since your last meeting, to talk about really two principal things. One, that 8 of the 32 proposed units be permanently deed restricted at the 80% AMI level. And for the whole project, all of the units, the income restricted and market rate units as well, to serve year-rounders only. And that is an intention that Mr. Fumara, who obviously can speak for himself, but he's represented to me that has been his goal from the very start with regard to the housing at this location. So if those things can happen, Mr. Fumara also indicated that he is willing to do those things so that they can, first of all, serve our year-round community, but also they can serve in terms of eligibility for our subsidized housing inventory. The board may be familiar that our 10% requirement from the state went up recently following the 2020 census. So it has gone from 490 units to 618 units. So 32 units counting towards that would be important. And, Mr. Fumara is, has made outreach through me to the Affordable Housing Trust, with regard to how these units could be bought down and the project accelerated, much in the same fashion as we have done with the Richmond development. So again, I know you're considering many different facets of this, but to the extent that this project can serve year-rounders with 32 units of quality housing, I would be very supportive of that. And this is the location that I would add is really, it's the definition of walkable living, given all of the goods and services that are located nearby. In fact, a few years ago, when we were looking at the old fire station site just across the street for possible development of housing, the chair of the land council and I authored a letter to the Inquirer and Mirror saying, hey, like that old fire station site is a perfect location for density. So I think there are some very good things that could come out of this for housing. But again, I'm not privy to all the other things that you have to consider. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Tucker, for bringing all that information forward. I think it's important for people to hear and understand. Board members, before we go to the public? Great. Meg, I see we've got some hands up already.
We do. So I'm going to bring over Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Meredith Lepre, Galen Gardner, Emily Molden, Chris Young, and Charles Sale. So, and Julie Young. So I'm just going to go through and start promoting to panelist, if you want to take in that order.
Okay, great. Hi, Val, welcome. You're muted, and you're also welcome to turn on your camera. Perfect. You're muted still, Val. Muted.
Sorry.
There we go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me have something to say. I appreciate it. So I think I've made it known that my biggest concern with this project is its over aggressive size. And it's so out of context. But what I'm not hearing tonight, and it's really freaking me out, is that I went back through all the minutes of every meeting that this has been at. And for over a year and a half, you board members, as well as the public, have repeatedly asked for this project to be downsized because of the concerns of traffic, because of the concerns of parking. Mr. Welch said it earlier, something I was going to say, there's 62 bedrooms and not even enough to serve each one of those bedrooms and have less than 20 left over for all the other services. I admire wanting to help the housing situation. I appreciate that. So let's get rid of something else. We do not need to approve this as it is. I think you have the right to say, no, not in this way, or not with this much volume all thrown in together. I'm not going to get into the traffic because we all live it and we know it. I think the 1,000,000 pages of data that was included in the packet are just, I don't even know what those are supposed to be or how those make sense. But let's talk the metrics of how parking is planned. It really does need to be readdressed. And you mentioned Richmond earlier. That's an example of how the metrics just aren't sizing up. I do believe you need at least 1 car space per bedroom. It's just a fact. People who need housing still have cars. I'm just saying. And unequivocally, there should be no waivers issued for parking at all. I don't care if you get credits for this and that. There needs to be more parking. And here's the thing. A reduction in uses means a reduction in spaces required. So let's keep that in mind. You don't have to have 2 restaurants, a bowling alley, 34 apartments, and a bank. I mean, let's be realistic. Make it all housing then. I just want to say that I'd like you to take the time that you need to properly consider and weigh the outcome of this project, because it is a big one and it is going to have a huge impact, not on just Mid-Island, but Island as a whole. Take the time to make the best decision for our island, not for the developer. I feel like, as a person who sits on a town board, we're getting pushed into fast tracking everything by commercial entities that see our island as a hot commodity. And I think seeing as a hot commodity means we're going to lose the irreplaceable treasure that we have. There can be something here. Absolutely. It's exciting. We're all excited to see something new, but not of this magnitude. I want you to please ask you to consider asking the applicant to downsize this project significantly because of the negative way it's going to impact all of us on the island. And thank you very much for letting me say something.
Thank you, Val. I appreciate your opinion and your point of view. Meredith Lepre? I just want to remind everyone 2 minutes, and then if you return for a second bite, you'll get another minute. So, welcome, Meredith.
Hi. So I know I'm probably a little late to the game to this, but my children keep me very busy. But I think that what is planned here right now is ridiculous and not needed on this island. I agree with everything that Val said. I think that saying that we don't need dedicated parking spots for every bedroom is just not okay. I mean, there's just not going to be enough parking. It's already very congested there. I have concerns about the parking. I also have concerns about how much more traffic this is going to bring when it's already a very congested area. That's also a place where a lot of our students walk or ride their bikes along there. And now we're going to add even more traffic and more cars and more places that they could get hit by a car coming out of somewhere. And we really need to not worry about what a developer wants and really think about what is best for our island. This is our island, and we need to not approve things that are not in line with what is good for us. This is a very congested area. This is where all of our kids are. The Boys and Girls Club is right up the street. A lot of kids walk down to Cumbies. I mean, I don't want to have to say I told you so when we have a student hit by a car because they're walking down to Cumbies and now there's so many more cars there. I'm wondering, you know, just because he says he wants to do affordable housing, that's lovely, but you know, is it going to definitely, I wouldn't be able to back anything that didn't say it was going to be 100% affordable housing for people who live on Nantucket year round. And I just curious, just because they're saying it's going to be 2 restaurants and a bowling alley and a bank, like, what is the guarantee that that's what's going there? It's just commercial spaces that I'm sure will be rented to the highest bidder. So I really think we need to think about what is best for our students, what is best for our kids, what is best for our town.
Thank you, Meredith.
We have Diane Coombs followed by Emily Molden.
Okay. Welcome, Diane.
We gotta get unmute.
There we are.
There we go.
I am not making any opinions of what I think at this moment. I have some questions of technical questions. If the parking at Stop and Shop is full 90% of the time, people who are at Stop and Shop go over to the other store and they park there. They park over behind Cumbies because of it. I do not see that. I do not understand how share parking is going to work. Because in that area behind the Sea Grill and over to Glidden's, it's always full. So share park and Stop and Shop parking space, I don't understand, because they don't have any space. So how can you share? I think to parking being such a concern that it has to be looked at that way. You can't say we'll share it because those parking spaces all the way up to the Boys Club is full. The school is full. They've put in parking spaces in behind. I think it's a point that needs to be considered by the planning board and also by the HDC, as we are supposed to maintain a building that fits in with the surrounding buildings and not stand out. That's one of the missions of the HDC. So there you are. That's my statement of the evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Emily Molden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden here with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I think I'm going to use my time to just address a couple of items that actually the chair brought up at the beginning of the hearing. And those are really both relative to stormwater management on the site. And they're both really relevant to the significant increase of impervious surface that we see here with this proposed redevelopment. Back in, I think it was at your February hearing, I raised these concerns with the board, and the first one was the fact that there are more updated rainfall values that could be used in looking at these stormwater calculations. I understand that there may not be a specific requirement to use anything other than what has been used to date for this application, but the request was to ask the applicant to revisit those stormwater calculations with more current rainfall values that better reflect the types of storms that we're seeing today, and to confirm that the design will still handle those storms with those values. I think that it's important on a site like this with this much redevelopment and impervious surface for the board to consider making that request. The other concern that I had raised was, given the increase of impervious surface here and the fact that this property is within the harbor watershed, we have a scenario where there's currently a pretty big area of pervious surface that has some sort of vegetation on it, even if that is grasses. And what we're looking at having is a site where all of the rainwater that comes down, whether it's washing off what falls off of vehicles, what comes out of the atmosphere, there's going to be a significant amount of nitrogen that's no longer infiltrating into that pervious ground and being taken up by the vegetation on site, and instead is going to wash over these impervious surfaces, the parking lot, the sidewalks, directly into the stormwater infrastructure, which channels it directly into the groundwater, which then will flow into the harbor with far less absorption from on-site vegetation. So the other request was to actually see some additional attempt at nitrogen removal on site, whether, as was previously suggested, that comes in the form of vegetated swales, some sort of rain garden. There are other alternatives that could be added and incorporated. And I would just add that in viewing the latest plans, the landscaping plans in particular, it's pretty clear that a majority, if not all, of the plants that are proposed for the site are not native. And I'm pretty sure that they'll all require some level of fertilization. And really, that's just going to compound the problem here as far as rainfall events that are then likely to carry any excess fertilizer directly, again, onto the impervious surfaces and directly down into the groundwater. So I think, as I recall at that February board meeting, every single planning board member who was present and at least one alternate actually spoke in favor of those two requests. And I have raised them a couple of times at hearings since they had not yet been addressed. And I just don't think it's appropriate for those things to be handled after the public hearing is closed. I think it would be much more appropriate if the applicant could demonstrate the relevance of revisiting the stormwater calculations with updated rainfall values and provide some information, more specific information on what additional nitrogen removal they could provide on site while the public hearing is still open so that they can be reviewed and evaluated. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emily. I just wanted to point out a couple things because it's come up a couple times here is that we as the planning board have no purview on the massing of the buildings on this project. So regardless of how we feel or how the public tells us they feel, there is very little we can do. And the purview for that is the HDC. So I just, as we listen to more people and what they say is important, but I think it's important people understand that this is not, that is a portion of this project that we can't exert pressure on, unfortunately. So we have Chris Young next, I believe. Or no?
Chris, Galen Gardner, then Chris Young, then Charles Sale, then Julie
Perfect.
Young, then John Vecchio.
Welcome, Galen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, okay, well, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
You go ahead, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, did I jump Galen?
You might have, but.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to just say a few things. As Nat pointed out, how important it is to work as an abutter. We did that with this applicant on behalf of house fitters and the other residents of 16 Sparks Ave. We were happy with the results that we were able to achieve with respect to the parking and landscaping plans that we are going to be sharing. During those discussions, the other side of the property was still in conversation with Cumberland Farms. And I do have to voice my concern that this is the first time we've seen the plan where there's not an exit on the Cumberland Farms side. And that is not something I was prepared to experience in the final version. So what I mean by that is now all of the traffic is going to be exiting this property and our property at 16 Sparks Avenue onto the roadway right before the Rotary. And I think you've all experienced how congested it gets coming down Sparks Ave into the Rotary. I'm very concerned that there could be quite a lineup of cars trying to exit the parking lot with people who have waited, frustrated people who've waited to get down that close to the Rotary, and they're not always cooperative letting us out of our driveway as it is, where we only have 3 buildings using it. And now the thought that there's no way to have exits coming off by the Cumberland Farm side really worries me. So I would urge you to continue to promote a mutual discussion with the Cumberland Farm side. I think it's important that there's another exit point. It is in your purview, I believe, to discuss traffic flow and how this is laid out. So I urge you to focus on that. As much as anything else that you're focusing on, I would hate to see that this becomes a complete traffic jam trying to get all of these parking spaces unloading in perhaps one of the most congested spots of the island. So other than that, I have enjoyed working with Dan and Chris as far as working through. I do applaud them in a lot of the changes they've made. I understand massing is a concern for people, but I do think that this project has come a long way. I just am very concerned about that traffic flow, and I ask you to consider it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Galen, sorry if I skipped over you, but you are up. Can you hear me, Galen? You're not muted, Galen. Are you frozen? Galen, you might have to leave and come back into the meeting and raise your hand because we can't hear you. Meg, do you want to bring Charles Sales? Oh, Galen, are you there? You just unmuted.
Maybe check our volume.
Check your volume, Galen. I would leave the meeting and come back, Galen, and we'll still be here and we will certainly get to you.
Okay.
Oh, you're there. No, you're there. Great. Hello, Galen. Welcome.
Hello.
Perfect.
Okay, so I'm going to try to remain calm because meetings like this make me insane. And I'll start with that. So purview is a problem. For me, this is like getting a voice attendant to try and solve a problem. And I realize that the planning board is probably not the biggest purview marketplace. However, with a project this size, I think people are going to try to affect change any way they can. So whether it's me coming to you tonight or me waiting to go to HDC, whatever it is, then people are going to try and do whatever they can. So I do have a concern. I have many concerns. One is for the existing businesses that have been plugging along, serving our community for years, that are going to get negatively impacted by this. So I feel for them, and they're just minding their own business, trying to do their own thing, make their money, raise their families, whatever they do. And now they have to contend with this nonsense. Second, why do we need another bank? We have 7 banks on the island, 7 banks for this tiny little speck of sand. So I don't know why we need another one. Okay, as far as restaurants are concerned, we've probably got 60 or more already, and all of them closed down come February, and there's no place to go anyway. So do we need another one? As a former health and physical education teacher, this community is awash in alcohol. We don't need any more. Okay, I can say that having dealt with students for 36 years. If you build it, they will come. And we have witnessed that over and over for many years. We are covered literally on this island with impervious surfaces, and we don't need any more. Now, I realize that you can't shut this whole thing down, but you should do everything in your power to absolutely minimize the impact of these structures to this community. Everyone here needs to go to the Stop and Shop. Everyone here needs to go to the post office. Okay, and they need to be able to get there. Okay, fire and police need to get to people who are in trouble, and they're not going to be able to if we create a concrete jungle, which is what we're doing. Okay, this is too big. It went from 15,000 odd square feet to 17,000. How is that helping our little sand spit? I don't get it. Okay, and the last thing I want to say is that as a teacher, we had designated parking spots. And you know what? People park in your parking spot every single day. Every single day. Okay, so if you think numbered parking spots are going to solve that problem, that's just wishful thinking. And last but not least, I am also a driver's ed teacher, and we teach a lot of adult students. And you know what? All these adult students want to get their license so they can own a car, so that they can have better economic capabilities. So thinking that you're just going to have 22 spaces for 35 apartments is, I don't even know how to label that kind of logic, because it's just impossible. It's insanity. So I urge you, and I'm sorry I get hot about these things, but I was born and raised here, and I've literally sung Joni Mitchell for half of my life here. Okay, we have paved paradise. And I think you should do everything in your power to minimize this and to respect the neighborhood that already is in existence and help preserve our access to Stop and Shop and our access to emergency services, not to mention the taxation on the water and sewer systems, okay? Where do we go with that? Are we ever going to consider carrying capacity on this island? Because we need to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Galen. Charles Sales.
Hi, Charles Sale. I'm a butter to the south side of this property. I'm still concerned by the size of the project and the buffer they're putting in for the residential property to the south side of the project. The new landscaping plan, I'm only seeing like 50 or 60 feet of evergreens, and it switches to a low-level hydrangea. And it's one of my concerns there, as well as the dumpster area near the residential sides. Like the first thing I hear in Cumbies, and the last thing at night, is when they're taking their trash out at midnight, and when the trash truck comes at 5, 6 in the morning to come pick up the trash. It shouldn't be as close to the residential dwellings that are existing there, and I just think this project is overscaled. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Julie Young.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, good. Okay. Ditto to everything that Galen said. I couldn't have summarized it any better. That's my feeling. I would specifically like to address what I don't see on the plan. What I don't see on the plan is a human element on the Sparks elevation. There's no bench area, there's no bike rack area, and there's no bus area. I know that there's not a bus route now, but we have to plan for the future, and public transportation is going to be essential coming down Sparks Ave. Whether it's in a year or 2 years, it has to be planned in, and now is the time to require this developer to build a pullout on Sparks Ave so that a bus can pull in there and load passengers. Bike racks need to be planned along there for not only workers in the area, but for the residents who, yes, they may have bike areas in the back, but there's also people who come in the front entrance and they need they need bike racks. If you look just at the Stop and Shop, they have a little bench area and they have bike racks there that are used constantly. They're constantly full. It's probably the only human place in the whole midtown area where people can sit down and have a lunch break. And I think for the sake of our workers who are doing so much to keep this Stop and Shop area thriving, we need to take them into consideration. They need a place to sit down that's human. They need a bus stop where they can load into a bus near their job. And I really feel strongly that we need to require this right now, not in the future, but right now, before this developer does a little sidewalk and then is out of the picture. We need to require a human element on Sparks Ave. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. John, I hope I don't slaughter this name, Vecchio. Welcome. You're muted. John, are you with us? You're on mute. There you go. You're off mute. We still can't hear you though. Does your mic have a volume maybe? John?
You might have to do the same thing Galen did.
Yeah, if you could go, maybe leave the meeting and come back, and we will leave this open for you because we can't hear a word you're saying. No. Is there anyone else, Meg, in the public? I don't see anyone right now.
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay. We will, oh,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you now, my friend.
Sorry
Welcome.
about that. Hey, thank you for letting me speak. I'm the guy who was in Daybreak who started the online petition.
Mhm.
And I get the planning board's role in this. You guys are not the, final say on the size of the buildings. My only question to put out there is, if you didn't provide the waivers, would this project fly? That's my question. I think that's a question for the public too, as to if we didn't give exceptions, would this fly? Because as we give exceptions more and more, they become the rule. That's all I have to say, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And to address that, they are not asking for any waivers. The parking situation is not based on waivers. It is based on zoning bylaw in the Mid-Island Overlay District. We are not giving this applicant a free pass on anything, to my knowledge. Meg, is this true?
That's correct. There's no waivers being requested to be granted for parking. They're in compliance with the Mid-Island Planned Overlay District as outlined in the zoning bylaw.
So this developer is building this by right.
Right.
And so that makes it difficult to really exert pressure, to be honest with you. So just to make that clear, that's the position we're in. Mr. Fumara.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a couple of things here, because I think some people have some of the wrong information. The Nantucket Current put some stuff out there that's just not accurate. It's not 34 units, it's 32 units. We're not having a bank in the property. There was at one point we talked about a bank, but that's not involved in the plan here. It's two restaurants, but it's the bowling alley is a restaurant, and then the Downy Flake, which they won't be open at the same time. So it's been very well thought out on how this is going to work. And I'm not a person that's just going to put this together and leave. I mean, I'm a I've been coming to Nantucket since I was 15 years old. I've been developing on the property for a long time. I own property on Nantucket, and this is more about the community. There's other projects I could be doing, which is all about just making money. This is a public. This is all for a lot for the public and the Nantucket residents year round are going to be benefiting from this property on more ways than one. Housing, affordability, some place to go in the winter time, motivating kids to start a new sport with bowling, to get them going all year. There's a lot of other stuff here that's going to be happening, and the public needs to hear that from me, that what the intentions are of this property. And I'm very excited to do this for Nantucket as well. And that's it.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Famara.
Yeah.
I see we have more hands up. I'm gonna, I think, Meg, we're gonna go to Linda Williams first because the other two have spoken, and then we'll come back to them.
That's fine. I actually have Joanna Roach here that I brought
Oh,
over.
okay, I'm
She
sorry.
hasn't spoken either. And then if we can go to Linda.
Hi, Joanna. Just a reminder, everyone, let's try to keep our first comment to 2 minutes. And if you're returning for a second comment, it's 1 minute. Thank you. Welcome, Joanne.
Hi, thanks, Dave. You know, I'm listening to this conversation, and I think that in all things, change is difficult. And Nantucket is certainly in a position where we have a lot of changes that are potentially available to us, and they all affect the quality of life here greatly. And I would certainly urge you to consider this project carefully and to understand that it sets the tone for the future. I think that development and how that plays out on the island is critical at this juncture. I think that we have learned, certainly, you know, on our own from our mistakes that we've made with various projects that the town has done in terms of cost and cost benefit and the actual cost of a project. Sometimes what we set out to build costs far more than what we think it's going to cost, and that impacts the island in a negative way. And I think that in terms of housing viability, I'm not sure what's in this plan is necessarily the best for Nantucket, but I think all of that being said, and from everything that I've listened to here tonight, the number one thing is to consider the tone that this sets for the future of Nantucket. And I think that this island is facing that across the board, and it's serious. And I really respect the time that all of you are putting into discussing this topic tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Linda, welcome.
Hello. I must say that I'm also helping them with the HTC part of it, just to put that on the table. But when I was on the planning board all those years, the biggest thing we discussed, and that will back me up, and so will Barry, was that we wanted to create a downtown in the Mid-Island. And the point is to have shared parking. Cumberland Farms has refused to work with us. It's shared parking. The people that are living in this building are not going to drive across the street and increase the congestion. They're going to walk to the post office. They're going to walk to the bank. They're going to walk to Dan's. They're going to walk to the Stop and Shop. And the whole big major plan, when we put the Mid-Island thing into practice, was that we were going to create this walking corridor, pedestrian walking corridor. Now, maybe we have to improve the sidewalks, et cetera, but a walking corridor where everybody walks to where they need to go and they don't drive to where they need to go. So as far as congestion for going to the Stop and Shop, everybody who lives there is going to probably walk across the street. One of the number one thing, if not the number one thing, every time there was a survey put out in the 90s and early 2000s of the thing that everybody wanted to see put back on Nantucket was the bowling alley. The previous thing over there next to the Boys and Girls Club did have a bowling alley at a subterranean level. So the bowling alley is something that everybody has missed. It's something that the kids can get involved with all kinds of stuff at the bowling alley, because we all did bowled back in the 70s and 80s in all these leagues. So it's something that everybody has wanted back, and everybody's really excited about that. If these properties had been separated, there's 6 of them total. If these properties have been separated with different businesses on 6 different lots, The congestion getting in and out would be far worse than anything that's going to be contemplated with one structure and out parking in the back. The one thing that everybody seems to forget is that the setback in the mid-island is 5 feet to force the parking in the back, unlike Kitty's. That generated the bylaw that parking has to be in the back and the buildings can't be set back any more than 5 feet from their front property line, which we have to adhere to. As far as benches and pergolas and stuff, there is an inset between the two pieces that's coming through the HDC where we're insetting it even further, where there are going to be benches. There's going to be plantings. There are going to be things in the middle of the big pieces on the ends that give people places to sit, because we realized that they needed benches, they needed shade, they needed somewhere to sort of just hang out. That's also in the process at the HDC. Where the disconnect is really happening somewhat is that what's going through the HDC and improving the design as we go back every time is not getting translated to the planning board necessarily, because some of these things are being dealt with at the HDC level. So I just wanted to point that out. All the utilities, instead of being scattered everywhere, I'm gonna wrap it up. All the utilities, instead of being scattered everywhere, are actually inset up in the roof in between the two pieces of the roof. So there aren't any gas tanks and AC units and all that stuff everywhere around the building. We can plant around the building, as the HEC is sort of asking us to do, because that's the same thing that they have over at the hospital and the school. It's inset in the roof. So there's a lot of things that are not getting translated very well here that we've already addressed. But everybody, the whole point of the Mid-Island overlay is to have a walking, pedestrian friendly access to everything in the Mid-Island.
Thank you, Linda.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, Stephen.
just a point of information. I believe Linda just mentioned that representing the applicant, the Cumberland Farms folks, or whomever owns the lot, I guess is what she was implying, are not willing to work with them on cross connections. However, I believe we received a letter to the contrary. So I'm not on one side or the other. I'm just pointing out that we have some information that doesn't quite align with testimony. So I just want to make mention of that.
Thank you. And if anyone's wondering about that letter, it is in the packet and they can find it there for the public. Great. Mary Lepre, I'm going to skip over to you and let Rick have his first shot here, and then we'll circle back for your second. Hi, Rick. Welcome. You're muted. And you're welcome to turn on your camera.
Dave, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Rick. Welcome.
By turning my video on, which.
There you go. Good to see you, my friend. Welcome.
I see you and you see me. So I just wanted to say a quick thank you to Val Oliver. I think her comments are my comments. One other thing I would say, I remember back when Bob Matthews was working on his purchase and request to the planning board for his project on, what's the name of the street down there? It's not Easton, but whatever it is. I think one member of your board said one of the reasons to actively consider that was that it was necessary in order to justify the purchase price. Now, I hope that isn't related to anything you're considering here. I find it incredible that parking for tenants with apartments there will be less than the number of apartments. Sort of mind-boggling to me. So anyway, I support everything that Val said, and thank you much for allowing me to comment. Dave, thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Okay, let's go back to Meredith. I'd like to just remind everyone 1 minute on your second bite of the apple, please. Hi, Mary.
Hi, so just when Galen said that, I do think we need to think about not having, I know this isn't really the forum, but we probably don't need more places with liquor licenses on this island. I think there are plenty of those. And I really think if you think about the parking, look at what the Richmond apartments are like. There's not enough parking for the number of people that live there. And so what is proposed is not nearly enough for people that are living there. If there are people that are working at night and nurses that work the night shift and they're living there, and then they're going to be parked in their spots during the day. And I think you need to really think long and hard about how many spots are really needed and what do we really want for our mid-island. Thanks.
Thank you, Mary. Linda.
Yeah, there it is. When I said they weren't working with us, I meant it as Cumberland Farms, because they asked for something that was absolutely unattainable. So I don't know what they said in their letter, but that's the actual fact behind that.
That all you got for us, Linda?
Yep.
All right, thank you. Mr. Young, welcome back. Oh, did you disappear now?
Sorry, it just takes a second to rejoin.
Thank you, guys.
Yep.
I just wanted to request that, given the fact that the site plan was fairly majorly changed with respect to the traffic flow, that you don't request, or that you don't close the public hearing tonight, just so that there can be a time to allow us to consider what options there are with Cumberland Farms. I saw that letter. It seems that they are perhaps willing to work with the applicant under certain conditions. We were willing to work with them, and they were good working with us. So I'm hoping that that same kind of cooperation can manifest itself on the other side of the property. So I'm just want to reiterate the concerns about traffic flow and promote a shared conversation there. And I would love to be able to comment on it again. So I just request that the public hearing not be closed this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Linda, tell me that's an errant hand, please.
Property owners, that's what I'm talking about. Just consider it Cumby's property, but it's property
Not
owners.
Cumbies, but it's property owners. Yep.
Yeah, property owners.
Get that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Barry.
Thanks. Just a few quick things. Mr. Fiamara, thank you for providing that easement. That's a wonderful thing. This is part of the mission of the planning board, is to look at cross connectivity with certain things. It doesn't mean we'll exercise it, but it's good to know that's available on the table. Because we do want to make sure that things don't always bottleneck, and this is why we try to plan in advance. One thing is, I wish the general public would stop villainizing Cumberland Farms. The property is owned by an LLC out of North Reading, Massachusetts. So if you're going to point the finger anywhere about people not wanting to work with people, point it in the right direction, please. That's a very important thing, you know. I mean, Cumberland Farms, I think, provides us with some great services on the island. They've done some wonderfully philanthropic things. So I know it's a reference point, and it's an easy reference point for people to glom onto and say, yeah, that property that has, but please be a little gentle about who you're starting to intone is not happening here. And unfortunately with this board, we have a lot of that happens. I mean, we've tried to get cross easements and cut throughs, like with Stop and Shop with the property next to it. Never happened. When something happens with the Craig property, believe me, we have a plan with how that's going to look and how those things will begin to flow. Some of this is just really a matter of patience. Linda tried to explain that to you earlier. The idea of the Mid-Island Plan goes back the better part of 20 plus years, if not closing up on 30. And there's a lot of linchpins involved in that system. As a planning board, sometimes we have to wait for that linchpin to occur before we can move forward, because people, just like all of you, have property rights as well. And that's one of the things that we are always faced with on this board. We get developers that come in all the time. They've legitimately purchased a piece of property. They have property rights. It's up to this board to try to figure out how to balance the needs of the island against those individual needs of the person who outrightly purchased the property. It's still America, and people have rights. So, I mean, we try to listen diligently and carefully to things, but there's always that balance that needs to occur as well. So, I mean, that's just where I want to begin. Like I said, there'll be a lot of moving wheels to this, but everything, it does take time. It takes planning. Even when it has to go before multiple boards at times, you have to realize the planning board is not the master of all here. There are times that we've got to yield to what other boards want to do. And each board cannot depend upon another board making a series of decisions. The applicant has to determine how to move ahead with these things in a prudent fashion that will make sure that conflicts don't occur. So again, here we are. Sometimes patience is a very important issue before we get to the final stage of things. The other thing I want to say very quickly as well too, that I like about these projects, we always have the potential to be able to revisit them when they don't work right as well. There are certain things that we won't be able to do if it's dependent upon another property owner or something, but at least with these type of projects, sometimes we've got to be patient, move ahead, see how they proceed, and then take it from there. One last thing I want to clear up too is the number of bedroom units floating all around the place. The last I read in here was 32 apartments, 59 bedrooms at this point. It does mean every bedroom's going to have a car attached to it. So parking will probably work here at this point. I won't guarantee there won't be some kerfluffles in the system, but we'll have to address those as they come up, and try to be prudent about how we address those issues as well too. And I believe Mr. Fiamara will try to make sure that that kerfluffles aren't happening, because he wants to. He doesn't want to be back before this board, or any board for that matter. So he's going to try to get this thing done right the first time. And I have the utmost confidence too in Mr. Malloy and his guidance with making sure that happens. So patience, it is a virtue here. Thanks for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Barry. Matt, just a sigh or a comment?
Yeah, I've sighed a few times. I think I got to come back into this again. So we've kind of gone around quite a bit, and I just want to bring up a couple more of when a couple of things that were said about there's no room to park anywhere. That's completely not true. I went to the post office twice today and couldn't park. You know whose fault that was? Mine. So I just drove right through, did something else, came back later. That doesn't mean that the post office doesn't have enough space. I just missed somebody backing out of a space. Okay. The chicken box. Very few people know that they own that land that everybody uses for everything else except the chicken box. I think the town should pave it for them, to be honest, and Stop and Shop throw in half the money too, because they use it. Everybody uses that space that they actually own. Now, Barry remembers this. John, I mean, I think most of you remember the whole Willie Howe's Chin's Way nightmare and how much trouble that caused every time something happened down there. And like everybody has their little spot, and the restaurant in the front there, that's now the wine place, couldn't have lunch, and we had to deny lunch because there was just simply no legal parking for this little place to work. Even though there's parking everywhere, she doesn't have parking. So look what happened at the old Fufa Here and There parking area. So if Patrick buys it, creates a whole bunch of parking, and everybody walks in between the properties. People walk in between the post office and the John Keane places. Nantucket Bank provides parking for Dan's employees. I mean, I don't know what to say. Okay. I always say we're not Arizona. You know, we can't build Mid-Island like it's fresh dirt. It's freshly owned dirt, one lot at a time. I went over to Dan's this weekend because I knew this meeting was coming, and I wanted to go over there to make sure I was right about something that I've been spouting off, and I kind of forget some of these things. So I went and looked. And if you go over to Dan's, you'll see a triangle of pavement kind of separate from the rest of the pavement. That's where the curb was when that was built. We didn't deny Dan's. We just couldn't make the entrance work right until Cape Cod 5 got that purchased, and we fixed it when they fixed what Dan's couldn't do because he didn't own the land. Now it's connected together. It's just part of it. And we got the cut through to the commons without too much trouble, the one-way cut. So this is just one more leg of the Mid-Island that we need to try to do the best we can because it's private property. It's in CMI zoning. A lot can happen in this property by right, as Dave said. And it's difficult when you have to hear people you know talking about Nantucket being either full or not what it was growing up. I certainly know what it was like growing up. Hooper Farm Road was dirt when I was a kid. Small, but it was dirt. It's hard to imagine Hooper Farm Road is dirt, isn't it? But anyway, the Mid-Island was out of town. The high school was built in 1955. We left the old high school called Academy Hill, zipped over there to the Mid-Island. There wasn't anybody else around. Now Tacoma, Tashma Lane is considered Surfside when a house is for sale. Never thought that, but never see that. So I just look at this as just a continuation of the gas station that was a mess. The land next to it, which is now Cumberland and Second Shop, was just a kind of a messy field of nothing. You have to remember what things were like, okay? Stop and Shop, when they rebuilt in 2014, there was a lot of complaining about Stop and Shop. Now we're using Stop and Shop as a reason not to do this. That's only 9 years ago. I can't believe how we flipped the switch so fast. Oh, by the way, we were in favor of housing when this public hearing process started. Now we're kind of going the other way, and we're not even finished with it yet. So I just feel that, the HTC is going to get their shot at the buildings. The flow, as Chris said, is the biggest issue. It's going to take a long time for this project to get started. Well over a year. This is going to take time. So we have a lot of time for change, for alterations, etc., negotiations with the owners of the Cumberland land. But we can't hold the project up forever at the same time. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. I can't believe you're that much older than me. Dirt Road, Hooper Farm, geez.
It was dirt road in the early 60s. It's all right, Dave. Just ask. I'll find out if I'm wrong about something. I'll make sure that I get the correct answer, but I'm pretty sure it was dirt in the early 60s.
I completely trust you, Nat. Val, I'm going to give you another bite. Just a minute, please.
She's going to be mad at me now.
That's why I asked her to come right on after you.
Oh, I'm sure. It's okay, though. I give her a hug every time I see her. It's okay.
Meg, can you bring Val over?
I'm trying.
Main Street still full. Can't park. 50 years ago, you couldn't park.
Welcome back, Val.
Hi, hi.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'll be quick. And Nat, I do remember when it was a dirt road because I
Yeah.
lived on it.
I know, that's why I said it. I knew you'd correct me if I was wrong.
So, I think everybody involved in this conversation here tonight has Nantucket's best in mind. And, not trying to be contrary. I think it's important for a proper conversation with the people next door to find out about why there is a disconnect here with this sharing of ins and outs, because as far as I know, it has to do with parking management. And by all evidence of the lack of parking and this wishful thinking about how this is all going to flow together, I don't blame them. I wouldn't want to give up my few spots for, this. Absolutely. So I would have more conversation before I vilify somebody with that. And then my other comment is really a question. You keep saying that something can be built here by right. And I think we all get that. I certainly do. I understand that. But are there no controls within your purview to say, geesh, this is just too much? You can have something, but let's be reasonable. And I'll just go back to the parking metrics again. They need to be redone. They don't work. Richmond is a prime example, and I'm sorry, Nat, Dan's parking lot is terrible. Thank you.
Thank you, Val. Stephen.
Just a quick procedural question, Mr. Chair. I'm not good at taking the temperature of these things. Are you thinking with Chris Young's comment about the traffic change in the site plan in mind that we would be closing the public hearing tonight or not? I mean, obviously subject to a vote. I just got some comments, and if we're not going to close the public hearing, I'm not going to bother y'all.
I think there's some, I would really like them to revisit it. And I know that I am sure that it has been frustrating for you, Mr. Fiamara. I'm sure it's been frustrating for Dan Malloy, but I would love to see you give one more shot at the property next door. There's a couple other things that I'd like to see with this project, but I think that can be dealt with through staff. So I think that it's what is the board's feeling on this actually is the more important question here.
I'd kind of like to keep it open. I'm hoping that on Island Center LLC, the lock, I don't know if they're brothers or cousins or whatever, I think would, if we can get them to the table, and whether it's, Dan Malloy and Chris and maybe a couple of planning board members and, maybe staff, in some way to kind of sit down and see if they can hash out something that's going to be better for Nantucket. Val nailed it. We're all here trying to do the best and right things for Nantucket. We were also hoping that the HCC would have had a bigger bite of this apple, and because we work in concert with them, and I was hoping that they would come back with a finalized plan, and it's whatever the changes came back that we kind of work with that. And honestly, if they did come together, that I would love that the two loading zones came together and that parking went to the other side, honestly. So that would just kind of control everything and change it so we didn't have an extra driveway or two out of that property. I think there's some ways to work on this, but I think that we need the abutter, the Block brothers or cousins to work with us. I think that that's really important. And I feel for Chris Young, because all of a sudden he's seen a plan with a turnaround and double the traffic going by, and I kind of get all that, but maybe he can come to the table. Chris is a well-spoken man and has worked for the town, so I think he'd do a really good job of sitting down and just hearing their concerns. if it's parking control, whatever, I think they're not gonna have the problem. I think that any Cumbies people are gonna go to the next lot because of the one way, and I think it's gonna be advantageous for Cumbies, not the other way around. I mean, otherwise, what are people gonna do? Just do a big loop? No, I think Nat's right. Oh, post office full, I'm gonna go down, do my other thing, and then come back around. So, I mean, I just think we need to give them one more chance to, or two, or whatever it takes to kind of get this done. And hopefully the HCC will, come further along and have, down to trim pieces or something, the massing has been taken care of, and the size and all that scale has been kind of taken care of. So that's where I'm at. I think that I'd like to keep it open, but that's.
I agree with Joe. Barry, your feelings?
My feeling is that I'd really like to hear from the applicant, because they've been hanging out there very patient with us for a period of time. And they have a stake in this as well too. We can't keep sending them back. And sometimes we don't always know what other things have been transacting in the background with these various components that are going on as well. So I love the fact that they've been willing to work with us and keep things alive and open at this point. But again, I want to kind of hear their thoughts, and the board really does need to feel like it's, where are we going to be? What are the directions? Are we close to where we need to be, or are we got other things that are going to come up? And that's
agree. I'm sorry.
But you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, Barry. I think that my sense is that this board isn't going to ask for them anything outrageous, but just I think the effect that a shared access would have with the neighbor would change this product, the end product, so drastically in favor of a better outcome that it's worth asking them to go back. And I think for me, the other things I want to ask them about aren't huge things. They're relatively small things. So I don't, that's my sense of the board. And I could be wrong. John, you haven't weighed in on this yet, and I don't think Nat.
No, well, I definitely have a few things to say. I'm happy to, I've been taking some notes on with everyone that's spoken this evening. And, I'm not opposed to keeping it open another month to review. There are a lot of comments made about how we should be taking our time. There's a little bit of miscommunication. Everything is as simple as from 32 units to 34 units that were published. We're looking at one of our speakers had said that, are we giving any waivers, and would this project go without? That was answered, no, we're not giving special waivers for that. As far as existing businesses being affected, are we putting somebody out of business? We were talking about banks being there, but no, there's no bank being there. But then we were also looking at, do we really need two restaurants? How one restaurant is going to be open year round. It's going to supply or have a sport like a bowling, while the other is not going to be affected at that time, because we're having a local business that people think are going to be affected, but the Downy Flake is actually going to be relocated there. So we're not changing that. So as I go through all these different notes, there's a little bit of miscommunication out there. And I think with this meeting being open, we're clearing up a few things and educating the public. So I can go on. And I think by trying to hash this out tonight and vet everything and then have people comment on those, I honestly think we, at least at a minimum, need another, keep it open for another month.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, listen, you guys have been patient. This has been a long process. Anyone saying that we rush to permit a development this size needs to look at the record. So listen, I apologize for stringing you guys along for another month, but I think that the size of this project really demands that we make sure, from a planning board perspective, that we have rooted out every thing involved. Dan?
I'm gonna let Chris go first. I think he had something he wanted to
Okay.
say.
All right, Chris, welcome back. Did he drop off or is he?
No, I'm right here. I'm right here, guys.
Okay,
I want to be clear on
Oh,
this. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I
Okay.
thought we were talking Chris Young because he had his hand up, but go ahead, Chris. You're good, Mr. Fiumara.
I want to be clear on a couple of things here. We have been trying to work with the owners of Cumberland land. Okay, to be clear, Barry, on that, you're 100% right. It's not the corporation; it is the landowners over there. And at the end of the day, guys, and when I want to hear this publicly, they want an exorbitant amount of money. That's what it all comes down to them at the end of the day, and they're not being reasonable. That's what this is. I want the whole public to hear this. They want an exorbitant amount of money, and it's not reasonable. And now they sent us a letter literally a day or two before, a couple of days before. I think we got it yesterday. For the first time after they came out here publicly, and we're just totally just against the whole thing. So I've tried. I am happy to go back and talk this within reason with the neighbors again. I've got no problem with that again, but I can't get blood out of a stone here. At a certain point here, and so I want to be clear on that. And another point I want to bring up, Val Oliver said again that why would they give their parking spots up? It's adding more parking spots to their property as well too. That's the other thing here. So it's more miscommunication. There's people on the side that just want to fight just to fight, and there's no reason for it because this is a working area that's going to help the whole island. At the end of the day, it's going to, just like Stop and Shop was a big problem for everyone. Now look at Stop and Shop. It's accepted at value. It's like anything else here. It's just change, and people have a hard time with it. But this is a change for the good. It's only going to help this island and better the island and better the kids, and be doing things on a regular basis during the winter where there's nothing to do on this island for children. This is going to be a very good place for children to go on a regular basis. I can't stress that enough to everyone here. But listen, I'm happy to go back if we want to broker this deal through the planning board to have them sit down. I'll come sit down, talk to them again with everyone. Happy to do it. And I'm a reasonable person, but I can't deal with unreasonable requests.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Fiumara. And I hate to make you go through it again, but I think it's an important piece. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I mean, and maybe that's where we'll end up, but I would like to try one more time.
Happy to do it. I'm happy to do it.
Dave, I think if he had ACC approval and all his boxes were checked, I would have a different feeling. But right now, we're not holding him up.
No, I agree.
So I think
they still have other process. They still have other process besides us. So I don't feel bad about another month, but I think that there's got to be a limit to how long this goes, and we're good.
And Mr. Chairman, just real quick, I know staff's getting antsy here. We got to get going.
You gotta move on. Yeah.
I just want to say, I want to thank everyone for their comments. Whether we agree, or whether we don't, that's not the issue. This is about Nantucket. Nantucket's our boss. Right now, Mid-Island is in a one property at a time change. That's the facts. That huge project we approved at Craig property has just shifted to a different place. That's not going to happen now. That's all gone. Except the Boys Club got their 20 yards for the football fields because of that, so it was worth it. So don't forget that. So on this entrance exit thing, there's a lot of land over there that's kind of wasted. We don't want to waste more. It's important that the land is utilized for the extra parking and the better flow in and out of that current property. So I hope we can make this work. There is a process we can open their public hearing. I was waiting for Barry to say that, so he forgot, so I'll say it. We can do that, but I think that's a last resort. I think that with Chris's comments, Chris Housefitter comments are fantastic. And that's what we need on the other end to get this to happen correctly. So thank you very much. I'll make a motion to continue.
Okay.
If we're all.
I don't want to leave someone with their hand up.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was. I
Galen,
thought that was up
welcome
before.
back and please make it quick. This is going to continue to another meeting, but I'm not going to leave you with your hand up. So you're on.
Need to unmute.
You're muted, Galen.
How about now?
There we go.
Okay. So I just wanted to say a couple things. 5922 is going to be the number that is going to stick in my head. If you have 59 bedrooms and 22 parking spots, that's not going to work. And if I was Cumbies, I probably wouldn't want to give up my spots either, because people are living in these apartments. That doesn't mean they're going in and out. Okay. They're going to be staying there. So that means the parking, I'm telling you, it happens at school.
We appreciate that, but they've fulfilled
I mean,
by
that's
the bylaw, they have fulfilled their parking requirements and
36
we can,
years, and kids have plenty to do here. They're literally, we were in driver's ed class just the other day, and the kids were all going on about, you know, they have no time left because they go from school to sports to driver's ed to home to homework to bed. So I just think that's out of touch with the community. I'm sorry.
thank you, Galen. Meredith, again, real quick, because I'm not going to leave you with your hand up, because we've still got a lot of work ahead of us. Mary?
I just really take offense at saying that the bowling alley is going to give kids things to do on this island. I'm sorry, that is within probably a quarter of a mile of the pool, the hockey rink, the Boys and Girls Club. I would say there is a way more to do on this island than there was when I was growing up. And to say that the bowling alley is going to, be the reason that you guys should approve this, and that this is going to be such a good thing for the community. What I see from the bowling alleys is in a restaurant where people are going to go and there's going to be a lot of drinking, and that's something that we don't need more of on this island in the winter. So I really take offense to saying that that's going to help the island. I think there are a lot of healthy activities for our students to do.
Thank you, Mary. All right, I think we're ready to put this to bed for now. I've got a last thing to ask Dan. I know you have your hands up, but in our early meetings, and I touched on this earlier, I think the whole board supported, we are in the Wellhead Recharge District, the harbor runoff area, that the whole board supported nitrogen mitigation and using the higher rainfall count. So I would really like to ask Dan for next meeting to bring forward what they've done to address that. Okay, and Dan, you're going to be the last one to speak here.
All right, I'll make it very quick. I just heard your comment, obviously, and I'll make sure we address that at the next meeting. That's not a problem. My only real, I'll make it really quick. So everything we've heard tonight, I'm not getting feedback that's telling me we have to change things. Really what I'm hearing is everything that's been talked about typically is something that the board would condition. And obviously we're going to continue for another meeting, but I'm just want to make sure I'm hearing that if we need to come back with something, what that is. I heard the drainage, obviously we'll take care of that. And we will try to have another sit down with the locks. And I will tell you that I was part of, as far as I know, every meeting, whether in person, in Zoom, on the phone, by email, with them, multiple meetings with them, was just myself. And I can say with 100% honesty, everything that you've heard about the result of those meetings which is why you're not seeing that connection. And if in turn we get to the point where that connection is still not going to happen, we're certainly able to put conditions on the project that would require, we would grant the town an easement in that area. We would work with the town for a period of time to help make that happen. So I think everything that's been talked about, even some of all the staff recommendations, all the conditions that can be put on this, I think effectively cover everything that we've already talked about. So and I know everybody's tired of hearing about it, but I want to just push that if we have one more meeting, I'm not sure after that what else there is to talk about. I think we've really covered everything twice at this point.
Dan, I have not heard from one board member that they're asking for anything radically different from what you've delivered to us. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. And if I'm not, let's move on to the next application, please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'll just say this, just there's one common thread that has been discussed throughout the night. And it's not necessarily where we haven't addressed what we needed to see, but the public has said, you know, is there any possibility for downsizing? Can we reduce the size of this project? Obviously, it all relates to traffic and parking, but we really need, there have been issues and dialogue about the number of bedrooms and parking per bedroom. So I just wanted to put for the record, that's one of the only things. We've addressed everything from lighting to benches to bus stops to easements. We've addressed a lot that we need to address as a board. However, from the public, it's been a common thread that has been stated for every meeting that we've had, including this evening. And I just wanted to say, has there been something, as Dan says, that we haven't addressed? Maybe more consideration with downsizing. And that's not that it's going to happen, but it's been a common thread that's been spoken, and I just wanted to address it.
And I think that there's been members of the HDC on this meeting, I think, and Stephen's on this meeting. I think that is a message that's hopefully being sent loud and clear to them. I mean, that is their purview on this project. Let's get going, guys. Barry, make it quick, please. We still got a long night ahead of us.
Go to Steve, please.
Stephen.
Yeah, hey, look, so we remember Ghostbusters. You don't cross those lines. So I'm really careful about that, as typical. But on the HTC, for the HTC stuff, I did want to comment something on size, which John brought up apropos at the next meeting. And I think Galen had mentioned this, and I hadn't realized this, but I made a note that the ground covered square footage of the structure increased from 15,800. And I looked through the drawings, that was September 12th of 22, to 17,700. So that's an increase of 1,900 square feet, which is basically a 30 by 63 square foot building. I'm not talking about 3 stories or 2 stories or anything like that. So I think that that's just worth pointing out, apropos again, John's comment. And I did want to, I think it would be helpful to reaffirm the concept, if propriety allows it, where there's some type of a work group, so we can eliminate the hearsay aspect of cross connections. Planning board members will have direct insight on that element, and we can put it to bed one way or the other. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think that that's good. And we can talk about that with staff after the meeting. So, all right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please.
motion to continue to our next meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yep. Next is Costas Avalon LLC, 50 Brunel Street. Is everyone all right? Anyone need a nature break or anything?
I need to recuse.
Okie dokie. Everyone good?
Mr. Chair, I will remind you that I did mull in, so I did see this and I'm prepared to vote.
Great. And we're good with 4 members on this, correct, Meg?
Yes, and this is a subdivision, so an alternate will not be activated. It'll be a 4-member board voting on this.
Perfect. Thank you. Costas LLC, 50 Brunel Street. Who do we have representing this? Meg?
This is Dan, so he's sticking around for this one too.
Sorry,
Still
Dan.
here. Okay, Dan Malloy for the applicant. I think I have something. I'm sure everybody's to some degree now that seen their updated plan. So we got everybody's feedback at the last meeting, and the overwhelming, I mean, I think I can sum it up. The the main concerns were the road. The road is terms of how it impacted people, and in fact, there were two of them. So we're able to come back and get everybody at the table again between the applicants here and the owners of the property at 52 Sparks, the Strassenbergs. And as part of that discussion, we're able to come to terms where we now have one road to service 50 and 52 Burnell. And we're able to do that. So the Strassenbergs have granted a 10-foot easement. So what'll happen, it'll start as the two 20-foot strips will be combined to a 40-foot strip coming off of Burnell Street. And then the 20-foot strip that continues to the back will remain with a 10-foot easement onto the Strassenbergs property, which will effectively give us a 30-foot right-of-way. And in doing that, now we have one driveway, well, it's effectively one road coming off Burnell Street instead of the two side by side. So they'll share access, come straight back. I think if you can see it right where the, I think right where the cursor is on the screen there, you can see we've got a pullover on this on the upper side of the screen right there. So we've really gone back to the drawing board and come up with something which I think is going to satisfy everybody here, where, like I said, now we have one road instead of two. We're able to pull the road further off of Plainfield Road because we have more room. We've got the pullover on the side of the road as well. And by having more width, we're also able to meander the road a little bit, as you can see of how it came off of Burnell Street. So you don't just have one straight shot going all the way back. So what we're proposing on the road here, given what we've been able to do with the sharing and the pullover, we've got a 14-foot gravel road with 1 foot shoulders on either side. So you have a 16-foot clear accessible width, obviously plus the pullover. And we have to provide drainage, we have to do utilities, all those type of things still have to happen. But I wanted the board to see where we're able to go with this. I think, like I said, I'm hoping that this resolves all the issues we've had in terms of density and how the property would be used. So with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Dan. Board members.
Good job.
Yeah, no, that's great. Dan, what's the distance now between the road and the property line on the Plainfield Avenue abutters? Have we gotten?
We've got that to 7 feet now.
Okay.
We're originally when we just had the 20-foot strip, it would have been probably 2 feet.
Okay.
So we've effectively been able to pull it over and keep most of the vegetation that's already in place, if not all of it. So we have room now to meander around some vegetation and some trees.
Okay, great. I think it's what we asked for. Can't thank you enough. Any other board members? I think I saw someone's hand up in the public. Got a couple hands up in the public. Barry?
No, you've got two. members.
Okay, yeah. I want to, Meg, can we bring Benji Grisky over, please?
Yeah, I got Arthur and I got Benji.
Oh, okay.
And,
Yep.
and Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would, I don't know if you wanted to hear my comment before you go to the public, but I did. Yeah, I did have a question. One of the things that Barry had raised at the last meeting, I don't know if we got a definitive answer on it, were the number of dwellings that were going to be allowed for each of the lots.
We did.
I know that tertiary may have been taken off, but as far as second dwellings, I believe Arthur was going to speak to the owners about that. And I'm not stating for an opinion, I'm just asking if there was any discussion afterwards.
The point of all this is that the arrangement that we've been able to work out with the abutters was all done on the basis that we would be able to go forward with our project without there being any limitation on secondary dwellings. Basically by improving the overall situation, as Dan has laid it out, and as I think you have agreed is the result of what's been presented, that the reason for any limitation on
secondary dwellings would no longer be present.
Okay, thank you. And I think to Nat's comments in previous meeting, this more or less will be seasonal housing, limited traffic. So the second dwelling wouldn't necessarily create so much traffic with the primary dwelling be more seasonal in this area than year-round steady traffic.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Benji.
Thanks, everybody. Dana, it was good to see the revised plan. I guess just a couple comments at a high level, and then I'll ask a specific question. I think the first, just speaking on behalf of Plainfield Road owners that abut the south side of this driveway, what's concerned us is that effectively an access road just gets put into our backyard, right? Our houses were built, our houses were sited on property without the expectation there'd be a road. So some of us are pretty far back in our setbacks. Others of us have a little bit of room. But what we're all of a sudden faced with is the potential for a tremendous amount of car traffic, tremendous amount of Santos garbage trucks and now pool trucks potentially, and cars just coming and going. And so what concerns us obviously here is that the setback, although 7 feet, basically is where the road is right now. And when they redid this road a year ago, 2 years ago, to make it a little bit more of a substantial driveway, they took down a tremendous amount of brush. So there's a little bit of brush in that 7 foot that's currently there, but very little. So my comment to you all is 7 feet enough of a setback for a road to go in where effectively it had never been designed to? The Plainfield Road houses were built a long time ago without the expectation there'd be one. So that's my question to you all. Just imagine waking up and now you got a road in your backyard. I think the second question to you all is, we haven't seen a real landscape plan. Are they going to try to put in some blockage, or is it really just going to be on us homeowners to develop a little bit more of a blockage on what's left of our own property? And then the final question is, I am very worried about drainage. All of our houses on Plainfield sit at a slight elevation to that road. So when you're starting to add a road, is all that, I don't know if you guys put in drainage on the plan, but I'm worried about water, not having anywhere to go except into our properties. And that affects my property. It affects the Buscarin's property. It affects Margaret McQuaid's property, which is the August LLC property. It doesn't affect Frank Wheely's as much as because he's high. But so that's what I think we're all worried about, is our houses were never built with the idea there'd be an access road. I'm not sure if 7 feet's enough, because that's basically where the road is right now. And the third is, we haven't seen a landscape plan or any kind of idea on how you're going to help us and create a little bit of blockage here. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Benji. All good points. Dan, do you want to address any of the questions?
Sure. So I can start on the drainage. Yes, we will be we talked about that at the last meeting. We do have to provide stormwater. That's something that Ed Pesci's already given us a cursory review, and that was one of his comments. So depending on what the board direction you want to go in tonight, I would have expected a stormwater system be provided, and that would have been a condition that Ed would have had to review anyways. So that's certainly something we already expect to have to accommodate. In terms of the road placement, having worked with the Strassenbergs to pull the whole thing over, the whole purpose of that was to pull it over and try to keep the edge of the existing road where it is now and not encroach anymore on the Plainfield abutters. So for most of the road, that's what we've been able to do. Specifically, and this is not just out of pure coincidence, of Mr. Grisky's property, as he said, we're starting on the edge of the road that's close to him and moving away. We're not moving closer. So that was clearly, and that's definitely our intent. And I know that we talked about a landscape plan at the last meeting as well, but given how far we've been able to push the road across and how much is already in place, we didn't really feel the need necessarily that we should have to supplement and re-landscape the side, which already has some some plantings in it. And as we talked before, all of the abutting house placements in their clearing is right up to our line. So, you know, we're trying to be good neighbors and do the right thing here, but I'm not sure that we should have to, given how we're pushing things across, that we should be really looking at having to re-landscape an entire side of the property now, especially a lot of the properties also have fencing installed. So that's, I mean, we can certainly talk about that in greater detail, but that's, I think, where we stand on the road and the landscaping, as well as the stormwater.
Thank you, Dan. I see Toby Strassenberg has his hand up. Is there any other, would the board like to address any of the things that we've discussed so far? All right, let's grab Toby then and bring him in. Welcome, Toby. You're muted, and you're welcome to turn your camera on as well.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Toby Strasberg, I'd just like to say, Dan and I worked on this after the last meeting fairly hard. It took over a week every day to try and come up with a plan that would satisfy everybody and move the road over and try to get the best result, knowing that there would be more than one lot behind us. So I think we're going to have to sacrifice some of our trees and vegetation. And we've also got the ability to shift the road around a little bit as it goes down along our property to accommodate saving some screenings and saving some natural vegetation that was there. So we think overall it's a good plan. We also facilitated the extension of our utilities, mainly sewer, which I think is a huge benefit. So overall, we're, after all the work, we're happy with the result. And I can't thank Mr. Malloy enough for all his effort in doing that. And that's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great. No, thank you, Toby. And we appreciate your effort and time and willingness on this too. So the board does appreciate it. Board questions, comments, concerns?
Yeah. Say a couple things. I mean, first of all, playing field was done in the early 2000s. This property's been in these people's hands for before zoning, I believe. This driveway is really, you know, this road is a driveway. It's not being paved. So the drainage issue is not going to be an issue, especially if they even shore it up even more, because it's all pervious. So it's going to stay, and it's kind of its same state, whether there's 10 more cars on it or it doesn't matter. It's not going to change. So, you know, I think I just want to like reiterate to people, I hate having to say things like this, but I kind of have to do it, at least as softly as I can say it. They owned this land for years and just didn't do nothing with it. They still have a right to do something. That's a lot of dirt back there from next to playing field. So I think this is a good outcome for both sides. It could have been a lot worse. There could have been way more development in that zoning. So they're getting, I think, this getting out of this without excessive development. So that what could have happened here. So I'm really happy that they work together on this. You see in the previous hearing what happens when things don't work that way. This is great news to hear, and it's going to be kept looking the same for the most part, which is key to all this, not making things look like they shouldn't look out there. So appreciate everyone working together on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. Any other board members? So I truly appreciate the work that's been done so far. I do feel for the abutters. And I drove down there last month, and I guess I should drive back. It would be nice if if the abutters and the developer could come to a reasonable understanding on some sort of buffer between themselves and the road, I think to ask the developer to take full responsibility maybe isn't fair. But I do feel for them, so I'm not sure what we can do, but I do think that it's important that we make sure that that they're not negatively, that they're less impacted by the travel on that road. And I agree, it's not a ton of traffic, but it is more traffic. So
Yep.
I would like to see something that, you know, it's not completely the responsibility of the developer, but that the abutters take responsibility for their property and their house placements way back on the lot and do some of their own buffering as well. So that's just my thoughts. I don't have a problem with the second dwelling. I think, you know, as Nat pointed out when we talked about, I think it was 9 Nantucket Road, you know, if we don't let them have a second dwelling, they're just going to build a bigger house.
Yeah.
So, and I hate to agree with that, you know that.
It's a lot of ground cover. That's not
But it is a lot of ground cover, and I think it's in everyone's best interest if it's actually broken up into 2 separate dwelling units and not one giant house. So I'm all right with that. That's about all I've got for now. So we are waiting for a stormwater plan on this property, Dan? Is that what I'm here?
Well, I guess what I was trying to see is which way the board wanted to go with this tonight, whether you wanted to, because some of the items we're talking about are things that oftentimes you'd close the hearing with conditions that be completed, and Ed Pesci gets a chance to review everything before it happens. So I'm at a point where we can certainly go in that direction. I know the staff has already put conditions together, which certainly work fine with us. In terms of the Plainfield roadside, I'm not sure. Something might be a simple viable alternative is the majority of the Plainfield Road properties already have solid board fencing abutting us along the driveway. It may be just something as simple as infilling where there isn't a board fence. So we're not arguing about this type of tree or this number of plants or something else. If we just fill in the fence gap, which I think the only real fence gap might be against partially maybe Quealy. I think the rest of the developed properties actually already have fencing. And it's our intention to move as far away from the Plainfield Road side as can. If the further we move towards Plainfield, the more trees we have to take down, that costs money. I mean, it's our best interest to utilize as much of the existing driveway as physically possible, which is what we plan on doing.
Dan, have you guys done a MISA application yet?
There is a MISA release on part of the property already. We have to amend that for the additional, for expanding the construction on one of the lots. I don't expect any pushback on that, given that what they've already approved and given that everything around it is already approved.
Yeah.
We still have to finish that process.
Because that could change.
If the MISA, the only thing the MISA process at this point can do is they could limit the amount of work that could happen on one of the lots. That's it. There's already MISA approval in hand to develop, I would say, at least 70 or 80% of the property.
Okay. That was my question and concern. What's the rest of the board thinking? Barry?
I'd like to bring this to closure. I just don't know if there's a way to condition the application so that there's a joint resolution about the buffer that'll sit on the other properties and the roadway system. That's my only thing. That's the only thing I think we need to resolve here. But I'm not sure how we could condition that. and I don't know, Meg, do you have any clever ideas, or is it just a matter of letting them work it out, come before the board and say we're good or we're not?
Well, I think in terms of the roadway and stormwater, that's something that can be certainly handled at the staff level, and we can
Agreed.
amend that condition one, that it would have to be submitted and flushed out between Ed and Dan, and that's typically how it's handled anyhow.
Yep.
In terms of the buffer, I guess you all it would be within your scope of authority to require extra vegetation, maybe board fence where there's lacking board fence. That would be up to you all to impose a condition if you wanted to.
Yep, thank you. So,
I
I
mean,
don't know, what did the question is, what do the neighbors want?
yeah, I guess.
Drag this, I hate to drag this out, but you know, this is the difference in 1 month.
And let's be reasonable. We can't ask them to spend an exorbitant amount of money here. So
We don't even, but we don't even know what we're talking about yet.
yeah, exactly. So Benji, are you on? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, do the abutters have?
You know, I'll bring up, like, last time we had this conversation, actually, Dave, Arthur Reed actually mentioned that he thought we could get a landscaping plan from the developer. So I don't know if that has now been taken away from the offer sheet, but we had conversations with Arthur and Toby and the developer, and actually a landscaping plan was something that was suggested as the thing we could get. And again, all we're trying to solve for is that there's an access. It feels like there's an access road that's going into our backyards, whereas historically it's been a driveway. And I actually appreciate everything Matt said. I think we're not getting a massive development. And I think all of us on Plainfield Road are appreciative of that. I think we're just concerned that there's already been a tremendous amount of tree cutting, and there's very little screenage between what's going in and what our properties are. So if we could get a landscaping plan, and I think actually Frank Quealy had spoken with the developer about the fact that he's going to be cutting down a tremendous amount of trees to build his houses. And why doesn't he just move that shrubbery over in front of our properties versus buying new shrubbery? It could just be, you know, getting that machine that picks up the tree and moves it. I think that there's a very inexpensive solution. My comment was, is 7 feet enough? I mean, every foot that you can get of plantage is obviously beneficial. It affects me very little. It affects me about a third of my property, but it significantly affects Frank and Margaret McQuaid, which are the two most impacted by this road. And I would think that, you know, any additional buffer we can get with plantings, you know, is again, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. And I think it was something that was actually offered, like I said, last time when we had a conversation with Arthur Reed about this development.
Okay.
Yeah, let me weigh in on that. I see Benji's point on that, and I know that we have had some discussion on the issue of the landscaping, and at the same time, as Dan mentioned, we want to do as little removal of vegetation as possible. Although I think that a lot of this could be handled through staff between now and the filing of the actual decision. I think that what we might as well do, and I think what will probably leave the situation in the best position that we can, would be to continue it to the next meeting. And during that time, we'll come in with a good faith effort to come up with a layout for the road and for the vegetation, existing vegetation and or fencing or whatever along the line, to do the best job we can with addressing everybody's concerns.
Thank you, Arthur. I think that's a huge deal. I think that will help everyone be a little happier. And I'm sorry it has to go another month, but I think it will generate the best outcome. Barry.
Yep. So unless there's anything else from the board, Make a motion to continue to our next meeting.
Second.
That looked, that looked like a deer in the headlights. Motion made by Barry, seconded by John. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Benji. Okay, we're on the, I'm gonna slaughter this one, the Pro Cianti Group LLC, 3, 5, and 7 C Street. Is this you again, Arthur?
It is I. And I would also ask that you bring over some of the other people involved in this application who are on as attendees at the present time, specifically Everett Correa, Nick Jacoby, and the architect Kara Babcock. It's been a long night, and I guess it's going to continue. I represent Matt Parker, who is the owner of 3 C Street in one entity and 5 and 7 C Street in another entity. And he has entered into an agreement to sell these properties, subject to various contingencies, to the Procaccianti Group, which I also represent on certain matters. And with Matt's consent, I am representing Procaccianti in connection with this application. Specifically, at the present time, you have the 9-unit inn at 7 C Street with 2 additional units on the adjacent property at 5 C Street. 3 C Street has a couple of relatively nondescript structures on it at the present time, which Procaccianti would propose to remove and construct a new building there with 12 units. The existing lodging house at 7 is in the status of a pre-existing non-conforming use because historically lodging houses in the old historic district did not constitute a permitted use. Now we have the situation that lodging houses in the old historic district are permitted by special permit. So we're asking that since the intention would be for the 3 properties to be used together as a single operation, that a special permit for the transient residential facility lodging house use be issued for the entire property, and that the 3 C Street property be developed by removing the existing structures and constructing the 12 lodging units as shown in the plan and as proposed. Other than the special permit for the lodging house use in the ROH district, the only other relief that we're asking for is a waiver from the on-site parking requirements. Now, obviously, we know that over the years, many waivers have been granted with regard to parking for lodging houses, which, if you go by what is contained in the bylaw, results in a very large number of parking spaces that would be required. Whereas I think we've all come to know that nothing like that number of spaces is in fact needed nor required in order to adequately serve the property. And as a result, there have been many cases in which all or virtually all of the parking spaces that would be technically required have been waived in the case of downtown lodging houses where the applicant is offering to discourage, as just about everybody does, guests from bringing cars to the island. A recent example, of course, being the approval of the Brant. And in that situation, virtually all of the parking was waived. And that's a situation where the property is actually considerably farther from the steamboat dock than is the case here. This property is in a location which is about as close as you could possibly get to the steamship. And I think that is an area where the town has been encouraging the placement of lodging houses. In fact, granted all the concerns that there are about short-term rentals, obviously the answer to that is to have more in-type facilities that can accommodate visitors to the island. And that obviously is what we're proposing here. And I think, again, it's consistent with the town's general policies, and we would encourage you to support the application. I have, as I mentioned, some of the other participants from the Procaccianti group on the call. And the items that were suggested here in the staff report, obviously, Don Bracken will continue to work with Pesci Engineering on the site plan. We'll prepare a management plan that hasn't been done yet. We'll obviously provide NERDA passes for all employees. There will be a few parking spaces on the site, which will enable the provision of shuttle service to the for guests coming in from the boat or conceivably the airport. And I think that's basically it in terms of what I've got to present.
Thank you, Arthur. Any questions from the board?
Certainly not concerned about the parking. I think Leslie can chime in on that. I believe it's close enough to CDT or something.
I mean, look.
We can give it just like it was in CDT, I believe.
Well, remember the parking.
I believe that's correct, isn't it, Leslie?
Sorry, I had to turn my volume way down. Could you repeat that, Nat? Was it about a parking waiver because of the proximity?
That's close enough to the CDT. There's something in the bylaw about that. I just can't exactly remember what, 500 feet or something like that.
I think you're talking about the proximity to the CDT allows them to get a special permit for the use, but we don't have any provision for the parking. The 500 feet's in the MyPod.
Okay, because we did it, we have to do it. I mean,
We did it at the Brant. We did it at the Brant, which
Well, the
is
Brant's in
away
that-
from town.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem with this, but they are going to have a few spaces, correct, Arthur?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't have an issue with it.
Yeah, we can't go backwards. It's not like a brand new structure and that's being put somewhere that, almost like purposely, in an ROH spot that's kind of halfway to CDT, depending upon the existing use, like the other rooming houses on North Water Street. I mean, these are old conversations from the last, 15 years. So, I mean, I just don't want to see Arthur going that wild with this part of the application, because we've already been through this. This is we know there are gonna be other places coming over time with renovations and changes that technically aren't in CDT, but they're downtown. So that's what I'm trying to say, Leslie.
Yeah. Thanks, Nat. I mean, listen, I don't think we can do what we did at the Brant and not do the same for this project. I mean, that's
There's gonna be, once in a while, this is gonna come up.
Jerry.
Thanks. Through you to staff, Leslie, those 4 parking spaces out in front that are being considered, would it be better to turn that into a semicircle where you could have the van that they're proposing to pick up and drop off, maybe make that a little bit more user friendly for pedestrians and not worry so much about parking? They're providing 2 spaces out and back. But you know, C Street is a little bit tight at times. So I don't know how staff would feel about maybe reconfiguring, or the applicant would feel about reconfiguring.
We can certainly talk with them about that
Okay, that'd be
between
great.
now and the next meeting.
Yep. And then we're going to talk about contributions for area improvements. There's going to be 12 new units that are going to come online for this. So I'm just going to kick this off and just say that the contribution seat should be about in the $12,000 range. And that can be discussed as well too. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Other members? So everybody's comfortable with this. Mr. Trudell.
Anything from the public?
Yeah, you had a hand up.
I don't think I see any hand. Oh, okay. Malcolm McNabb.
Right, and then
here they
Sandy
come.
Knox John. There you go.
All right, there we go. So who do we have, Meg? I got Sandy Knox Johnson. It looks like,
Followed by Linda Williams and Emily Molden.
yeah, and then Kevin Davidson. Cool. All right, where did everyone go? Welcome, Sandy.
Hello, I'm here. And I am Sandy Knox Johnston. I have lived on Step Lane for 40 years. And my husband, John, recently deceased, and I owned the Corner House Inn on Step Lane for 25 of those years. During that period of time, I became very familiar with the lodging house as a non-conforming use in the residential old historic district. And of course, anytime we wanted to do anything, even minor, we did have to get a special permit. So I understand the process well. And I understand that the zoning regulations were put in place in the residential old historic district in order to protect the quality of life of those of us who live in the old historic district, even near these lodging establishments. And 7C Street, the Corner House, and the Veranda House were quite low key in those days. They were not major commercial developments at all. They were good neighbors. Having said that, I could talk to this issue for quite a long time, but I won't. But I will say that I am extremely concerned and very uncomfortable about this expanded intensity of use. There have been several other guest rooms added by this Prociccianti group in other lodging establishments that they have purchased nearby that I don't believe have gone through the appropriate permit process, maybe another 7 or 8 or 9 guest rooms. And I've been concerned about that, but there are a lot of staff questions that still in the questions in the staff report that continue to be a concern to me. I'm worried about the parking situation. There have been historically 4 or 5 parking places in front of 7C Street. And in spite of the fact that many of the staff have historically used the bus situation, as somebody on a previous application has noted, many of these staff now coming to the island, want cars, they want to drive, they aren't taking the bus, they are driving. And I know that the number 3 C Street building has historically been a staffing building for the 7 C Street Inn. And there have been staff who have parked there. There are staff for the Veranda House who park on Step Lane, which has now become a 10-foot, 8-inch wide, very narrow road. I'm not quite sure how that's going to be handled. So I'm very concerned about parking. I'm very concerned about traffic. C Street and Step Lane in the last 5 or 6 years have become, because of the traffic on Beach Street and going into town, and the one-way system in town has become untenable. Step Lane, C Street and Step Lane have become a cut through from Beach Street up to Center Street, and then turning left on Center Street over Academy Hill, and then out to North Liberty Street to cut through town to get away from the traffic in the center of town. We now have traffic backing up from Center Street down to North Water Street more times than I care to think about. And now with this street becoming 10 feet, 8 inches wide, and with this huge new structure being built by the Veranda House looming over and making the street and the whole situation even narrower, I'm worried about emergency vehicles getting through. I'm worried about the traffic backing up. I'm worried about where people are going to be able to be dropped off. This is now backing up. You now see cars backing up from C Street, from North Water Street, down C Street towards Beach Street. That never used to happen. So we have traffic. We have traffic intensity. We have, where are the staff accommodation that have been being accommodated in the 7 C Street, now going to be accommodated? A 23-room major commercial development must have at least 7 or 8 staff. I mean, I ran, an operation, and I know that you can't do it with less than 7 or 8, more likely 10, but depending on your level of service. I've taken more than 2 minutes, and it's been a very long night for all of you. I have taken in a lot of the things that Val Oliver and Meredith Lepre have said, and I am very concerned about the quality of life on this island and in our little residential old historic district, with major commercial developments expanding the intensity of use. People may walk from the ferry, but they rent Jeeps, they rent mopeds, they rent bicycles. Where are they going to be put off the streets? How is this going to be managed? They've been being parked in my patio, totally uninvited, for several years. So I don't know. I know that we need a little bit of help, and it would be very nice to feel that the planning board can understand some of these issues and perhaps take some of it under consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. Welcome back, Linda. 2 minutes,
Oh,
please.
welcome back. Yeah, here we are. I was contacted by Sandy, the Vasey's, Lingamans, a bunch of the neighbors, a couple of weeks ago about this, other issues with the Veranda House, which we'll deal with separately. Sherburne Inn. I know that they are buying the one across the street. I believe it's 15 North Water Street and 8 C Street. There's some issues about unpermitted expansion of rooms, as I know all too well, because I did a lot of the original permits back at the ZBA before we switched everything to the planning board. I'm looking at the staff report, and the staff report has a lot of unanswered questions. One of the biggest issues is they're concerned about room expansion and intensity of use. I'm not sure if you guys remember, but the NIR is building a bunch of single-family homes directly across the street from this property. And that's going to increase the congestion on that small street. That street is in terrible shape. It's narrower than some in the town. It really is it's a nightmare, as she said, going up, because I too use that back way to get out of town, because you can't get out of town any other way this summer. But the intensity of use, the management plan, there was always staff on site there. What's happening with that? If they're taking the staff rooms away and that ancillary structure, those 5 spaces, there were supposed to be 5. Those 5 spaces that are to the left of the newer building were required to be provided by the board. I believe it's a ZBA back in the day, in order to even have the guest house operating at all. Matt's run a class establishment. Matt is no longer going to be there. It's time to retire. But it's going to be a problem. And that's why there are a lot of unanswered questions, and there is
You're
concern
gonna have
about
to wrap it
expanding.
up, please.
Yep, concern about expanding this, and they're going to keep coming back to this hearing until they get some comfort about what's going to happen there. But it might be just too many rooms and too small a street. And they're going to do the same thing across the street, only bigger. So there's a problem with this area becoming way out of control, even for the downtown and B&Bs.
Thank you, Linda. I think we have.
We have Emily followed by Kevin.
Hi, Emily. Reminder, 2 minutes, please. Oh, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Emily Molden with the Nantucket Land and Water Council. I just wanted to bring up stormwater management on site for this project again. I was just taking a look at the plans and trying to ascertain what the groundwater level is here below the system. Just looking briefly at the stormwater analysis report, it looks like this was evaluated for 25-year storms, but anything much beyond that, and the system is just inundated and flooded anyway. And I'm sure that will probably continue to be a problem in this area. So I just wanted to get some thoughts from the applicant on whether there's an opportunity to do anything a little different with the landscaping, and how they're going to manage that landscaping if it's inundated with salt water on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go farther, Don, do you want to address that?
Yes, I can address that. As Emily mentioned, we are in a coastal flood zone. The ground elevation is around elevation 5, and the groundwater is about 4.5 to 5 feet down, depending on where you are on the property. There was a geotechnical analysis done on the site to determine the groundwater elevation. The plan does have to comply with the Massachusetts Stormwater Management Act, which is included as part of the notice of intent application to the Conservation Commission, which was submitted a week or 2 ago. So that will be, I'm sure, reviewed by them in detail when we get to the Conservation Commission. The plans were also reviewed by Mr. Pecci for compliance with the stormwater management system. He had a few comments that we have no issues addressing that will require some minor adjustments to the plan. And anytime you're in a coastal flood zone situation, you obviously can only handle so much drainage in the system. So the town regulations require a 25-year storm event analysis. And that's what we've done. Mr. Pecci asked us to increase it a little more beyond that. And we plan to do that by expanding some of the subsurface infiltration systems. All the roof runoff for the project is going to be collected and put into shallow subsurface infiltration systems. Right now, as was mentioned, the site is already developed, and there's no drainage on the site right now. We are going to install a catch basin with a water quality inlet before it gets discharged into the infiltration system, providing the adequate treatment in accordance with the regulations for that. We did, knowing we had to go to the Conservation Commission and knowing it's sensitive as far as trying to have as much vegetation as we possibly can. We do meet all the zoning requirements for ground cover and open space requirements. You'll notice on the plan that around number 7, we actually try to remove as much impervious area as we could. So we're taking out some of the brick areas and adding landscaping. The landscaping plan is pretty significant, and the landscaping itself was designed to maximize the infiltration. So, we feel we've done everything we can. It's definitely an overall improvement from what is there today. So that's about it on the drainage.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Did you have any other questions, Emily? Or are you good? Thank you. You want to bring Kevin Davidson over, please?
Yep.
Thanks, Meg.
Hold on, he's declining to be a panelist, so let me just do a loud talk, see if that works.
Hi, Kevin. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello, Dave. How are you?
Good.
Good. Thank you. Listen, I had some prepared remarks, but I'll truncate them to fit into my 2-minute slot here. A lot of them dealt with the same issue that Sandy and Linda just addressed. That was essentially quality of life issues in the heart of the old historic district and what's a pretty dense residential neighborhood. The second one I would ask the panel or the board rather to take under consideration is the on-island track record of the what I refer to them as the TPG group. The on-island track record, their hotel management and behavior towards neighbors, and these two issues are not mutually exclusive. If TP does acquire 7th Street, it'll have significant guest properties in the residential old historic district, Sherburne Inn, the Regatta Inn, the Chapman House, the Veranda House. And with 7th Street, if they acquire this property and they're successful in it, they will have added an additional 27 rooms by our count post-acquisition within less than a 400-foot radius in a dense residential neighborhood. Ironically, given all the efforts the town and the STR group members have made in addressing property management companies acquiring short-term rentals, TPG will have somehow managed to slip an additional 27 rooms in one neighborhood over a relatively short period of time. We purchased 4 Step Lane in 2009. We're year-round residents. Like a lot of our neighbors, we have numerous stories about unruly guests and bad behavior. We are directly across the street, 16 feet away from the Veranda House. I won't bore you with it, but they're probably too numerous to list here. But I think significantly, it's been the behavior that TPG is aware of, yet continue to either ignore or didn't have the managerial skills to address. Neighbors have been extremely tolerant with TPG hotel management, despite their ineffectiveness and numerous complaints, yet we received no action in return. I don't want to belabor the obvious, namely the July 9, 2022 fire that destroyed the Veranda House and 2 neighboring homes, 4 and 5 Step Lane, other than to note is Fire Chief Murphy stated during the midst of the fire that if the wind had been blowing in the other direction, it would have been a totally different story. Half the town would have gone down with it. However, what is particularly egregious is TPG behavior post-fire. There have been several instances where TPG construction crews have hampered rebuilding of the destroyed homes, blocking our subs from gaining access. This wanton disregard for neighbors has been shocking. As Sandy Knox Johnson stated in an article, in, I think it was July 30th Inquirer Miracle, quote, they haven't reached out in any way, shape, or form. They haven't worked with a single neighbor from the moment the fire happened, end quote. 2 days after the fire, from the moment that the Nantucket Fire Department came out with a cause and origin of the fire, TPG has yet to return a phone call or email. Yet TPG insists that they are, quote, committed to continue closely working with the town, our neighbors, and members of the community, end quote. And that's from the Nantucket Current. As of today's date, it's now been 428 days and neighbors have yet to hear a thing. Lastly, particularly appalling is that TPG has steadfastly refused to take responsibility for the negligent acts of their employees at the Veranda House while on the job. This callous indifference, given their expanse of their properties and the issue before us now, should concern us all. So in closing, we respectfully ask the planning board to deny the TPG request for a special permit for 3, 5, and 7 C Street today. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Wow.
Board members. Thoughts, comments? Go on, Nat. I see it.
I remember it wasn't long ago, we were crying for more rooms in town because we were losing them. It was like, I don't know, short time ago. I mean, I think that what that gentleman just said is, this has nothing to do with the application, although I feel for their situation completely. I totally understand what he's talking about. See the stuff on TV every night somewhere, but this is an application for this property. And if it was somebody else that was buying it, they'd be probably doing something similar. So unfortunately, there are certain people buying these properties, whether it be the boarding house, Robert's house, the wood box. I mean, it's just what is going on here because of the value of property on Nantucket. And we're sitting here trying to work our way through it and not have any dinner. So, as far as the parking and all that, I've already said my piece on that. All I think about is the one that we had to reject that we had because we didn't have CDT in place yet was the Union Street Inn because of that. And that's not going to happen anymore in town because it's not fair to all the other places that have no parking. There is no parking in town. There never has been. So all the other stuff, that street's been all dug up and fixed with the sewer. Dawn, I don't know what has been done with any other improvements on that street with drainage. As far as the street goes, as far as the town stormwater, I'm assuming that that's all been fixed if it needed to get fixed, right? During that process.
Yeah, I mean, typically they would do that while they're reconstructing the road. If there were issues.
Yeah. So I don't have anything else to add, really. I mean, if there's an issue with this ownership with other places, I'm assuming that there are, we need to have a management plan, on-site manager's phone number, just like we do with restaurants, just like we do with the Brotherhood, we do with the other places that, have a 1 year sunset type of thing where we have a public hearing at the end of a season to record any complaints recorded and so forth, that kind of thing. So I'd be okay with that for sure. As far as this, just as treated as if it was a restaurant and a bar, type of situation where we've done this many times.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, we had similar issues with the Life House when we were permitting them, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to steal Barry's thunder, but it's a special permit. It's an MCD. You can always revisit that at any time. And I think that with this man's comments and the concerns from the neighbors, I think that it would be smart for us to have a year review after they've been in business and open for a year and give the neighbors an opportunity to voice their issues and for us to deal with them in a meaningful way. Barry.
You have someone else out there first. I can wait a minute.
Okay. Can we bring Malcolm over, please, Megan?
Yes.
Hi, Malcolm. Welcome. We're limiting people to 2 minutes. And the floor is yours. You are muted. Malcolm, can you there? Oh, there we go.
Okay. Well, yes, good evening, gentlemen. Malcolm McNabb, 15 North Water Street, right next to the 7th Street Inn. I first would like to compliment you. You're certainly the board with the best endurance of all the committees and boards on the island. I think you've heard all our neighbors' comments. And yes, I understand you have to look at this as a single application, but there have been a lot of problems with the management. And us as a neighborhood, we've had to deal with something like 27 new rooms put in the area in the last year or two. Now, yes, that's great because we want more rooms, but the point is that's a lot of concentration. That's a lot of people. And I'm sorry to say this, Matt, there's a lot of cars we have to deal with it somewhere. The other thing I want to point out is listening to your discussion. I could, wait a second. You can see me.
There you
Yes.
go.
There you go. Listening to your discussion of the past evening, you talked a lot about cooperation. At no time, to my knowledge, is the owners of these properties that have added some 27 or 28 rooms have ever really talked to the neighbors at any point. And I think you should take that in mind. I like the idea of a review of the management. I would like you not to approve this. It's not for the best residents of the neighborhood. It's just too much, too many rooms, and too small a place. Thank you.
Thank you, Malcolm. Board members. Gary.
It looks like we've got some territory that needs to be covered here that we're not going to get to tonight. So I don't know if there's anyone else in the public or from staff, or I should say on the board.
Nope.
Not really seeing anything. I'd make a motion to continue this to our next meeting.
Agreed. I'll second that.
Is that you, Joe, that second that?
I did,
Yeah.
Dave.
Oh, Nat, okay. Motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
John,
All right.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you. All righty. On to John J. Calman, trustee of John J. Calman 2015 Trust and Don Allen Auto Service, Inc., 21 Brewster Road and 26 Pulpus Road. Arthur, you are the Iron Man.
Okay, I guess so. This is a situation that's been before you recently. We came in with a preliminary plan on this. Megan, I think it'd be helpful if we had the plan up on the screen so that we can discuss it with everybody. Basically, this involves property of my client, Jay Calman, off Brewster Road. And he also owns the corridor of land that runs through the Don Allen parking lot, which had been laid out many years ago by Phil Murray when he owned the whole property out there. Obviously, so that he would have a corridor in order to be able to subdivide his property to the rear. A 40-foot layout with turning radius at Pulpus Road and the whole 9 yards, so to speak. We came in with a preliminary plan a while back, and that resulted in the filing of a definitive plan, which is what you continued earlier tonight while this application is pending. Basically, as board members pointed out at that time, the fact that we were using the corridor running through the Don Allen parking lot as the access road was not an ideal situation for anybody, for us, for the Don Allen folks, or for the town. And we have been in touch with management of Don Allen since then. And we've been able to work out what I think is a very beneficial arrangement for all parties, and that's what you're looking at here. What we're doing is taking the parcel of land that belongs to Don Allen's between the roadway layout corridor and the state forest, Commonwealth of Massachusetts land lying to the southeast. And taking a 40-foot piece of that from the boundary with my client's property to the rear and running out to Pulpus Road, and placing the new proposed subdivision roadway within that layout. at the end of the day, what we will wind up with will be the 21 Brewster Road property divided into 3 lots, 2 of which will be served by the roadway in question. The lot that the roadway parcel from Don Allen's is being taken out of will be reduced in size, so that becomes a smaller lot than it now is. And at the end of the day, when the project has been finally approved by the planning board and taken through the land court, we will then be able to do a land swap between the parties that will result in Don Allen owning the corridor of land in question, and my client or his homeowners association, as it will be at that time, owning the parcel will be conveyed in exchange. The result is that actually there will be 2 new building lots created. My client has an additional lot that will be part of the subdivision, but will continue to be accessed from Brewster Road. And the Don Allen property will consist of a single parcel, basically assuming that they want to merge it all together, which I think would be the case, so that they can continue to operate it as it has been. They do lose some land as a result of it, but I think we've worked it out in a way that is in everybody's best interests in that regard. The roadway layout coming into Pulpus Road, because of the angle with the state forest property, doesn't lend itself to a turning radius as in accordance with the regulations, strictly speaking. But in fact, what we're dealing with is a considerable separation between the actual road line and the constructed roadway. And as shown on the plans that have been submitted, there'll be almost a 90-degree sight line, or angle rather, so the sight line will be quite good for vehicles coming out from the new roadway into Pulpus Road. I think that basically covers it. Don Bracken can present any of the design issues related to the subdivision. And again, I want to thank the Don Allen folks for working with my client on this. I think Rhoda Weinman, who is their local counsel, is on the call, and Rhoda and the in-house counsel representing the Don Allen ownership have been extremely helpful in terms of achieving what I think is a benefit, something that at the preliminary hearing is exactly what, as I recall, Nat Lowell expressly said is what we should be doing. And here we are. Thanks.
Feeding the monster there, Arthur, you are. Thank you. And I can't thank everyone involved with making this work out, because it is a much better outcome than what
There is.
I appreciate it. Board,
2 out of 3 tonight.
yeah. Rhoda, would you like to add something?
Yes, for the record, Rhoda Wyman, I represent Don Allen, and we're very pleased that Mr. Callan changed his original plan. As I believe the board noted at the time, it wasn't really a plan that we were very comfortable with. And we've worked hard with them to change it. We're very happy about the changes. I think the changes are beneficial to both parties. I think that it makes a lot more sense, and I hope that the board appreciates the changes as much as we do, and that you'll approve it at some point soon.
Thank you, Rhoda. Agreed. It's much better than the original.
Absolutely.
Board members. Questions, concerns?
You have Steve Cohen's hand up in the.
Oh, did you? I didn't see that. Okay, but great. Can we bring Stephen over? Welcome, Stephen.
Mr. Chairman, I represent the Mullins, who are at, I believe, 17 Brewster Road. I think that, just to start off, this is a very good result here. My client, shares a driveway with the lot that's at the north at Brewster Road there, and would have been very concerned to have three lots coming in, essentially using their driveway as a road, because I think that's would have happened because I think, as you know, the lot that cuts through the Don Allen land is actually full of cars. It's where they store all of the vehicles that are being worked on. So it's an impractical result. I think that the only request that I would make is that a requirement be put in place that lots 2 and 3 gain their access from the new road and not from Brewster Road. Because my client is not against the development of the land, is not against the full use of the land, but just doesn't want to see these lots gaining access from Brewster Road.
I think that's more than a reasonable request, and I think that they did this work to make that happen. So we will take that. We'll take that into.
I think it's consistent with their plan, but I'd like to just see it memorialized. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Barry.
I'm thrilled this happened. Thank you, everyone, for making this work. My only question is total number of potential dwellings given the new subdivision at this point. What are we looking at? 3 per lot?
So, yep, it's log 1. So the ground cover, of course, remains the same, 7%. So as a percentage that will remain unchanged. But by right, primary, secondary, and a tertiary is allowed in the lug 1 zoning district.
Right. Okay. So that puts me up at about 10 dwelling units total for the entire subdivision.
9.
I'm looking at the other lot too that only has 2 out of 3 dwellings on it.
Oh, well, 9 total. So if it has 2 and is allowed 3, and you have 3 buildable lots, 3 times 3 is 9.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somehow I thought there were 4 buildable lots. I'm so sorry.
What's being referred to as a 4th buildable lot
Right,
is actually the remaining Don Allen lot, which is shown as a separate lot on the plan, because we have to do that in connection with dealing with the land court. That'll continue to be owned by Don Allen. It won't be using the road. Obviously, it won't be using the new roadway lot, but it together with the corridor lot, as I call it, and the one that the main Don Allen building is on, will all be able to be used by the Don Allen folks as a single parcel.
Okay, and that would be up to them to develop at night, because it's a little misleading. It looks like it's part of it.
Right, they're on their own as developing that, obviously. And to the best of my knowledge, Rhoda could speak to it, but I'm sure that they have no specific plans to do anything other than continue in the car dealership business as they are now operating.
All right, because the reason why I'm kind of going down this avenue very quickly is that there is a suggested contribution prior to release of proposed lot number 2. So I'd say between the 3 lots, potential for 7 dwellings, we set that at 7,000.
Rhoda, could you please mute? Thank you.
I don't know how the rest of the board feels, or if there's any feedback.
Any other feelings from board members on that amount?
Fine with it.
I am as well.
Good.
Matt shook his head. John.
Hopefully the applicant's good.
Okay.
All right, good. Thank you.
Any other concerns? Board members on this?
No, I think they've addressed ours from last meeting, so this is.
Yeah,
great.
this is
Yep.
thrilling.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Rhoda.
Do
So
we have anyone in the public?
I want to say something. Raise your hand.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
not seeing anyone, I'm going to make a motion. We close the public hearing.
I just want to check, Rhoda, is your hand up errantly, or would you like to speak again?
Talking to me?
Yes, he's asking you if you want to speak.
No, I just want to thank everyone, and we're very, very pleased with it.
Good, thank you, Rhoda. We are pleased as well.
Mhm.
Much appreciated. Okay, Barry, where were you?
Close public hearing.
Second,
Motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
aye.
Nat. Nat,
Aye, sorry.
John,
Aye.
and I as well. On to the merits.
I'm going to make a motion at this point that we approve the application with the findings and conditions as listed in the staff report and what we've discussed tonight.
I agree. Second,
And if I may, also to Stephen Cohen's point, to make sure
Yes.
so that it's on record that it's not access, the lots aren't accessed from Brewster Road.
Lot
Yep.
3 and lot 2 can only be accessed through
Victory.
Victory Road. Perfect. Okay, so motion made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Aye.
and I'm an I as well.
Huh.
On to Westmore, 105 West Chester Street, 10 Westmore Lane. Representative Steve Cohen.
So just to update the board, I think we're going to keep it really brief tonight, as fun as it is to still be on this call at 10:15. The Westmore Club, as you know, applied for a MCD permit under a prior application that was withdrawn earlier in the meeting, and is essentially replicating that here tonight. Just to be very brief, it's for a very small cottage of about 1,500 square feet with a little garage shed building that would be partially for the maintenance building and partially for a car to park in. And then on a different part of the lot, there's an actual shed, a maintenance building that would be used to house maintenance and other equipment that is currently exterior storage. That is the extent of the change to the site. There's also a request to change the cap on the number of employees allowed to be on the site. Several years ago, the board limited that number at 80, which we think was essentially the number of people who were living there at the time. Under the building department and fire department COIs, that number is actually 110. And there were 93 people living there this summer, 87 of which were employees and the rest were family. And so we're asking that the number be bumped up to the 110 that is allowed under the COIs. Plus an additional 8 that would be allocated to the 4-bedroom cottage that's proposed. We have been working with the fire department and should have a good solution signed off by them before the next meeting. We have a letter from Ed Pesci with some technical requests that we feel very comfortable responding to Ed and expect to have that signed off before the next meeting. And we have been working diligently with the neighbors who I think have, a substantial list of conditions that they'd like to see in the permit that we are relatively comfortable with. I think, it's fair to say that we're 95% there. And I expect, that before the next meeting, we would be 100% there, and that the board would be able to have a set of conditions that both the neighbors and the applicant would be comfortable with in front of you. So that's the goal. I do have one housekeeping, which is item, which is for you to just take a vote to adopt the administrative record of the prior hearing and accept it into this matter, just so that we have all that paperwork and record involved. And then I would ask you to continue us to the next meeting.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate all the work done here. I appreciate you working with Dan on finding middle ground here. Dan's hand is up. I'm going to have him come over and we'll take care of business. Welcome, Dan. You're muted. Dan, can you hear us? You are muted. We can't hear you.
Here we go.
Oh, there you go. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good.
I can't say to you how happy I am that this is Zoom and not live. Malloy and I would be taking up residence, maybe in Stephen's tertiary dwelling at this point. What Stephen has said is where we are. We are close, but not yet at a resolution. I've provided a set of proposed conditions, which I provided them to Megan and Leslie and Sarah as well, and Sarah is in on this as well. Our comment at this point is, we want to see that the recommendations from Ed Pesci get incorporated into the plans, particularly the fire department review that Ed mentioned in his peer review letter. But we think we are making progress and working towards a set of conditions that will resolve this and, bring the parties to an agreement.
Great. I saw the document and I think it's a great move in the right direction and much appreciated. Board members, oh, I have one more. Are you done, Dan? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. We have one person left in the public, Virginia Chase. Hi, Virginia. A 2-minute limit on this, please. We're happy you're here. You are muted. You're still mute. Yep, there you go. You had it off for a second. There you go. We can't hear you still, Virginia.
No, I'm not talking yet.
There
Virginia
you go.
Chase, Virginia Chase, 117 West Chester Street. I'm glad to hear that some of the neighbors who have hired a lawyer are coming to some sort of an agreement on Westmore's proposal, but a whole lot of neighbors are being neglected, mostly the ones on West Chester Street, the ones who put up with the noise and the traffic. And we've been ignored completely. And I just want to say that I think adding 20 more people, 40 more people living there, that's a 50% increase of what is allowed. And I think that's too much. And I also think that we have had to put up with a summer of noise and distraction and people racing to get to Westmore in time for their match and people racing to leave. And actually someone on this street, their dog got run over and killed in front of them. But somebody, I don't know if it's a person from Westmore, but still, this could happen to a child. And I really think that the board should consider the neighbors on West Chester Street and what they are putting up with. And I personally think that that this development, the increase that they want is too much. I think at this point, the special permit should just stay the way it is and not have a house built and not have extra people living there and extra traffic and extra noise. Thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Virginia. I think that, and I don't mean any disrespect, but I think more staff housing will be less traffic on the surrounding streets. Just a thought, but this will be continued and you will have another chance to voice your concerns. Board members. Barry.
So I guess the question becomes that we need to adopt, what was it, Steve? The administrative proceedings of the past
It's
application?
just to adopt the record from the prior application into this record.
Okay, and Mr. Bailey, I'm gonna trust you're good with that as well, too.
Yes, I agree. I
All right, that's-
sent an email to Megan and Leslie earlier today to that effect.
And I see staff agreeing with it too. So let me just clear the deck on that one now. So that's my motion at the moment, is to do that officially.
The second?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well.
Great. Thank you.
Now motion to continue, I believe. Are we ready for that?
Believe so.
A lot of head shaking.
no
so
more
yes,
comment.
I'll make a motion to continue.
Second.
Motion made by John, seconded by Joe. John,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
Thank you, everybody. If I could make one comment to just agree, no, it has nothing to do with the public record for this matter. But if I could agree with Ms. Chase on behalf of my clients, that actually that area could really use some traffic mitigation, and ask the planning board staff and the traffic planner if they would look at some solutions to try and slow down the traffic there. The traffic is not caused by the speed is not caused by the Westmore Club, but it definitely would benefit by having some speed mitigation. To the extent the planning department could put that on the agenda, my client would support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
And also to jump in on this, just because I have my hand up, my clients on Old Westmore Farm have also mentioned that, and in particular mentioned that there would be a benefit. There are apparently a couple, I don't know this myself, but there are apparently a couple of utility poles at the corner of Westchester and Westmore Farms Road that would benefit from some streetlights. There's as we've heard, there are a lot of employees, and as well as people that like to walk to town from there, and apparently it's very dark. So if someone could take some consideration of that, we would appreciate it.
Dan. Board members?
Well, it's interesting to hear this conversation now versus when it was dirt. So I'll bring that up right away and do some investigating as far as, I believe that's public, Leslie.
It is.
Because right across from like 82, 84, Bill Cameron's driveways there, the brush grows out, and it's kind of like a little bend there, and it's kind of blind a little bit. And I can definitely see a couple speed humps, the hump kind, not the bumps, and some brush sort of maintenance. People forget about this road now because it's like kind of new and not many people use it, but I can see people speeding down there for sure.
Thanks, Nat.
Okay, Dan. Nice to see you, Dan, by the way.
Always good to see you, especially on Zoom.
I think of that thing every time I see you. I think of that thing behind Marine Lumber. I think that was the first time we met.
Yeah, well, for better or worse, you, Barry, and I can talk about a lot of history.
All righty, guys. Do I have a motion? Barry?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before we do that, Megan, I hate to bring this up. The concept list.
Yeah, other business.
I think we can, I think, we included that in the packet. You all can review it, and I think it's appropriate if individually you want to provide Leslie and I with some feedback, and we can table this until October.
Yeah.
I tell you how wonderful you are.
I do just want to point out that the concept list, like it is every year, is a running list, and we don't have any intention of doing everything on that list. It's just concepts to think about and what do we want to advance.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Motion to adjourn, sir.
Trying to get us to 11 here, Barry.
You want to make it till I can, hey, I think
Do I have a
between Nat
second,
and I,
please?
Nat and I can consume a half an hour, or maybe we can get Mr. Bailey on board and have old home. group happen here.
John, will you second this, please?
Well, first, did you?
I'm gonna pass on that. Thank you.
Did we have a motion to adjourn?
Yes, I made that motion, sir.
Oh,
Waiting
I'll
for-
second that.
Motion made by Barry. John Kitchener.
Well, Mr. Chair and the board, I'd just like
Welcome.
to say I learned my first lesson today. Eat before the planning board meeting.
Yes.
Perfect.
Or prepare something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Luckily, I got Stubbies downstairs.
You have to get the right menu, John, the right
Jealous.
menu.
Okay, Barry made the motion. John seconded it. Barry,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Staff, I cannot thank you guys enough for putting up
Yep.
with us tonight. You guys are rock stars.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a great night.
Night,
Thank
guys.
you.
Good night,
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you.
Take care.